Well, hello everyone and welcome to the Displate Clan Showdown tournament. We're really glad to have you with us today. And as you can see, I'm not the only one that can say so because I'm being joined on the analyst desk by our analyst Toxic. How is it going, mate?
It's going great. Thank you, Insane, for the introduction. I think we can jump right into the structure of the tournament. We are starting on match 1 with Abuba versus Kindergarten, the team of Banter, formerly called Banterwagen, I think. Match 2 will be Threat versus Inville, both in the upper brackets being best of 7. Then today we will have the lower bracket match number 1. Goodnight Nomi versus whoever loses the match 1. And match number 4 will be Tilt versus the loser of match 2.
So yeah, as you mentioned, a total of 6 teams. The losers bracket will be BO5 upper, BO7 as you mentioned, and we'll be starting with Abuba and Kindergarten. But we also have something prepared for the viewership, Toxic. We have Twitch drops for everyone there. So as per usual, we have on the second day to decide the villas. But for today, we already have something interesting, Toxic.
Yeah, we have 15 premium consumables in total. 5 medkits, 5 rep kits, and 5 automatic fire extinguishers, as well as a garage slots up for grab for everyone. I think you have to watch a total of 120 minutes to claim all of those, and then you will be set.
Yeah, and they need to make sure to pick up the drops on the Twitch drop section because it's not actually automatic. That being said, we can take a closer look at the first match of the day. Like you said, it's going to be Abuba against Kindergarten, and the community prediction going Abuba way, not surprising there.
No, really not. I think Abuba has a lot of players that came over from the Russian cluster. We see the FC near you, very famous person in the competitive scene. And Kindergarten, though having performed really good, we will have to see if they can hold up to the RU server standards.
I mean, Niu is the team captain and is more likely a caller and helping in the tactics, but the actual main caller and the FC himself is positive. And that's actually interesting to see what this Abuba team can do. They have a pretty good challenge to start with, and they could be possibly the team that we expect to defeat Inville and defeat it for a year in those tournaments. So that's going to be interesting. We're going to be having the match starting shortly, but just before that, we have to hear what our casters have to say. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Well, hello there and welcome in the Displate Casters Corner. I'm being joined here by Daki and yeah, exactly, the analysts outlined already. This is going to be a very, very interesting tournament moving forward. What are your thoughts on that one?
Well, I'm an Insane on this one. I'm curious to see what Abuba can do against Inville, because in group stages they did defeat Inville on 3-1, but Inville, you know, saying they had some connection issues on the server, saying that played a part and it was 3-1. We'll see if it makes a significant difference when they meet each other, if of course Abuba can defeat the first hurdle, which is Kindergarten. I think in general, when I spied at the predictions, we were all in favor of Abuba. I think that is fair. They also have the FC Positive, like Insane said, who did win the last CIS tournament as well. So they have a lot of knowledge there. They have a lot of solid players. They were very good in the quali, very good in the group stages as well. And now, of course, Key Hand, because they are playing on press accounts. They also have all the tanks, right? Because for Abuba, not every single one of their players, for example, had a 279, let's say. So when they played Fisherman's Bay, they were playing with a lot of chieftains. Now, what can they do with full accounts is an interesting one.
Yeah, exactly. I think it should also be outlined that the majority of that team, obviously transferred from the former CIS cluster, is actually Ukrainian, because the rule is in place that per team you're only allowed to have 1 legionnaire from Russia and or Belarus. So we'll have to see how that one actually pans out moving forward. We did already say that in the group stage they actually had a very, very good showing, being top of their group.
Yeah, maybe we'll see an A team at some point. I would be kind of excited to see a flip.
Stack didn't make it through, so...
To be honest though, I think OP wasn't even there for half their matches, which is a very important thing. And there wasn't really an NA team either. Like, they had some players from NA. Core was still EU though. I would like to see them make a full team and what they can do with it.
And now the kindergarten team, they are also no slouches. I mean, they did make it to the upper bracket after all. I believe they were second in their group. That's why why they are now meeting the head of their group. Basically, here you can see the team captain Sam, and then obviously basically a mix of international players coming into this one. I think a lot of Germans, but yeah, just all over Europe with that one.
Yeah, it's like all over Europe. It was like Spanish, Hungarian, German. They had a little bit of everything and everywhere. And then, like you said, for this Abuba team, almost all of them Ukrainians actually playing in this tournament. And, you know, in the qualies as well. Now we have one team, which is Abuba, that is consistent of transferred players from the CIS cluster. But even in the qualies, there was a few of those teams, Ukrainian teams, that showed really good individual skill, which was pretty neat to see actually from them. And I expect to see a few more coming out in the future.
I mean, to call a few names out, basically the team of XBS and also I think the team of Unity, both were very, very strong teams. So in the future, as soon as they have adjusted to maybe the EU meta or the EU maps, I expect to see more of them. I think the level of gameplay that we are going to see in all tournaments moving forward is going to be higher. Map picks and bans now, and I love the moving card assets, by the way. Ensk and Cliff being taken out respectively. We are going to hop directly into Sand River, then Fisherman's Bay, and if it comes to the Prokhorovka and Himmelsdorf would be the tiebreaker. Some might ask, why is Himmelsdorf banned and also the tiebreaker? That is because the tiebreaker is basically determined in a separate pick and ban with all the maps that didn't get picked or that got banned before.
Yeah, exactly. So Himmelsdorf, they're a good tiebreaker. Sand River, a historic 1-1 map, I would say still. Fisherman's Bay, a map where you can take a 2-0, especially since the changes in the city have made, city and middle, of course, make a very big difference for the way teams can play on that map. So we'll have to see how that works out, but it has been a lot different in qualies and groups than what the usual Fisherman's Bay is. And then Prokhorovka, of course, we have to see how that one plays out with the map changes as well on Prokhorovka. We'll have to see.
Yeah, exactly. That being said, also, obviously, I will take this opportunity to thank Displate for graciously sponsoring this event, actually. They are providing a lot of the prize money. Yeah, you have it behind you as well. I actually have some Displates here with me.
I can't point properly.
So yeah, you will be able to get those in the future, but if that one isn't enough for you, we actually have, 1 second please, we have that one in bigger. I hope it's going to fit in the frame here. And
yeah, it does.
Yeah,
I like.
I
mine.
mean, there has been basically a long-standing collaboration with them. We also have some from basically like 2 years ago, and they have, I believe, over 1.3 million displays, out of which you can basically pick and choose. I think if you verify as basically a creator there, you can also upload your own designs. And we currently have a code with which until November 15th you will be able to get up to 38% discount. I believe that code is WOT32. So please check out their stuff, and thanks again to them for sponsoring the tournament.
Yeah, they have awesome stuff. I'm pretty sure somebody from the moderator team will post the code again in chat if you do want to check it out. Lots of different stuff. It's not only tanks related. There's literally anything you could imagine. Like you saw behind me, the space team, John Wick team, movie team, tanks team, anything you could imagine. So plenty of choices for everybody.
Exactly. That being said, let's go back to the matter at hand, to the match in between Kendra and Abuba. I believe the teams are readying up as of now. What do you expect from both of these teams going into this one? Obviously, the Sand River being the first map, being a 1-1 map, does that suggest to you that both of those teams sort of think they're evenly matched, or how do you think the psychology works there?
I think it's just the map itself lends itself towards 1-1. Even with the changes, it still feels like the East usually has an advantage. I mean, every map has kind of a preferred side, some maps more than others, and in this case, Sand River is kind of one of those maps where you should win from the east. But then again, you also have the thing though, if you do manage to lose from the eastern side, you are in a scenario where you have to win your defense from the other side. So many things can happen there. And then scoreline predictions. Toxic going for a 4-3 for Abuba. Kihan Insane for a 4-2 for Abuba. And me for a 4-1 for Abuba.
Exactly. Now, you mentioned some of the map changes. Basically, I would say all of those are favoring the western part of the map. That is still the defending side. But we'll have to see about this, because in the group stages we basically saw some defenses where the defending team did not commit towards that south, which is sort of the standard thing to do. But instead went north and just, let the time run out, and were successful with that. I would love to see that explored throughout this tournament further by other teams, but in the end there is nothing like a good old South Brawl. Okay, going into this one now. Abuba bringing 1279, 1 EBR, 1 STRV, and the rest is just 12 chieftains.
And Kinder, on the other hand, with the 4 CS and 11 chieftains behind that. So light advantage here for Abuba. We have to see how they utilize that light compared to the Kinder's 4 CSs that also provide them with a lot of map control immediately. And you can see Abuba straight up, don't care, going towards the K-line with everybody almost, except for, I think, no, basically everybody. No, actually one chief stays in the base. And Kinder in return, they are going to go towards the middle, might be trying to snipe the crossing here, or pushing straight down, actually just hiding.
Yeah, they do seem to be committing towards the middle. That being said, not really committing, they're just all standing there waiting for something, and indeed they immediately get some damage on the cross here, while the Abuba team does continue to take that K-line here, where only 2 tanks from Kinder are actually going as of right now. Zavistar and 1 more. They should be careful here, because otherwise they might be free pickups. Kinder, on the other hand, they have started booking it down middle.
Yeah, pushing with a lot of tanks down middle though for Kinder here. And Zavi and Tarks just forced to run away when there is 3, 6, I think 8 chieftains pushing down here for Kinder. But I don't think that Abuba is going to stop here at any given point, and they're just going to continue driving down.
Yeah, Neo is now going to spot all of those chieftains, and you can see those newly added rocks are actually slowing down the advance quite significantly. That being said, Kinder is not done yet. They're just over-pushing, and in come those CSs from the north here, immediately starting to trade against Positive. That is 3 guns versus 2 right now, and the chieftains should be able to support from behind.
Yeah, Positive and Beast here, they know that they have to continue playing forward because there's chieftains coming from behind. They're trying to hold up these CSs, but Sani, Yozi are going to be able to pick this up. Sirik now trying to survive as well by playing Ring Around the Rosie with the chieftains from Kinder, who are just continuously driving through. And so far, so good actually for Abuba. They need to make sure they kill Zavi and Tarks, but they're definitely going to be on the cap much earlier than the boys from Kinder are going to be. Zavi and Tarks facing off against Skittle, Nico, and Marinka. And you can see Abuba now already with the tanks on the cap. And yeah, on the HP and tanks, it's even, but down for the tanks department. For Abuba, this is still pretty much chillings. I mean, finally the cap gets started for Kinder. But this middle push takes so long compared to a K-line push that never stops. And as a result, we can see 12 seconds left on the cap now. The CS pushing in from Sem, trying to get a decap. He might get one. Nervox might get one in his chieftain as well. More resets coming out. They need to block off Nervox now, but only 2 on the cap for Kinder still, now trailing in HP as well. And I think, Kihan, that Abuba might just about have this near you dying by falling off a cliff though, but there's still the EBR as well. Nervox not coming back in. Actually though, there was a reset, Kihan. The EBR is going to have to reset, or Kinder's going to run away with it.
Exactly, because Kinder is defending. If both of the caps complete, this would actually mean that Kinder, yeah, he missed. And I don't think there is any more reset possibilities. This means that both caps are going to complete, and it's actually going to be a win for Kinder, as they were the defending team here with that draw. So that last reset by the EBR, by Rambo not coming in, basically costing Abuba the game, and we find ourselves at a 1-0 for Kinder.
I really thought Abuba had it there. They allowed the CS. I mean, I think they drove on the camp, and maybe too many in the beginning, because they drove past with quite a few and then put everybody on the cap instead of straight blocking. Maybe a small mistake there. That cost them the game, and the EBR missing at the end. And near you also falling off and dying if he gets one more reset. Now, that's all Abuba needs, one more reset. And I think normally the way the game plays out, because they're that much earlier in the camp, they should have it. But apparently not.
did not work out like that in the end, and I think we can take a look at the post-battle results to confirm what we already know, that basically this was a victory by Cap for the team of Kinder. On the other hand, I mean, yeah, near you, he's top damage, but like he died in a crucial
I mean,
position where he fell off.
I think he might have also just dropped off because he was gonna die. We didn't see that part. You know what I'm saying? Like, it doesn't 100% mean that he already took 5 pens. He did not have much HP left.
I think it was like 800 or something, yeah.
It could be that he felt like he had to drop. But yeah, I think the thing there is for Abuba, and what is a kind of a missing point, there is a way, I don't think they left the chieftain behind it like case 6, you know, where the hold on is. Because you just have kind of free shots on the cap, you can push up and play hold on and reset, and then the EBR just has to spot. Normally speaking, in a normal scenario, Abuba wins this, but like I said, they lost from the East, which is still the favorite side by almost everybody, which now means that they have a hard job, which is defending from the West.
Exactly. So on the eastern side, they are gonna have to take an L here, unfortunately for them. That being said, sides are gonna be switched now. It's going to be Abuba defending, Kinder attacking, and we'll have to see how exactly they come. Yeah, how exactly they are mentally able to recover from this, Abuba, that is, because like I think they have sort of the same assessment than you do. Basically that they had this and they just didn't play it out.
They should have.
Yeah, and they just didn't play it out properly in the end. So yeah, going into a match and immediately losing one game because of your own fault, that is not the greatest way to start a tournament.
It isn't, but you know, it's not all over yet. It's not a best of 5 key, you know. So it's not even a worry if they lose the next round. Of course, they don't want to. But the probability is definitely there because Kinder is not a bad team, and Abuba has been doing a lot of K-line pushes from the West, which is kind of hard to pull off successfully. We saw Inville almost do it against Abuba in groups, actually, but I wouldn't say it's a very reliable thing.
Yeah, I think Inville only lost that round because they basically had a chieftain that got Emeracked in 2 shots, and it was super close at the end. So they might as well have done it there. Yeah, we'll just have to take a look at the lineups, and here they are. Abuba with a 260, triple 279, 1 STRV, 1 CS, and that leaves 9 chiefs.
Yeah, 9 chieftains behind that. Well, Kinder has an EBR, an STRV, 1 CS, and 12 chieftains behind it.
So definitely, I guess, mobility and also light take advantage immediately switching over to Kinder here. Abuba obviously with more combat tanks because of this. And I really like that all the teams are now starting to take an STRV into the mix. Basically what that tank does is it does not get overmatched by all of those chieftains because basically they don't have calibers greater than 120 millimeters. It does get overmatched by the 260s and the 279s though with AP. And yeah, for a chieftain, an STRV is just not what you want to see. Sem though in the EBR taking a shot immediately.
As EBR getting spotted out, takes a shot, and you can see Abuba here not going for the K-line engagement, which I like from them because when they tried it against Inville, they got absolutely battered, bruised, deleted. Let's put it that way. They're playing for the north side of the map here, this kind of defense that you're talking about. And the good thing about playing for this kind of defense is that you, well, if you cross slightly more left where near you and Lancelot is, you don't take a single shot. So donating some HP to an enemy team is not ideal, but the good thing about this defense is key that you immediately waste a minute from the enemy team because you can see the timer. It's 8:45 at this moment in time, so you've already taken away a minute and 15 seconds. With 10 minutes, 10% of your time being gone, it can count. When you play a defense like this, as an attacker, it forces you to make quick moves. You cannot be too complacent. You cannot just sit here in the base either for too long, because when you do that, you start getting an issue that you run out of time. So you have to make your move kind of early, like 6 to 5 minutes mark is usually where you decide to go. And a very crucial position here, actually, for the Abuba team is this 279 and D2. I don't know if you've ever seen it, you probably have, but the Raid team also used this in the past. He's very, very annoying to deal with.
And the thing is also that basically the pressure is now, first of all, onto Kinder to make a move. That much is very obvious. But the problem that they are faced with as well is basically where do we push? Because on both sides, that means the 1 line and the 0 line, they basically have to push through a choke point. They have to push through like some narrow area where they can be crossfired after. So yeah, that's why we see Josi here slowly and cautiously probing the area, but obviously against a hull-down Chieftain, against a hull-down 260, against an STRV staring in his face, he's not really going to get a lot done, and I think that's why he sort of picks a bit of distance, because they don't really have that much info, Kindred that is. They did see a lot of Chieftains and the 260 probably crossing over towards A0, but that is sort of it, right? There's 1279 spotted in F1, where actually we see a push on the minimap. That being said, though, a push also by the side of Abuba, exploding with action onto Josi.
Yeah, Josi there in the CS, you said he's not spotted. Does Dalconix get set on fire? Yes, he does in that 260. Very prone to it. You see Abuba here. It's only a slight push. It's not too much of an overcommitment. It's just enough to kill the CS, to pressure Jibo in his Chieftain as well. And you could say Kinder's positions there. The CS, the Chieftain, not really ready for this. Josi is surviving though, but they already got the Chieftain of Jibo in return. And now it is serious trouble for Kinder, because when Josi falls, which he will at some point, somebody's going to pick him up. They cannot push the base. And again, this time thing comes into effect where it's now 6 minutes. And near you, Rambo and his 260 friend of Dalconix, they are, you know, they left Josi alive. Ooh. He's on 11 HP. Yeah, well, one more shot will do it. And even a cheat, near you picks it up. They do trade for that. But it's more about the positions they've taken. They've killed the CS, they've killed the Chieftain, and they cannot push the base. There is zero chance that they're pushing the base here for the side of Abuba. Even if near you, Rambo and Dalconix die, it's fine. Like, the entire north side of the map has been lost for Kinder. And the bigger fact is that they have like 6 tanks sitting in the base for this. Usually when you do this kind of push, you, like for 1-2, you almost do it with your entire team. Not like a limited push. Because now with 5 minutes 30 left, HP is even, Abuba is up in tanks. This is disaster for Kinder.
I would like to highlight the bush that Sam has though. That's a super aggressive bush, and he will indeed see a lot of rotations that are going to come in. And indeed, also Marinka there in the base, slowly bleeding HP in his 279, but there is another full HP 279 behind him, and C2 is absolutely stacked with Abuba tanks, and I don't really see a realistic way in the eastern part of the map here at their own cap where Kinder could actually push and not bleed incredible amounts of HP for that one. So Kinder sort of stuck here right now, and they have half the game's time to basically decide how to get the game moving again, essentially.
Yeah, but Kinder cannot do anything. I mean, they have to group up and push 1-2.
And they would be driving into so many guns, and hidden there almost in the minimap. They're serious in the STRV that could also be raining down hell, basically, from where he is. Now, Nervox and Skirpy, both of them trying to take a look at what Marinka is doing, but all of that is basically just running down the time.
Yeah, man, they haven't even figured out that Diavol is in the position that he is. You see Diavol on the left there on D2. He's a very crucial factor into holding the base. He's behind a rock, so if you push past, he just farms you for free from behind. And you cannot kill him. And I don't think he's even revealed himself, so even if they were ready to push 1-2, you see Diavol there. I think that's the main part. Yeah. When you push past, he just resets you the whole time, and you can only really kill him from behind.
Yeah, I mean, like all of those chieftains there are also Dryza, Skittles, Copia. They're going to be hull down against any kind of base push that is supposed to happen. Rambo now dropping down to 5 HP, but all of that slow trading that we are seeing here right now, while Abuba might be taking more damage here, they're actually up in HP regardless, and you can see Rambo now basically trying to make a hull down for his 2 buddies here, but overall, like, they're just doing a super good job of just keeping a stranglehold onto Kinder, and, well, they have the whole of the south to rotate, but little, if anything, has it done for them so far.
You know how a python slowly strangles its prey? Yeah. This is Abuba right now. They're slowly strangling Kinder on the defense where they're supposed to have no map control. Rambo will make a shield for Nearyu and Dalconix, and it's important to pay attention here. Nearyu, Dalconix, and Crespix and Nico Heinz will be the only tanks left on this side. Everything else, oh, Diavol did get spotted out. Everything else will focus on 1-2. And you have double, triple to 7-9, a bunch of Chieftains and STRV, and a CS ready for this.
Yeah, and I think
if you push this, if you repush North, they just push 1-2. If you push this, you just die.
And I think Nico Heinz and the other chieftain from the middle should also be able to somewhat support onto the 1-2 line if they actually get pushed here. Now Beast taking another HE, but like that is 35 damage, and in the grand scheme of things, is he really going to need his gunner that much? Probably not, because they're going to be up and close in his face.
He also has Brothers in Arms, right? No, Jack of all
Yeah,
trades,
they do have Jack of all trades. So
the Amorak he might need, though.
yeah, the Amorak is going to be more important moving forward. An HE Amorak onto Beast would actually be detrimental.
But the Chieftains, even the Chieftains left, by the way. The Chieftains at D7, they also just left unspotted. So everybody from Abuba is ready for this. I'm gonna be honest, Key, I believe in miracles, but I'm not sure if I believe in this miracle, because now comes the Kinder push. Mirak leading the charge, already taking 1-2 Floki, Nervox Curie, now pushing past. They're still gonna have to pick up Beast and Marinko, and I don't know, they're Floki already, minus a lot, down to a 2-shot, and they won't even seem to reach the base. Marinka's even pushing up, he's not giving himself up for free here. Diavol now getting pressured, but you can see the push gets halted, Crespix goes down, but in return, Kinder has lost nearly everybody that made this push. Is now Ziki, aka Nervox, is forced down into the hole. Diavol still facing their positive from above, and Kihan, it's not looking pretty here for Kinder on this attack. With 1 minute and 17 seconds left, I don't think they're breaking this wall.
Yeah, no, they're, I think, breaking their own head, trying to batter it against the wall here. As also in the east, we see now a push. Little, if anything, is that going to matter. The majority of tanks by both sides that are still remaining are focused up at the Abuba cap here, and now a repush getting called for the side in pink here. Beast is going to lead that one, as he's still pretty healthy in his 279. Yes, Skirpy also does have HP, but what he doesn't really have anymore is allies, and what his team doesn't have anymore is HP to work with.
Good stuff though from Abuba on this defense, not going for a K-line, and I think Kinder was very, how to say, slow there. Not decisive enough either. They did get spotted on 1-2, pushing up, and Abuba then sprung their north repush, like from B7 and B0, and I would say Yozi and Jibo were really not in good positions for this. I mean, Yozi survived, but he immediately dropped down to low HP, and in return, even for this push-off from Abuba, Kinder could not react by pushing 1-2, because they simply didn't have enough tanks there to push down 1-2. Like, they just didn't have enough for it.
So overall, good stuff from Abuba. That sort of north-style defense that I mentioned, basically coming in full effect here. They played that one out beautifully. And the thing is, over time, the more time passes, basically the more tanks you can just take and put them near your own cap again, pun not intended. Because basically, realistically, what is the enemy going to do? With like 2 minutes left, they cannot do an east push anymore, because they wouldn't be even close to the cap when it really mattered. So it was kind of obvious at the end where they were, Kinder, that is, where they were going to push, and Abuba just super ready for that. Yes, Koma did get a lot of damage out with his STRV, but just tactic-wise, it wasn't enough from Kinder this time.
Yeah, the only thing that really to critique there for Abuba is their crossing to the north in the beginning, because the way they crossed, if you drive like 20 meters more left, right, there is basically like a hold on, and the tanks from the base don't shoot anything.
Yeah, the thing is though, like it has been a theme, in my opinion, on the former CIS cluster, basically, that teams didn't mind giving up even a lot of HP if they got positions in return that
but
they
you can
felt.
take the position without.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know what their reasoning for it was, but basically the point I'm trying to make is it has been a theme in the past that they were really willing to give up HP if they got positions for that from which they felt there was no coming back from for the enemy. That being said, Sand River, you called it a 1-1 map. Just not in the way both of us.
Just not really not the way I expected Sun River to be a 1-1, you know.
Yeah. That means Fisherman's Bay is coming up next. And while I think that the map is still pretty defense-sided, at least in the group stage, we have seen a lot of upsets regarding that notion, where basically the attacking teams were able to find openings and basically to take the games.
Well, straight into Fisherman's Bay, though, which is a map, again, with a lot of changes, so teams still figuring out how to play this. The city has been changed, the middle part has been changed as well, and what this really matters is mainly for aggressive middle pushes, because the ridges are now quite far and pretty hold down at the end of it. Aggressive middle pushes are not favorable anymore because they just don't work. You have to go very far to actually be able to shoot the tanks in middle, and they also have the houses to play behind. So this changes really the way for defense because they can't go aggressive anymore. They can try, and City also gets spotted really early. Now, Abuba, in this regard, is bringing an E3, an EBR, double chief, and 11 279s.
For Kinder, on the other hand, we also have an EBR. Then Koma once again rocking that STRV. We have one STB, interesting choice, triple chief, and the rest is also going to be 279s.
Yeah, the rest 279s. Kinder is defending here in the beginning. The STB is going to play either A1 or next to the rock on B2 to counter D1. And you can see Kinder here in the beginning just aiming with all their tanks. This is an advanced classic. Abuba should not be giving up anything for this.
Exactly 40,000 HP, by the way, for Abuba.
Clean. But yeah, the STB is indeed going to be playing at the rock at B2. Sem does get spotted out. Little might even get like a little bit of an advantage here, no pun intended. If he can respot Sem, Sem has to run away. Little now does get spotted out. No damage taken on either of the two.
Ooh, Little does take a shot. Good shooting by, I believe, the SRV, judging by the alpha with which he was hit. But Yosi, though, in turn, also taking a lot of damage in his 279, below 2k HP now. And yeah, I think that trade still sort of favoring Kinder, just because the EBR is such a crucial tank to have full HP, and now we see Sem in the city does get spotted here. We'll have to see if he takes a shot of damage, as he does. Ooh, big damage onto Sem, down to 308 HP. He needs to bow out of that one, but he did spot that push that is coming by Abuba.
Yeah, and the positions at A5, normally you're supposed to tap somebody on the crossing for Kinder, and they haven't done that. Now, Abuba is going to establish a very deep position here and pressure across the middle at the same time. The only thing I'm seeing from Abuba, which is maybe missing, is a pressure across to E4, to the E4 building, but they are pressuring Floki, they are pressuring Zavistar there, and now Kinder is reinforcing, but they're trailing the whole time. I mean, Sem being on a one-shot is very important here for the side of Abuba. Diavolder taking a lot of damage from the middle, though. Needs to be careful in that position in his 279. Don't know exactly if Abuba can provide crossfire onto Floki and Zavistar here, but they have taken very deep positions, and they got a lot of info out of this as well. I'm just a little worried about Diavolder. I think they could snipe off his cupolas.
I mean, he's sort of wiggling back and forth now, trying to seek shelter behind the house, the indestructible one. And now we see a rotation coming in from Abuba. They have established Diavol there, and they are going to rotate around with a lot of their 279s that probably all have Bond turbos. And now, though, a repush getting called by Kinder here. Diavol down to 1142, and this is sort of catching Abuba off guard here with their pants down, because all of the other 279s are just gone.
Yeah, and that was a crucial spot there coming out from Sem on a one-shot to see the 279s rotating for the side of Abuba. I mean, they do pick up Diavol here. It was an even trade still, though, for Abuba. Even with them having a free push on, it was even for Abuba. They did a lot of damage back towards the Chieftains in return. And again, I will say that I feel like Abuba is missing pressure on towards E4 here to crossfire these 279s and get more angles. We can see now Positive taking position here, Dark's taking two. Maybe Positive is able to counter those 279s in the middle as well. And gotta say, I mean, Kinder is kind of locked in this A8 corner. I'm not sure if they can rotate out without being spotted. And now Floki and Zavistar. Yeah, but I think Positive is crossfiring these guys, like Floki and Zavistar. This is the issue with these really passive defenses now, is that you can get locked in the middle and there's still potential. When you push up that far, they can push up to you and kill you. And now with Kinder, you're stuck in A8, where they can rotate. Of course, that's true, Key. But you are so split away from each other. Like, you're just so split.
Also, as of right now, as both teams are... finally, we do see that pressure towards E4 that you mentioned, Beast and Kopia both being rotated. How do you feel about the pick of the STB as to compare to the 1-1B, for example?
Yeah, but the STB there is for a specific purpose. Yeah, the STB next to the rock in B2 is to counter the Chieftain trying to peek at D1 to shoot the 279s. He's there for a very, very specific reason. So, like, it's not comparable in that regard. Like, 1-1B is a sniper. I think if you want to compare, Key, the choice here, you would compare the SRV to the 1-1B. And the SRV, for the way Kinder is set up, is simply superior because he is able to just shoot on spotted Crest.
Once again, on the Crespix and near you. I think Crespix even got cracked.
I think one of the Kinder guys just shot Chibo in the back of his turret. Because he lost 400 HP and I wouldn't know how.
Right, Kopiat now taking a bit of damage from the tanks that are basically set up in A1 here. But yeah, that E4 pressure that you mentioned is coming in together with basically a one-line push that's coming out from Abuba. Obviously, they're gonna take some shots for this. We'll have to see how far they're actually willing to commit in. Little there, caught a little with his EBR in the lower side here, but now the tanks have arrived. Are they gonna overpush Tox is the question.
I think they'll group up first. I think they really need to just start winning the middle here. I would assume that they would go for that first, but they are grouping on 1-2. They have 4 minutes, Toki. They can't rotate back to the city. I think they're waiting for near you, Crespa, and Skittle to pressure Zavistar and Floki before they make their next move. But so far, Kinder is in good positions. They've evened out the HP deficit, and we'll see. I mean, it's all onto Abuba now. The 1-2 push and middle combination. Is it going to work out? Marinka comes around the corner, takes a lot of damage. Starks blows up, though. Now the middle pressure comes out as well from Abuba at the same time. They want to overrun these tanks. They have Nervox on the side as well. Dry is pushing up to take down Floki, to take down Zavistar. And Key, this middle is super important because it crossfires every angle into 1-2 as well. If the SRV would get spotted at some point, they'll get shots on this as well. But look at the shots, though, from Kinder coming out. They are putting crossfires themselves. They are trying to take down these guns over peaking, and Kinder now up 5,000 HP, might be able to just hold this.
Yeah, exactly. Kinder only having lost one gun with Tox here right now. Floki and Zavistar hanging on by a thread with 60 and 209 HP regardless. Floki finally does bite the dust, but the shots just raining in from everywhere by Kinder are just chewing through Abuba's HP, who are now trailing by what feels like 8k. Yes, they finally have established the middle positions for themselves, so they will be able to crossfire rotations, but I don't really think that Kinder actually needs to do any rotations, as we see Banta and Yosi now with the repush onto Neko and Marinka. Marinka is probably going to fall rather soonish here, and then Banta should have the HP advantage over Neko to secure this one here in the one line.
Yeah, this 1-2 repush here is going to work out for Kinder, who, because of Stem surviving on a one-shot, had the info of the tanks. If Stem would have died there earlier, they would have been very split away from each other and been in troubles to support both sides. But now they had the spot early of the 279s leaving. I think Abuba should have even just like left them there, the three of them, so that Kinder is split. But you could see the rotation. They reinforce 1-2. The SRV never gets spotted. They have a lot of tanks still crossfiring the middle. And I think Abuba put maybe a little bit too much emphasis on killing Zavi and Floki. And we can see the result of this. I mean, Kinder chilling with 2 minutes 30 left.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they're probably even going to explore the option of just killing all enemy vehicles, because apart from the EBR that is also spotted right now, just everyone from Abuba is in the middle here. Crespix, the next one to bite the dust. And yeah, also Beast on a one-shot, Kopiat on a two-shot. There is just no coming back from this. Kinder has the individual skill to just play this one out. And to be honest, they could just, at this point, probably take the hands off their keyboard and off their mice and, you know, just wait it out.
Yeah, they can already start speaking about the next game, actually, where they're going to have to be doing the attacking on Fisherman's Bay. They won their defense. Again, if Sam dies there, Key, when he got spotted driving towards the city, I think it's game over off of that.
Yeah, the timing of the spots with the 279s rotating was what killed basically Direwall there on the 9 line, completely off. And from that on out, Sam just playing a crisp and clean game.
I mean, It's over.
Yeah.
It's 1 minute 30 left. It is over. I mean, even Abuba will probably be speaking about their defense now because this attack has flunked. Let's put it that way.
And yeah, I mean, also if we take a look at the positions, Little is not going to be able to do anything anymore in regards of information game because he doesn't have info on Sem. He's on one shot. He was just now able to repair his Emmerich. And in the middle, all of those tanks, yes, they do have good positions to shoot the enemies, but they don't have spots right now onto anything, so they're not going to be able to achieve much from there anymore. And you can see it's actually the tanks from Kinder that are continuously on reload because they're trying pot shots into those tanks by Abuba in the middle. Little trying to go on a little adventure, but if anything, it's going to net him a quick way to the garage, possibly. We'll see about the timing against Sem.
Little against Sem, the true 1v1 here. Little driving past, doesn't spot Sem, Sem doesn't spot Little.
Story of the
We
game.
don't see it. Oh, now Little spots Sem. Who gets the shot here first? Little unspotted. 1v1 of the ages. Little wins it, but 18 seconds left. He's gonna bring it. Never mind.
That was achieved. But yeah, 10 seconds left, and Abuba and Kinder are, you said it, probably already focusing on the next round where it's going to be Abuba defending. They're probably not too worried because, first of all, it's a best of 7, and second of all, they are going to be defending on Fisherman's Bay in the coming round. Same can be said about Kinder, so I guess solid defense from the international team.
Yeah, solid defense there. Sam the savior of this round to spot the rotations, and that's one of the new little things that you can do on Fisherman's Bay is you can spot the city. I mean, you could do it before from the bushes, but now you can do it from the very far back where Sam was to control how much is crossing backwards and forwards, so you can make your rotations according to it. And yeah, good defense from Kinder coming out. Command top damage in the SCRV 3.7k. The SCB actually doing 3.6 as well, and a few zeros on the Abuba team.
Yeah, I mean, when you're driving in with 279s that probably have HP, turbo, and Rama or something like that, no, I don't think I saw configs on the Abuba team. Then sometimes you just don't hit your shots. It's just going to be the way it is. And yeah, good job by Koma, once again being top damage on his team, and the STB surprisingly working out very, very well here. Also, the thing is he has 3.7k damage. Also, Banter there, 3.7 and 4 kills. And basically, as soon as you rack up a lot of kills, that means probably some of your alpha damage goes to waste. So he would have probably even done more than Koma.
I mean, you always expect the SCRV to be top damage, though.
I mean, that's what the tank is for in the end.
Yeah, it's like if an SCRV is top damage, wow, congratulations. You did. You know what I mean? Like if a 279 or a Chieftain does like 7k, they did incredible, right? But if a 1-1B or an SCRV does like 4k, you're like, yeah, well, it's really what you're supposed to do. It's almost impossible to miss with the SCRV on that range.
Alright, so for the second time in this matchup now, basically, Kinder clawing ahead here, able to secure 1 point over Abuba. We'll have to see if they are able to pull it back as they have done before. But yeah, both of those, like the first round that Abuba lost basically was on themselves, and the second one, do you think it was on themselves, or were the reactions by Kinder just on point?
I think it was both. Kinder reacted well, and Abuba didn't respect the fact that they got spotted from the city enough. I think it would have been better to group, because they already pushed across as well on the middle. I think it would have been better to group and do a full city push, because they know they had some tanks locked there from Kinder, and Kinder still needs to respect 1-2 lines, so needs to leave a few there. You group and push the city. You just roll over them.
Alright, so far only defensive wins. That is, at least after Sand River, kind of surprising. Fisherman's Bay, not as much as we mentioned, but I think we should be able to hop into that match fairly quickly, and then we'll see what the lineups are there.
I mean, it won't be too much different from the last game between these two. It's just that 279 is the best tank for this. It has HP, armor, with a fine gun on top of it. So, Abuba, a Badger actually, a E3, double Chieftain, and EBR, and the rest 279s. And Kinder, on the other hand,
they do bring once again Sem, the MVP of last round, in the EBR. Then we have 1 E3, quadruple Chieftain, and that leaves 9 279s. So Badger, actually quite of an interesting pick. Obviously, it does have DPM for days. What it doesn't have, though, is penetration, raw penetration. I think it's something like 320. So against 279s, you actually need to hit the cupolas if he's straight up facing towards you. We'll have to see. Obviously, if he goes to A1 and then is above the 279s, then the angles might work in his favor. But still, the lacking penetration of the Badger comparably is going to prove a challenge if he has to fight against 279s frontally.
And so far, Kinder just starting off slow and steady, not committing anything immediately. And Abuba, that's a lot of tanks towards 1-2 though. The majority of their team being there. And Kinder just split in the beginning, trying to hold off any push.
Kinder, pretty passive approach here, first of all, to their attack. Dreiser now getting spotted. Sem getting spotted in return, does manage to evade the shot. And now Nervox is going to get pushed up in his Chieftain there to sort of, establish map control, establish a bit of pressure possibly even. And yeah, he's going to be able to side scrape off the rock, use the bush, and then he should be able to at least generate the knowledge that there is no repush by Abuba coming out. So,
but Abuba, I mean, why would they push down here? They have no reason, right? Why would they push down? It doesn't gain them anything. It's only like a gain for them. Like if you play like Walk does, remember where you play full 1-2, but they're not playing full 1-2, so they have no gain from pushing down. They will just hold. They also have, of course, the EBR, and like because he controls the spots from the city.
Exactly. He's probably in sort of almost the same bush that Sam was last round, and we have seen how effective that information game can be if you react accordingly. They are trying to blind him, though. They probably have a rough idea as to where he is. Someone in the middle maybe got spotted and was like, hey, I didn't spot anything in return. Must be the EBR. So, yeah, Kindo so far with a very, very slow, I guess if you want to highlight it positively, you would say with a very methodical approach, but we'll have to see if that one actually works out. And now we see basically the split by Abuba is going to be 1 TD on either side, and then probably with the 279s and the Chieftains, they would be able to rotate around.
Nice blind though.
Oh,
onto
good blind
Sam.
onto Sam. The thing that Abuba does not have really, which is a bit surprising to me because that position is very crucial, is they don't really have anything in mid save 1-2-7-9.
Yeah, but like if you look at Beast's position, he could also spot the city if he plays left of it, but he's very safe. And we already saw earlier as well that when you play middle, you can get overpushed. But what are these 3-2-7-9s from Abuba doing on A2, A3? Nico Hines and his friends, why are they sitting exactly there?
They are probably supposed to punish the middle, if it comes to that. I couldn't really imagine anything else. Or what are they? Are they sitting in the hole? Then I guess their job is not to get spotted right now. Who is going to get
middle?
Yeah, Bunter is getting spotted though, does immediately take damage for this one. Dreiser and Sirius in turn getting spotted. Dreiser actually taking a lot of damage, should play this one safer probably, and this is springing the 279s into action.
Yeah, the 279s are now reinforcing Skittle, Crespix, Kopiat, and Nico Hines coming here. And I gotta say, I don't think this push for Kinder has much potential. They might want to pick up just Dries there, but how much are you gonna... I mean, Sirok is getting crossfired from the middle, by the way. That's why that position is not that safe for a Chieftain. They might pick up Dries here, but is that really a trade that is that good by itself? I mean, Near You is still farming away in his Badger, and the damage that they're taking, Dries is yet still standing on 1.4. They have to kill him to make this even remotely worthwhile.
Yeah, exactly. And near you, I don't think he's even spotted there in the back. And we spoke about the DPM of the Badger, and as soon as he does
Sam's bush, though.
Yeah, Sam, he is in a very, very interesting bush. Gotta give it to him. I haven't seen an EBR there yet, but yeah, Dry is still on 334. They have resorted to basically HEing him down, but it's obviously costing them. Tarks finally able to pick up Dries here, and Sirius has basically resorted to going into a bush. That is a very, very interesting bush by Sam, though. I'm not even sure if I like it, to be honest.
I don't know if I like it either. I mean, it does spot an A-line rotation. However, I think the issue here for Abuba, for Kinder, is that there's no need to rotate for this Team Beast, though. Starting to take damage in his 279, even Floki pushing up and starting to pressure him. But like what I was going to say, Abuba does not need to cross over. here. They have enough tanks to defend in 1-2. They are starting to creep back up. Might want to punish Impact, Yozi, and others. Koma taking a big shell there as well. I mean, they will kill Beast. I would say they will kill Beast, but is that really going to change too much here? Like, you have 4 minutes and 47 seconds, Key. You still have to make a play on the Kinder side.
Beast now is going to fall here towards Nervox, and that is 2 unanswered kills by the side of Kinder, but they are by now down like 4k HP, and they only have 4.5 minutes to chew through 31,500 that Abuba still have, and they are still in very, very entrenched positions. Yeah, I mean, Sam's position there is I really don't know if I like it. Yes, it does spot the one line, but if it goes like badly for him, he could even get proxied or something.
I mean, but it's just not going to happen. I mean, Abuba is not going to push out Abuba's not going to push out of 1-2, and they're not going to push out of the city. And they have enough to defend both sides, which is right now the issue. I mean, Positive spotted the tanks coming into the city. Kinder, I don't know, Key. They have to put more tanks towards 1-2 or more tanks towards the city and push it. I mean, they have to stack one side. This split is not going to work, is my point. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Like, splitting is not going to do anything.
They need to make a decision, and they need to make it rather soonish. They still have those 279s in the middle that can support either side, but that also means that the 279s in the middle are not really contributing their HP to the fight, and they are not really, you know, sharing their HP when it comes to the push. And obviously on the 9-0 line, when it comes to like an E3, if I was a 279, I would be extremely afraid, because that is a lot of open ground to cross, and they don't even know about Rambo yet. They don't even know about Direwolf, and that is going to be crossfire moving forward as well.
I mean, they're starting to wrap around 1-2 line with a Chieftain there, which is a good play on the 3 line. But just the Chieftain is going to get crossfired by, I think, Lancelot from A6. I think he has shots if he goes up. So 1-2 is not an option here for Kinder, unless they pulled all of the tanks. I mean, they're gonna be forced to go here in a second, Key. They won't have a choice anymore. Yeah. I mean, the timer's ticking down.
Yeah, it does start with the push on the 9-0 line here, but they are going to find Direwolf now. They are going to engage him first, but this basically enables the E3 to put in nice shots from the side, and now they also find out about Rambo, they find out about Marinka, and yes, they do have 4 279s committed here, but until they are able to dig out that E3 and actually get up close and personal with him, it's not going to matter, as now we do see a repush on the 1-2 line by Abuba, who feel pressured into this play by the pressure coming out from Kinder on the 9-0 line.
I mean, Abuba also knows that the middle... Diavol's alive! By the way, in the meantime, Diavol survived this engagement because Abuba is pressuring back out of 1-2 because they see the 279 drive through the open from the middle. They know there's no crossfire, so they know they can at least take some better positions, like more established positions, so they're not all sitting in the hole here. But the fight here coming in, more tanks from Kinder reinforcing now. Skirpy goes down, Lancelot to follow, Rambo picks up Semen, the Ibiardo, Dalconix, Rambo, Marinka, they are dead. There is no escape for them, but the main issue here for Kinder is 1 minute and 46 seconds, and they still have to clean up the tanks in 1-2, Key. And I don't know how they're going to kill these tanks in 1-2. There are too many of them. There's a Badger at A1, which I guess should not be able to get spotted at any given point. And Banter fallen here as well to Skittle. Marinka still fighting, Rambo still fighting, and all this time the timer is ticking. 1 minute and 25 seconds, and you can see already Tark's Floki trying to move towards the 1-2 line. A good round there though from Mirak on towards Rambo. Marinka is now going to get picked up. Nico Heinz falling, Marinka falling. Can Kinder close it out? Because HP is even.
HP is indeed even, and Abuba are deeply entrenched here. 64 seconds left for the side of Kinder to actually make something work, and indeed Sir Jacob got pushed up in his E3. Positive is on a one-shot. That is crucial moving forward, because he probably won't really be able to escape anymore. And all of a sudden, Kinder here with 50 seconds on the clock are spotting near you, who is going to get tagged into the side. The E3 should also be able to penetrate the Badger, and 40 seconds, Ducky. I'm not entirely sure if Kinder will be able to pull it off, but they might as well at this point.
Yeah, they might at this point. 35 seconds left. It's a nail biter here. They are starting to cap though. If they get 3 on, they might be able to just cap it out, Kihan, because they have the time for that. I think there will have to be a reset here coming out from Abuba, and they need to use their full HPs for this, which is Skittle and Little. They're going to be forced to peek out and get a reset at this point in time, because 12 seconds left on the cap. Positive goes down. They need to get the resets here. They do get a reset, but is it enough? Back down to 20 seconds. Skittle needs to survive here. 6 seconds left. Abuba, with the skin of their teeth, is going to pull it off as the cap is not going to go through, and the timer picks off the win here for Kinder in the nick of time. Abuba making it 2-2, but that was not the way that you wanted this to go.
That was indeed not how you wanted it, and to be honest, if Kinder just pulls the trigger 20 seconds earlier, what happens then?
But this is an issue for Kinder.
Yeah.
They waited a long time to make their final move, Key.
Yeah, if
Abuba
20 more seconds and they do it, they're able to kill both of those remaining tanks then. So yeah, Abuba are able to put a point on the board here, but really struggling to do so on Fisherman's Bay defense. I guess we can take a look at the post-game stats to see how... I'm actually most interested in how the TDs did, and here we go. So basically, Near you able to farm 5k, but the E3 not really able to do a lot. 844. I guess he did all the shots that he could, but yeah, I would have expected more from the E3 actually.
I mean, he only had shots when they pushed him, though.
Mm.
So like, it's like, can he really do more?
I mean, he did penetrate all the shots that he hit, and the other ones were probably blind. So I guess he did as much as he could. And on the other side, we're probably gonna have some frowning faces after this round, as yeah, that one was close. And I guess Kinder there with the CSA problem of you know, just not executing soon enough. Because realistically, what did the waiting give them? Nothing. They weren't really passively generating HP advantage by trading better. They were just waiting and waiting for too long.
And that is not on, that's on, how do you say it? That is on the side of Kinder, though. Waiting a little bit too long to make the final move there. I mean, it was the correct one, pulling the tanks from the, like I said, they cannot just like, they have to stack one side, right? So they decided to stack 9-0 line at the end with the tanks from the middle, which was a good move, and pull back from 1-2 at the same time. So that's good by them. But yeah, it took them a little bit too long to get there at the end of the day. And the resets, you know, if they have 20 seconds more, they just flat out cap. Like they just cap. Because they, you know, they get the resets, but
yeah, and then they need to pick up, and they're basically peeking up into everyone, into Crossfire, and then they just die. But yeah, this way, basically, the scoreline is once more equalized, 2-2. And we are headed to the next map, Daki. We are headed towards Muro, another one that also got recent changes.
I will say though, Key, as much as you can feel that like Kinder, you know, should have won this game, right? I want to bring us back
round one.
Sand River 1, where Abuba really should have won in return. So, you know, it's a bit of a give and take in this regard.
Yeah, I would say... I guess the 2-2 really reflecting as to how the teams seem to be matched up right now. They seem to be evenly matched. Both of those with basically a sort of meme win that they shouldn't have gotten. But yeah, that equalizes it all out, and this leaves us with a map which will possibly decide this matchup, as either team only needs 2 more points to take the win. That being said, if we split it once more, we will be headed to Himmelsdorf.
We will indeed be headed to Himmelsdorf if they split once more. Abuba coming out with the SCRV again, the WBR, 7 chieftains and 5 to 7 9s, while Kinder on the other hand, key hand.
Kinder, on the other hand, they are bringing quadruple 279. Then we have 1 STRB as well, double EBR as well, and the rest is chieftains. So basically, we are trading 1 279 for 1 chieftain here.
So yeah, lineup's basically the same. The splits is what matters here. You can see Kinder, 1 tank on 1-2, everything else crossing through the back. They could still push for us with this if they want to. However, it is unlikely because they are defending. But stranger things have happened. Stranger
things have indeed happened, namely on that Muravanka 9-0 line. We'll have to definitely see about this one. Now, Nervox and Rambo are not gonna exchange. Finally, they are gonna exchange spots here. So all EBR spotted now. That gives obviously a lot of information towards the other tanks as well, where they can drive without immediately getting spotted. And Abuba seem to be very interested into exploring the options of a 9-0 line push based on where their tanks are situated. The same can be said, however, on the other hand as well for the team of Kinder. And I want to highlight a bit of an interesting fact, is that Kinder did not send any 279s towards the middle. Ouch! That must hurt if you're Sam.
Yeah, that does hurt if you're Sam. It's really hard to play an EBR from Norto. But I think Kinder here is trying to surprise.
Ooh, good spot by Little.
Push.
Good spot by Little.
He spots 2, but like everybody's here though for Abuba.
Everyone's here. Now Mirek also does get spotted. Basically the entirety of the push has now been spotted, and this means that Abuba have a lot of guns to react onto that with. The question remains if Kinder is actually going to commit to this push. It does look like it, as Giboniasti does take a lot of damage here, is going to draw back a little, but the other tanks are just going to flush over the Abuba positions. We'll have to see who gets the first kills here, but right now the HP favoring Abuba.
The HP favoring Abuba, but Kinder's coming with all 14. Only Sam on the offside here, but Crespis and Nico laying down the law from the side. Mira coming out with the kill though on towards Dries and his fellow compatriot, and now tanks falling for both sides. Abuba still up a lot of HP though, but if Kinder can get a significant gun lead here and utilize that to their advantage, anything is possible in this regard. Crespix and Nico Heinz though are a real thorn in the side for Kinder. Now Diavol and Beast coming in as well, and the remaining tanks from Abuba are starting to join. But what was 6k lead for Abuba has now gone down towards about 4k. They are starting to take the outside though with Kopiat, Rambo and Little, but now Lancelot falling near you in a face hug there. Nobody helping him. He picks it up himself against Yosi. Jibo dying against Siruk in the STRV, and near you now falling. But Crespix and Nico Heinz are not going to die. Floki falls, and now Kinder, the push has halted. The steam is kind of out of this one. They want to pick up Crespix, they want to pick up Nico Heinz, and they have done a very good job so far at picking up the guns, but still, I think Abuba for now is kind of holding this. If Nico and Crespix die though, that could be an issue. I don't know about this double cap pressure, but Little and Rambo have so much more HP than Sem and Nervox. I mean, they're full HP against 2 one-shots now. Rambo down towards the one-shot himself though. Crespix fallen. Now, there's still Little in the cap though, who has a lot of HP, but within 5k of each other. But Abuba is kind of in a chokehold here. Koma is coming with his STRV though. I mean, STRV and Chieftain to repush the cap. Little should leave it, but he doesn't know about the STRV.
Yeah, Koma rotating out with the STRV now. He is just going to face check the double EBR that is near the cap. Rambo behind the cap now. Meanwhile, though, Bunta getting picked up by Diavol, so that is another gun gone for Kinder. And ooh, Rambo there with a good shot onto Sam. Is he going to get out of that one, though, as he is spotted himself is the question. Nevox cannot really commit. He's down to 338. Both of those EBRs would be able to one-shot him, and now we have to see about those trades here going on in the forest. Diavol, very healthy, pushed up, puts one into Mirek here, and that is a lot of one-shots on the side of Kinder, while Abuba are able to still pull in through full HPs into this fight here. Kopiat on 2.1k, positive on 2.1k, as Diavol is going to be the one to pick up Mirek. I think Abuba have done enough here in the forest to hold on.
This is the drawback of playing a tactic like this, right? You have this idea of you want to surprise them by pushing 9-0 line the long way so you don't get spotted immediately. And you're counting on them playing a decent amount of tanks towards 1-2, right? But Abuba had, what, 1 Chieftain, I think, and a 279 playing towards 1-2, and everybody else focused around 9-0 line. And if the push cannot continue, you just slowly die from angles. They did a good job at picking up the kills. So good shooting there, but when they can't push through all the way, it just becomes really bad, because in the meantime, another issue for Kinder is that they pulled everybody, even the Chieftain that was at C3, towards this push, and Little and Rambo in the meantime won their EBR 1v1s or got help from their teammates. Sem was a one-shot already, and Nervox was also a one-shot, so Little and Rambo had like free reign on the other side of the map. So it just you just come into like a box where you can't really break out of anymore, and then you just slowly
I mean,
die.
on that 9-0 line, Kinder was really throwing everything but the kitchen sink at Abuba, and it just didn't stick, you know. They were able to hold on. I think if Abuba have like 2 tanks less there, then the push is actually very, very likely to succeed.
I don't know actually about that.
The thing is, then if you're able to generate this cascade effect that we keep talking about, then that really starts working in your favor, where you pick up gun after gun after gun, and suddenly that translates from what might be an HP disadvantage to an HP advantage and a game win in the end. But yeah, Abuba just having so many tanks in that 9-0 line blindly, just winning them the game off of it, basically.
Yeah, so yeah, good stuff there, but the thing is, Ski, even if they're not, like, the thing is that was even a good thing for Kinder is that Abuba had a few tanks pushed up, if you remember, close, and they were able to generate those kills. Little got the spot. There would be enough time to rotate if there was tanks on 1-2 to reinforce. If they were doing like a more back defense, you know what I mean? There would still be time to rotate. This 9-0 line push is really, really hard to pull off. You need the enemy team to not react well and not have a lot of tanks 9-0 line. And, you know, Abuba didn't really have to react. They had all their tanks 9-0 line.
Yeah, and this actually puts Kinder in quite a bit of trouble, as Abuba now on a match point here, and obviously the sides are going to be switched, so they are looking at a possible 4-2 scoreline, which coincidentally is what I predicted, so I guess I read the script well here.
Yeah, you're on the script. I was going to say, well, if they don't win, if they lose Sand River, then it would be on the script. But then again, they should lose Fisherman's Base. So yeah, 3-2. If I go over it, so the Sand Rivers, Riot Keyhand, they were evenly split, which was fair, right? And then we had the Fisherman's Bay, which was evenly split, which was maybe not fair. But it should be 2-2 after that. You wouldn't say that either of the two teams was so much better than the other that they deserve to be up. But this Moro, you know, I think Kinder did so far good stuff in the strategy department where they don't take, you know, like, don't do a YOLO push. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think they did a YOLO push on any of their games. I mean, on Sand River, you're kind of forced to, right?
Yeah,
if you play like that. But here, this was like, you know, it either works or it doesn't. It's 50-50.
And in this case, it didn't work for Kinder. Now, going into this one, Abuba on match point are bringing double EBR. They are bringing one Badger, Delconix rocking that CS. Then we have a triple 279, and the rest is going to be Chiefs.
Yeah, the rest is going to be Chiefs. And the return to Kinder with the SCRV, WBR, 279, and the rest Chiefs. I feel like Kinder is just putting Koma on the SCRV so he can just sit in a position and shoot.
I mean, sometimes you just need those damage dealers to continuously lay down the hurt, lay down the pain from the back lines. We'll have to see how exactly Abuba approaches their Moro defense. Personally, I consider Moro defense to be a bit favored still. They do have Rambo and Novox here exchanging spots on the 1-2 line, but Novox actually, doing, first of all, a good job of not taking damage, while Rambo does take damage, but this is very, very aggressive posturing from Abuba on the 1-2 line.
Abuba is taking 1-2 here. They're even using a CS to push him to 279 to get him to E1 quickly, and they're just playing a sort of 1-2 defense, which is a new variant from what we've seen before. I think neither you or me have like really seen this too often. This is part of the map changes because that E1 position is very strong, especially for a 279.
And yeah, that position has established now, so I guess things going exactly the way that Abuba wants it for now, apart from maybe taking damage on those EBRs. That possibly could have been avoided, but Lancelot taking a shot on the cross there, probably not too bad, as Novox does another spotting run. Does run into a house for this, but he doesn't get punished as he wasn't even spotted.
Yeah, he wasn't even spotted. And this Abuba defense is just kind of split. Do they have enough tanks to hold 9-0 line here, though? I mean, they're rotating a CS over. They have 1-279 pushed up, but, you know, they have nobody really in the dip behind Beast. So if Beast gets pushed, where does he really get supported from?
I mean, he does have the CS and the Badger behind him. There is a 279 in the house of C9 that probably won't really get spotted. And Abuba is probably counting on the fact that Kinder might have a lot of tanks on 1-2-3 line, simply because they took very aggressive positions there very early on, so they are probably are afraid of a repush there. But yeah, we see now Kinder pushing up with double Chief. Impact and Tarks are gonna take out their rage onto Beast probably. That being said, Beast does a good job as of right now for basically, you know, pulling back, not really taking a lot of damage yet. First shot finally taken here, but he's trading back.
Hey, he's trading back, yeah, but like I said, there's not really any support outside of the... Nobody, you know, like Beast can sit here against Tarks and Impact, and he is going to get some shots, but the Chieftains are just going to shoot his Cupola. But in return, there's a 1-2 push coming though from Abuba on towards these positions. Crestwick's actually leading it, pushing up all the way. So Jacob running, they do spot out those 3 Chieftains they're sitting behind. Crestwick does take the hold on position, but how are they going to pressure this? And a bit of a worry here, Kihan, is the fact that there's only Sir Jacob that can play K2. Can they crossfire these Chieftains that are sitting at H3? That is the question, because Kinder has committed a lot of tanks in the forest here, who are now starting to scramble to push across. I don't think Abuba pushes down 1-2 here fully, by the way. I think they should never continue pushing down 1-2.
I mean,
they can't even.
Bunter there taking 1000 damage straight to the face. Skittles tries to actually push that 1-2 line and just gets completely blown apart, blown to pieces. Even Marinka on the cross now trying to do the same thing, but the rotated Chieftains from the forest, Taki, it's just so many guns that are able to farm this crossing.
It's not even the rotated Chieftains from the forest, it's just that they cannot continue pushing this. They have to fall back to G1, F1 and play from the hold down, because you cannot push down against the 3 Chieftains there unless your whole team is there. And now we can see the result of this. Kinder coming back from the forest with their entire team, now repushing, Positive falling with his fellow comrades, soon to be in the grave as well as Skopiat and Crespix are all by themselves. And yeah, the HP is within manageable levels, and they are starting to pick off a kill or 2 here, but you could say that Kinder will just kind of cascade at this effect, dominoes, and Skopiat and Crespix will fall. It will create an even bigger HP disadvantage, and mainly the guns, Kihand.
Yeah, exactly, the guns. 5 now down here out of the game for Abuba. And yeah, it's probably going to be Kopiat, the next one to the grave. And the problem that Abuba have right now is that all of their other guns that are currently not in the fight, they are not contributing. Kinder just has so many more tanks currently actively dealing damage and sharing HP. 3k HP advantage here by the team of Kinder now, and we can see already 8 tanks gone for the side of Abuba, while Kinder, they have lost only 2. Yes, Abuba is still defending, but Kinder has 5.5 minutes to break this one.
Yeah, but they also have Diavol in a bad position. He pushed up to try and do something for his team, but as a result, he's going to die for this on this 6th line. There's no surviving for him. And I mean, the fact that this is within 3k of each other is crazy to me, actually. But the issue is that they lose 9-0 line here.
They lose 9-0 line here. Currently, only the double EBR for Abuba. They're active still, and one of them, Rambo, is even on a one-shot. And those 2 EBRs, basically, they don't really have the DPM to deal with anything that is coming. Little now trying to still generate some worth, some value for his team, as he probably, yeah, he does get another shot into the backside of Impact, but you could see that trade in the grand scheme of things just not worth it. 5 tanks remaining for Abuba, and 4.5 minutes remaining for Kinder to actually close this one out, and you can see they are just waiting until all of their forces are there. They're now going to take the northeastern part of the map, and then they're just going to slowly but surely choke Abuba to death on their Moro defense. So if nothing crazy happens, I think we're in for a tiebreaker here.
Yeah, if nothing crazy happens, we're indeed in for a tiebreaker. Dalconix does pick up Skirpy. I mean, this would be the most insane thing I've ever seen if the boys from Abuba actually come back in this one. You know, like if they actually win this one, it would be insanity, Kiha. It would be. I mean, Dalconix is playing a ring around the roses with Kirito, who's not having the greatest of time in his 279, but does come back and pick it up. So now 4 tanks left standing for Abuba against Kinder, and I think Kihand, I mean, the game's over. The issue there is continuing past G1.
Yeah, I mean, you could see basically Marinka and I think the Chieftain before that, that just got pushed up. They just melted. Yeah,
that you cannot push down. Like Kinder doesn't even have to rotate anything from the forest to kill this down 1-2 push. They don't have to. It just dies for free. I think that's an overreaction on Abuba's part, a large one, because there is. I mean, it's hindsight 2020, right? But stuff like this has been played, especially with the G1 being changed as it is, Key. The thing about H3 is that it's not safe from the forest.
Oh, Kolobanov, the one that everyone wants, still possible though here for Sirius. He only has 7.3k HP to go through, but yeah, the Hungry Sharks from Kinder now approaching his positions. Loses his engine, can't even repair his commander it seems, and he's just gonna drive out, do one more to Curry, and that is probably gonna be all she wrote for him in this round, as Kinder is able to come back from a 3-2 disadvantage. They are able to convert their Moravanka attack, and this means that we are in for a tiebreaker. And to be honest, after the first 2 maps, and also now after this one, I don't mind it at all.
No, it seems fair. But where was I? They also spotted the tanks rotating back across, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
If you stop there, in Abuba's case at G1, which is the correct play, because you need like 6 or 7 guys to push down 1-2, and they also know that the Kinder had like 3 or 4 chieftains sitting there aiming down. If you stop there and you repush the forest, you kill all of those tanks from Kinder that are sitting on the ridge, because you're not safe from the forest at all.
Yeah, I mean, now we see Marinka and Skittles both with a 0
I mean,
damage here.
it's not their fault.
No.
You can't blame the player for tactical failure, you know?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, if the call is go there and yeah, you do it and you get completely obliterated in the process, then that's not your fault. I mean, the only thing that you should maybe say is that I can't do this because XYZ, but I don't even know how it works with a team like Abuba. If
I have
like,
no clue about their communication.
yeah,
so.
like I don't know how it looks. I know that in Kinder it's probably that the FC will ask if something's possible, and not just directly do that, and there is no word against it. I don't know how it works in Abuba. So yeah, there is advantages to both styles of leading. If there is no communication like that in Abuba, we just saw the disadvantage for just leading without talking back. Anyway, Sand River, Fisherman's, and Moravanka all gone. We find ourselves at a 3-3. We find ourselves in the tiebreaker, and it is going to be the OG map. It is going to be Himmelsdorf, and the pick is going to be Abobas. And I am just informed they did pick defense.
Yeah, they had the advantage of the faster attacking win.
Mm-hmm.
So they get to pick the side, and they pick defense, right?
Yep.
Okay. Defense on Himmelsdorf is a lot different than what it used to be, though.
Yeah, exactly. Since the map changes, basically the attacker has been buffed a huge bit. I would personally say, because there was this secondary approach for the attacker onto the hill added that basically makes it now that you can get onto the hill unspotted and
leave it.
You can leave it unspotted, and also the biggest change in my opinion is that you can get onto it and off it without taking damage. That always was a huge problem for the attacker if the defender was actually able to overmatch the hill.
I mean, I think the biggest difference actually is it's not even the damage that you take from running away keying. When I have to disagree, it's the spot. You can stack the hill, hold the hill, make it so they can't push it, right? And then within 30 seconds, from that point when you were last spotted, you could be running down the 8 line, pushing the 5 line.
Mm.
Like before they even know it, you're already pushing through the middle. And if they have a lot of tanks on hill, you are late to everything. You're late to push over, you're late to go back, so then it's scrambling. I mean, I've experienced it, so I kind of know what I'm talking about in that regard. So it's a massive change, but it's a good change. It's not just for competitive, also for randoms. I mean, it makes it even, you know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, it gives both sides the same advantage.
Exactly. Now, obviously, both of those teams didn't know before the match that they were going to tiebreaker, and they didn't know prior to the game we just saw which side they were going to play on. So I guess it's a good thing that we were able to give them a bit more time just to select their setups. That being said, Himmelsdorf, normally a map where it doesn't really matter if you're attacker or defender historically, and also now even after the changes. I think it's a very, very well balanced map. And so I guess we are gonna see the better, at least for now, for the time being, team win.
Wait, was it Toxic that said tiebreaker?
I think it was Toxic, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
The 5-head.
Maybe he's earning his analyst spot here, dude.
Mm-hmm.
I knew ever since he started looking like a blackjack dealer, Kihan, he's been onto something.
I mean, I used to get the feedback that I basically looked like, you know, a
Well, you
waiter
look
in
like
restaurant when I had
you
the
look like
bow tie.
you look like a dirty Swiss banker that is trying to steal my money, dude.
I think
And put
Swiss
it in a
bankers
safe.
are never dirty. They're always trying to improve for your sake, your depot.
Yeah, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Anyway, that being said, I think the match in between Kinder and Abuba is about to start, or the game rather, and this means that we are going to find out who is going to stay alive in the upper bracket and who is going to make it down to the lower bracket to play a second game later today. Abuba coming into this one with a double 50B, an E3, a Minotauro, a CS63, and the rest is going to be 279s.
Well, Kinder on their hands is CS, Double Chief, and the rest 279, so 12 of them. I'm most interested in where this Mino is going to play, actually.
8 line, possibly?
Bro, no way. Why would you put him on 8 line?
Yeah, I don't know. Like, I'm also very, very intrigued where he's going to go. And he's driving
going
towards 8 line.
Yeah, he's actually going 8 line.
I guess so.
But immediate middle pressure, though.
Yeah, a very, very aggressive opening coming out from Abuba on their defensive side. I think the sides are switched here currently because, the north is normally supposed to be the attacking side. Here we have it correctly. And now Giboniasti needs to be very, very careful as Neo is coming in with his 50B. Not sure how many shots exactly he has left. Might get a high roll here. Ooh, left on 7 HP is Giboniasti. That reaction was a little too late.
Yeah, but now Banter's group there pushing down the 8 line, continuing through Positive and Nico Heinz holding this. But that's not enough. It's just a Mino and an E3 holding this push here against a lot of 279s. But Abuba is up about 5k HP here. I mean, they have to continue through here because they have nothing going hill still. But Abuba still has a few tanks driving on it. And now there needs to be a definite repush into the courtyard as well for this to work out here for the boys. And an Amarak on an E3 actually, which is a rare thing to see. But now Rise reinforcing. They want to crush the 8 line. The hill is going to be won though by the side of Abuba. You would say they have 3 tanks on it, where there's just 2 for the side of Kinder. And here comes the 8 line repush. Impact Sunny trying to drive back, trying to go around the corner, but there's nowhere really to go for them as Abuba controls everything that they really need. Marinka coming in as well. I think it's a repush into the 8 line, pushing through as well. The hill, we can see Kihan is being won by Abuba. 6k lead here as well, and I think that this reaction from Kinder to come back straight to the 8 line to reinforce Jibo is costing them.
Yeah, it is indeed costing them as with Floki, another tank falling. Ice Sunny now getting picked up. Now only Skirpy and Bunter remaining in the courtyard. The hill also won by the side of Abuba. That will open additional angles for the CS that is pretty low HP. He will be able to control that D-line. And it seems to me like indeed Abuba have done it here in the tiebreaker on Himmelsdorf, the map that all of those players probably know like their pocket. It's going to be a decisive victory here. That being said, Kinder, they are trailing 7 kills, but they still have a lot of guns available to them. Giboniasti finally getting picked up, and Yosi now also falling. That is a lot of kills in favor of the team in pink, in favor of Abuba coming out. Positive now going to push Banter here with the Minotauro. Kopiat with the flank coming in. He's going to pick up Banter here, and only 6 tanks remaining by the side of Kinder. And yeah, Diaval from the hill, I think even able to pick up Tarks. And yeah, this is going to be all she wrote, at least for now. That being said, Kinder, the team, they are still gonna remain alive in this tournament here. They are gonna play later again today, and Abuba are gonna secure their spot in the upper bracket final.
Yeah, I think Kinder got overreacted again here in this one. Like, actually, again, they overreacted here kind of the same way that Abuba overreacted on Muro, you know? Like, you see these tanks pushing down the courtyard. That doesn't mean that the rest of the team is also pushing. So, they had a lot of 279s with Turbo. The question is, does Abuba also pay attention to this? Because it's like, okay, so a 279 with HP booster has 2,840k. The 279 with Turbo has 2,520. Usually 279s with just turbo are going towards the hill. I don't know if Abuba read into this, but it's always something to take into account, into your mind. But the overreaction here is like, I think only 2 going hill and the rest 3 pushing the 8 line. Well,
And the thing was also with that 8-line repush, yes, they blew up the E3, but
that was not it.
the Mino was able to do a clip, survive, and then, you know, stay alive.
It's also the guys from the courtyard. Like, if you want to do this, you have to repush the courtyard at the same time. And they weren't doing that. And also, this 50B in the beginning was kind of neat. Near you actually just fully clipped out the Chief for free.
Yeah, and I guess Mino in the 8-line, actually good tank, positive there, with a stellar performance, with top damage for his team. And probably wasn't the easiest, because also the Mino, like the Badger, doesn't really have the highest of heat pens, or rather pen. For the Badger, it's obviously APCR. But yeah, he was able to make that new addition to the tank pool work beautifully for himself.
Can I say that I think any tank could have really worked there, to be honest?
Oh, just let me...
I just think, like, it doesn't matter if it's... do you think it would be a difference if there is just a 279 behind the E3?
The Minotauro looks more menacingly.
The alpha advantage for the Mino, yeah, sure, but...
It just looks more menacingly. He probably had, you know, eyes painted on his turret.
I mean, how much did he block?
How much did he block? We can see he did block.
Yeah, I know this, but I don't see.
A whopping 880 damage, so a grand total of
like,
2 shots.
If you block like a lot, it'd be like, yeah, you have a point, but in this case, I think it's just a fancy.
Yeah.
You know, the FC wants to play him, you know, he gets. you know.
I mean, you know, if he wants to, who's going to keep him from it?
It's good to sit in the 8-line though and spot rotations. I'll give it that. You know, if they're not repushing and you push up to the hold down, you can just spot the 8-line constantly. You know, like back and forward. But I think the main thing there is that Kinder is forced to continue pushing because the hill, and the hill is always important, even when a team is pushing lower side. The hill, because you can stop pushing lower side, like Abuba did. You push
and I think they sort of baited themselves with that 8-line push, because after this one they weren't gonna get the hill anymore, and they were just losing so much HP there for not really gaining a lot. And also, I think with all of the tanks they had there, they weren't even properly able to utilize all of them at the same time.
No, it's just like they're getting crossfires from the middle as well. You need to repush D-line at the same time. Like, you have to kill the guys in the courtyard because they were just shooting for free. So.
But I think, Ducky, that's quite enough from the two of us for the time being. Let's see what Insane and Toxic have to say about this one. Take it away.
Well, yes, thanks a lot, guys. And Toxic, congratulations to Abuba taking the victory, but not in the greatest manner, you have to say, because it was a tiebreaker.
Not the greatest for Abuba, but definitely the greatest for us. I mean, what a tense match. It was close every single match. They were going head-to-head. I think no team ever had a lead of more than 1 point. And who could have guessed that it's going to end in a 4-3 for Abuba?
Yeah, we also had Kindergarten almost taking the lead 3-1 on Fisherman. So it was a matter of 20 seconds more to get the cup or push juice tank. So good stuff, good showing from Kindergarten. We said that Abuba was probably one of the best teams in this tournament and the team that could rival Inville, but Kindergarten had a good showing. We will be seeing them later on in the losers bracket match, the match number 3 against Goodnight Nomi, but next up Toxic, we have Tread against Inville.
Yeah, and that's going to be a very interesting game, because Inville actually not going first in the group stage this time. They lost versus Abuba 3-1, as I was informed.
Yep.
And maybe, you know, Inville is starting to struggle a bit, and we can actually see a very tight match too. That being said, I think the replays are ready, so let's dive right into them.
Yes, so the first map of that match between those two teams was Sand River, and as you could see from the side of Kindergarten, that tactic on the defense was pretty interesting. All of those chieftains pushing the CSs from the top, pincering those guys at the base, the double chieftains from the side of Abuba, and it's basically a cap race at that point. Abuba keeps pushing, Kindergarten keeps pushing, but the advantage for Kindergarten because they were on the defense.
Yeah, I think it's great to see that the map rework on Sand River actually brought us some new strategical approach. And we can see the cap was really going head-to-head. Yep. As you said, Kinder was defending, so if it comes to both teams capping at the same time, they win. And it's actually very tight in the end. The EBR of Abuba had the chance to decap. He, however, failed the decap, leading to Kindergarten taking the round number 1.
It's very cool because both of those teams from the defense, they had more of a tactical approach in their tactic. This push is pretty interesting, pretty cool to play. It worked in their favor, and in return, Abuba not committing in the kill line, but actually having defensive approach, just taking over map control, keeping F1, pushing all the way down to D0, catching in the process the CS and the Chief from Kindergarten. Good stuff.
Yeah, the CS survived longer than probably comfortable for Abuba, but he died in the end. And at that point, Kinder was kind of forced to make a very bad play. And pushing into a huge crossfire from Abuba, we can see the HP instantly dropping down, Abuba being then like 4,000 or 5,000 HP ahead, and Kinder really, at that point, struggling to close up the match.
I mean, Abuba was completely controlling this round. They actually out-rotated the whole time Kindergarten. They were reading them really well. They managed to get the tanks back on time to deal with that push, because from the side of Kindergarten, there is not enough time left to do anything else but pushing the base. So good stuff. You can just watch the HPs. It was like actually a massive lead from Abuba, and it's actually surprising to see that on the defense on Sunweaver.
Yeah, going over to Fisherman's, Abuba decided to opt for a straight city aggression. However, stopping because they did not have the information. Probably a very good decision, because driving in here could have been very costly. They also played aggro in the middle at the same time, being able to potentially shoot down there. Ended up rotating out, however.
I mean, at the end, you could see they couldn't really blind push the city, so they went for the one-line push. But we have to give credit to Kindergarten. They had a great hold. They had A6. They had a good amount of tanks in the 1, 2, 3, 4 lines. And you could see Abuba is trying to overpick on the mid to just take Floki and Savistar. But in return, they take so much damage. And that's good stuff from Kindergarten. The defense is solid. They can actually hold pretty much everything. So good stuff.
Yeah, you can really see it's probably a very well thought out defense in terms of positioning, because wherever Abuba wants to put aggression, they either have to push in blindly or they are just stuck in a crossfire. And that's also reflected in the HP lead that was developed pretty early. Well, early not in terms of time, but in terms of development in the match.
In the next round, you had Kindergarten a bit facing the same situation, lacking information. Abuba playing something a bit similar in their defense, but this time it was much closer between those two teams, because they managed, with the help from the tanks on the mid, to get another match in the 8-9-0. In return, they were holding strong in the 1-2-3 lines, and we can say that this round was one of the greatest we had so far in this tournament, because it was so close at the end.
Yeah, Abuba probably being packed by a bit of euphoria in the end. Not playing fully concentrated, almost ending up throwing the match. I mean, you mentioned it earlier, it was like a matter of 20 seconds or even less.
Yeah, even less maybe.
Whether or not Abuba wins this. Like, they have to decap at this point, because otherwise they just get capped out. And that gives Kinder the opportunity to try and kill all the tanks. And I think we can see at the end, it was like 1000 HP or so remaining for Abuba. So actually, if Kinder pushed 5-10 seconds earlier, they would have won this.
Yeah, definitely. It was a matter of, like I said, 20 seconds. It could be even 10 at this point, but good stuff from Kindergarten. Next up, though, this push on Prokhorovka Def. I mean, Abuba, they were set, they were ready, they were actually countering the forest push, and Kindergarten, they went in all the way, but they actually had all of those tanks in great positions to handle them.
Yeah, I actually didn't like this play from Kindergarten, because they had no information and also no reason to do such a drastic commitment at the start of the match instantly. And they didn't even leave anything in the back, which allowed Abuba to wrap around and trap Kinder there, leading into positional and HP lead.
I mean, it was pretty much a counter tactic. They probably didn't expect Abuba to open with that amount of tanks in the forest, with those strong positions, with all of those crossfires, all of those tanks. So good stuff. Good stuff from Abuba. Good read there. Good counter. And from the side of Kindergarten, that was a gamble. That was risky. That didn't pay off. But it was still just 3-2. They had then their attack. So that was actually playable.
Yeah. Moving over to the next match, Abuba in the attack again. Decided to opt for a one-line push. They actually, I think, caught one tank there. But in the end, they couldn't really proceed any further just because of how the terrain is shaped. Yeah. And we will see Kinder just repushes them and catches all of their tanks. No way for Abuba to reforce. And they just end up losing a lot of tanks and HP.
I mean, you mentioned something. You said that the approach Kindergarten had on their defense was a gamble. I'd like to say that the way Abuba played was also some sort of gamble, because, well, they lose the tank at the forest, they see a lot of tanks there, so they keep pushing in the 1-2-3 lines, but they were actually probably hoping for Kindergarten to actually push the 1-2-3 lines. They didn't do the mistake, they went for the forest, they picked up the tank for free, they could keep pushing, Abuba was forced to make a play, they couldn't rotate on time in the forest, they kept pushing, they got caught. Good stuff, good rotation from Kindergarten.
Yeah, moving on to the tiebreaker, we can see instant aggression. 30 seconds and we're already having one tank basically dead for Kindergarten. They decided to push the 8 line, which ends up being very costly for them because there's a Minotauro and an E3 holding. And they're also being shot in the side constantly by the tanks that took the courtyard.
I mean, once again, what Abuba did pretty much counted Kindergarten because they had the actual win on the hill with one extra tank. They could actually hold that push easily and even re-push later on. I mean, they're gonna die with those tanks at the D-line, but in return, all of those tanks from Kindergarten that committed in the donut are down, are dead. Kindergarten, maybe, on their attack, if they manage to keep enough tanks on the hill, win the D-line, that could have worked.
Yeah, it could have, but I think Abuba did a really good choice here in playing instant aggression. Showing no fear, especially in a tiebreaker, can be very scary for the opposing team. Because, I mean, at this point, you're just playing for the seed in the upper bracket, and you usually expect your enemies to be more careful about their approach, and then going for that all-out aggression, saying we instantly push through the middle of the map. Seems like a pretty ballsy play, but also, psychologically, probably a very good one.
I mean, I think it works mainly because you kind of try to force the enemy team to overreact and not get enough on the hill anymore, possibly, and that's exactly what they did. This push instantly, especially with the 50B baiting Kindergarten to over-rotate and not get the hill. If they would just hold the D-line and have enough on the hill to win the hill at the meantime, they would probably win that game, but good stuff from Abuba. That was probably the right tactic to play there. And Toxic, we are going to be running the second match of the day now. It's going to be Inville, the best team we have in those tournaments for like a year, that is going to be facing Tread, a bit of an outsider.
Yeah, it's still probably gonna be. Oh, community predictions are actually very much in favor of Inville, even though they did not. Well, they didn't win their group stage, so that might be a sign of weakness. We will see that today and tomorrow. But we'll see. Tread definitely not a bad team, and they can probably put up a fight versus Inville. Let's hope it will be as close as the match number 1.
Yeah, we hope to see a very close fight between those two, but Inville is obviously the better and the stronger team. They didn't have the greatest performance during the group stage, but they're still very strong, like very well organized, really good as a team. The players, the skill, the communication, all of that, especially what Barbarian can add in the micromanagement. So they're one of the best teams. You still have to give credit to them. Group stage is the thing. When you just run the playoff, it's completely different. The tactics are more advanced. They could maybe train and prepare a bit more also. So that's going to be interesting to see what they can bring. And to introduce that match before jumping into it, we have to hear what our casters have to say. Kian and Daki, that's your time.
Hello there and welcome to the Display Casters Corner. Once again, I'm being joined here by Ducky, and yes indeed, we're about to watch a cracker of the match. Basically, Inville, the series reigning champion in, about for the past year or so, taking it up against Tread. And now that one is going to be interesting moving forward, because actually what happened in the group stage was that Inville only got second and only by a margin, and Tread was actually top of their group, head of their group, top seed coming into this one. They did show very, very exciting gameplay in that group stage. So it's going to be interesting what happens here. That being said, though, Inville also historically a team that has been stepping up their performance in between group stage and playoffs. They probably put a lot of preparation into this 1 week leading up to the playoffs.
Yeah, I mean, they have before struggled in groups. Yeah, that's true. It's not the first time, but you can see this one was really, really close. So I mean,
I think they were 1 point off from getting basically knocked out.
We had another discussion about the point system after Kihan, if you remember, because the Nomi team ended the third in the group, but yeah,
basically Inville wasn't really able to show the dominance that we are used to from them, just judging by the experience from the past year. And for the team of Tread, they are a mostly, if not completely, a Balkan team here. So Inville, obviously Polish, Tread being from the Balkans, they did show a stellar performance. No one expected them to actually show up like they did and take place one in the group stage, but they did, and also they did so in a pretty convincing manner, where they were able to win a lot of games, win a lot of matches, and what's also important for your psychology is that they did even look good doing so.
Yeah, I mean, they had a good performance in the group stage, really stepping it up with these players. A lot of experience there as well. Will their style match up against Inville? Not sure.
Yeah, especially since I said that Inville historically has been known to just, step it just those two levels up in between groups and playoffs. Basically, they probably go into groups sort of unprepared. It's like, yeah, it's going to be enough. And this time, yeah, also it was, but the main stage of preparation happens after that. And now we can see the map pick and bans, Live Oaks and Sand River respectively getting banned. Prokhorovka coming out from the team of Inville here, then Tread going with Cliff. So Tread there coming into this match and basically saying, we are not afraid of a shootout with you guys, bring it on. Fisherman's Bay then getting banned out. Himmelsdorf is going to be the next pick by Tread if we get to it, and obviously also if we get to it, the tiebreaker is going to happen on Fisherman's Bay.
Yeah, picking Cliff is a brave choice though, but it's either that or playing Fisherman's Bay or Himmels, and maybe they were like, yeah, we fancy our chances on Cliff in a fight. Prokhorovka is also an interesting one because of Inville's playstyle on Prokhorovka now. I don't know if you've noticed, Key, but they completely ditched lights in their defense. And this puts a lot of hurt on teams that play with double or even triple lights on attack, because now you're facing off against 15 combat tanks in your face. And most teams have not been able to deal with this whatsoever.
Exactly. In the group stage, there actually was a match against Trig where Inville just brought 15 combat tanks and just pushed everywhere at the same time with those 15 guns, and Trig, under that pressure, just completely faltered. And that was actually the only match throughout the whole group stage where Inville actually looked like the team that we are used to in terms of performance. In the other matches, they really did struggle. And so yeah, it's gonna be the question of which Inville we will actually see here on the big stage. The map being Proko, though, they did look very good on it in the group stage. So I'm not too worried for them at the moment. I am more worried for the team of Tread.
I mean, Inville struggling in group stage is a slight understatement, Key. They only won a singular game.
Yep, and that was the 3-0 over Trig. I think the other two rounds there were Himmelsdorf, and basically it was just player skill difference in the shootouts, just completely carrying them over the finish line.
Yeah, we'll have to see though. Like you said, Inville's that kind of team that playoffs is their thing. You know, they perform in playoff tremendously compared to group stage. Will this be the case here? I just think that like Tread, from what I've seen, play a similar game to Inville. And that is an issue, because if you play a similar game as your opponent and your opponent is like better at it, like style-wise, that can result into not such a great story.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Inville, obviously, the better-known team, and for a reason, they have been playing together with a, I would say, 90% unchanged roster for what feels like, and probably is, literal years. So they have that blind understanding in between each other that other teams tend to sometimes lack, and it really, like, it doesn't really matter when you win or lose by opening, obviously, but in those close games, in those really, when it really comes down to the wire, that is where the Inville players shine. We've seen multiple instances in the past where Inville should have lost a round, realistically speaking, but then that cohesion, basically this blind understanding is what just helped them win games that normally other, and I'm going to say it, lesser teams would have lost.
Yeah, that's the thing with the player skill there. They have 15 players that are just incredible at the game. They've been playing together for so long. They know each other very well. They know how they're going to react, and they know what to do. They shoot well. So even if the tactic fails at some point, there is the thing that even if the tactic fails, they can just win on player skill. And we've seen that last tournament as well. They won a lot of rounds, maybe not on tactics, but definitely on the player skill department, just shining through and beating the opponent flat out.
Also, they have one sort of semi-recent addition that we probably should talk about. I don't think Piotr is the main caller anymore. That has shifted over to Barbarian, and that one is a player known for being very good at what he does. What's your insight on that?
I feel like on some maps Inville plays worse now than they used to with Barbarian.
Okay.
I don't know.
What would those maps be?
Ensk.
Cross-examination.
It depends. Ensk for one, Himmels maybe a little bit as well, but Ensk was the main one. I mean, he's very good at reacting. He reacts very, very well. But Inville was this kind of team in the past that was one, good at reacting, and two, I mean, they might be better at reacting now than they were before, but they also had these ingenious tactics ideas that they came out with that they did that surprised people that were new and effective and used that to the maximum potential. There's less of that now. It's more straightforward and more based on the reactions and player skill than it is on the tactics IMO. That's also a strength of an FC, of course, the fact that the reactions are there. But, you know, sometimes, you know, sometimes I'm missing a little bit of that more in-depth tactics that they used to have.
I mean, that being said, I am in the lobby right now, and I already see that we are gonna hop into the next match rather soonish. There was one small issue with the player not really having the correct account name, but that was fixed. So we are ready to hop into the first game of the second match of today. It's going to be Inville against Tread, and the caster predictions are very much Inville-sided.
Wow, Insane giving 4-0 to Inville. I mean, I think the Tread as coming first from their group deserves a little bit more than this, just, you know, to give them some credit. Toxic for 1, me and Keyhand for 2. We're on the same wagon, Keyhand. Let's hope we don't fall off.
Yeah, let's hope the hype train carries us to the first correct prediction of the day. So far only Toxic with a White West, and I think we are able to hop into the game momentarily. And indeed, here are the lineups. Tread going into this one with WBR, 1 Badger. Then we have 6 Chieftains and 6 279s.
Yeah, can you remind me what map we're playing? Because Inville, on the other hand, WBR and STRV, 4 907s, 2 Chieftains and the rest 279s, because Tread doesn't have a single medium tank. Not one.
Yeah, Inville, obviously coming into this one, is going to have the faster lineup with those mediums. They also have the STRV to really start dishing out damage. I would not be surprised if we actually see the STRV, as we do right now, driving towards the hill. And Inville, other than that, sending a lot of 279s Chieftains towards the middle. The 907s, unspotted as of right now, are making a dash across towards C0. But that is a lot of Tread tanks that they're going to meet there.
Yeah, and the 907s getting spotted out immediately. Monster taking 1. The 907s, I think, are going to stop here. It would not make sense for them to continue. Barbarian, Ketsai, T-Sex, Sokar immediately stopping, which is a surprise. A good surprise, because I felt like they were just going to keep driving and immediately die, but they don't do that. Killa does take a big HE shell, though, from Mentos from the top of the hill, and now the 907's backing off. Sokar taking 1, Barbarian taking 1. If Inville committed there with the 907 straight, they would have just lost the game off of that immediately. Like, it would just be over.
Yep, so good reaction coming out from the side of Inville that are now going to rotate. They're still spotted, mind you, 907s here. Finally, Barbarian and Sokar are going to get unspotted here, and this is gonna possibly transition into a one-line push with the 907s. That being said, though, there's the Badger there, and that one is very, very difficult to push. Oh, Infinity now getting pushed up here in his 279 on the 0 line, does take a shot or 2 of damage for this, and we can see the rotation just coming in.
I don't like Sagma's position. It's very deep. It's very deep, and I also think that Tread should be rotating here back across the first 1-2, because look at the Inville transition. This is the reaction we talked about, right? They're very good at reacting, and right now it's looking like if they push 1-2 with the tanks that are coming, it's double 279, 4 907s, and STRV, they will plow through this 1-2 rather quickly.
Yeah, exactly. We can already see that 2279 has
there's the
peeled off
rotation.
from the middle. The rotation is coming in time. I guess Tread were just waiting if the 907s were going to recommit back in towards here. But now that they feel that, you know, that is not going to happen, they do the right thing, in my opinion, and pull over a couple chieftains to deal with the possible threat of a one-line push by Inville.
I'm scared of one thing, Doki.
Mhm.
There's no EBR countering a 2-line right now. He's coming. Killa is coming. But if Monster went down the 2-line, he's going already. This could outspot Sugma in his EBR. This is what we've seen Mentos do before as well. Just creeping up with his EBR on the 2-line and completely annihilating a more passive defense like this.
Ooh, yeah, I don't think Sugma is completely in a...
No, he gets outspotted by Monster when Monster drives down.
Yep.
And it's over after that.
Oh, Killa also taking a lot of damage here. That is crucial on Prokhorovka to keep those light tanks on full HP or high HP at least. But Killa now has a lot less options, being only on 230. Now, a good punishment here coming on from the Chieftains onto the 279s in the middle. That is a lot of good shots here. Inville currently trailing 3k HP, mind you, but now Sugma is leaving here, is not currently spotted, it seems, for it, though. That is weird to see, but Katsai with the first kill onto Killa, that is a crucial pickup for the side of Inville.
Yeah, but Monster's still creeping forward. You can't rotate anymore now, by the way. If you're Tread, you cannot rotate anybody anymore. If they do, like, look at these EBR positions, you know? If they rotate at this point, they just lose the tank that is trying to cross.
We have seen that before. Monster now creeping up ever further. We'll see if he goes too far or if he's able to stay unspotted. He now has all the spots on the Chieftains, and that should actually be the go sign, in my opinion, for Sugma to start clearing it again. Because
he can't.
Well,
if he clears, then no, there's 2 bears. If he clears, the other one takes it.
Yep. So Inville doing a good job here right now. 4 minutes taken off of the clock here, and once again, Sugma is not spotted here. And does go to a position where you would normally expect a 9-7, or...
He might try to clear, though. He might try to clear key.
Yeah.
He might try it.
He's...
If he dies for this, then it doesn't do anything.
Yep.
That's the whole issue.
They all need to be aimed on towards Monster. Sugma now going, and now they should exchange spots here. They do exchange shots as well, and that is going to be a dead EBR for the side of Inville. Sugma, though, needs to stay safe here. Can't really afford to get picked up for this. And now Katsai and Panzfury both seem very, very likely to actually start going onto this one. Panzfury probably with the HE damage even to pick up Sugma. He does completely overpeak, but he does miss his HE shot.
Yeah, but Sugma can't really go anywhere either. Like, Panzer Fury as a hold-on Chieftain Fair now being pushed down in the 279 to actually provide some spots on the crossing. But they have nobody really to counter Fury. Finally, though, you see Shifter there coming into position to counter Fury. Fury peeks now. Shifter should be able to shoot him. And that is good for the side of Tread. They really want to get Sugma out of this, though. If he could leave in his EBR, it would be amazing.
Yeah, you can see already in the meantime, Mentos has taken one in the EBR.
Oh, I think Tread might be overreacting here a little bit. They don't have to do anything at all. I don't know why they're... I mean, like, no, they can still get pushed on the right side of the map, man. There's still time for this right side push.
Yep.
Don't think you need to do anything if you're Tread there. Like, now they're putting themselves in position to get pushed, Kian, and it's really scary.
Exactly. Inville now noticing that they can't really properly engage on that one line. Sugma is going to do a big spotting run, and he does spot out the rotation. This is crucial. This is not what Inville wanted here. I think like 4 or 5 players were completely getting spotted on their rotation, and that is a lot of information. Oh, and Barbarian was still spotted here while he was turning around. T-Sec, the same thing for him. So that is what is now sparking the rotations by Tread. Those reactions that are pretty good. I'm still a bit afraid, though, if all of the Inville guns from the middle will be... yeah, once they are able to sort of properly shoot because they get the spots, that might be very, very bad for the side of Tread. That being said, though, Tread up right now, 3.5k HP, comfortably defending so far Prokhorovka.
Yeah, and the issue here at hand for Inville is that they'll be forced into a 1-2 line push now with majority of their team. But even if you push 1-2 line, Kihan, you have 3 minutes. I don't know if you have enough time to win it out. The only thing I'll say for Tread is that they're putting way too many tanks on this island here, where you need more tanks at A6 to shoot them driving down 1-2. But they do have a lot of tanks in 1-2 at the same time as well. You still have to kill 9-0 line. Capping will be a hard thing at this.
Yeah, the thing is, though, all the tanks for Inville are going to be in the fight, while Tread has like 4, 5, 6 tanks even out of the fight. Very early spot onto the 279s and 907s here, though, so the jig is up, and Tread knows everything they need, though. They need to. Farah getting caught there in the middle in the 3 line. He's going to get completely overpushed, and I think that reaction by Tread, the counter rotation with the Chieftains, is probably going to be a bit too late.
I mean, they're still going to get damage onto towards these tanks, though. Tomek is now pushing. It's the Barbarian, T-Sec, Conrad, Sokar combination that's want to push from the side. But look how many tanks there are in A2, Kihan. It's what, 4, 5 tanks in A2? I mean, even if Tomek dies here, you still have to drive over these tanks for the side of Tread. Like, this is not an easy thing to do. You have to basically ignore the 279 and the 3 line and just drive down 1-2. There's no point here for Inville to push the 3 line key. You get 1-279 out of it, and you lose like 2-3 people in return. It didn't make sense. They have to just plow down 1-2 with everybody if they even want to have a chance at this.
Yeah, I mean, Tomek there now down to 121 HP, and he's actually the only one keeping those tanks in the 2 line spotted as of now, but as long as he lives, that basically means continuous spots. Finally, Ozek the one to pick him up, but Inville, they have bled so heavily for this 7k HP disadvantage as it stands right now, and to be honest, I don't really see anything preventing Tread from going onto an overpush onto the 3 line again. Yes, they would bleed heavily for it, but...
No, why would they? Well, look at the time key, 1 minute and 24. And STF, yeah, E1 is annoying, but the tanks he's shooting at, he's not reliable penning them. 279s are angled up, Chieftains, he can pen the Cupola. You need a lot of time there in the STRV to actually do something. They don't have to do anything.
Yeah, time is indeed a commodity that Inville is very, very short on, as we now see the shot of the 6 lines here. Ozek taking a lot of damage in his 279 there in the background, and now the Chieftains and 279s by Tread in that 6 line engaging against the double suit 279 that Inville is trying to push up, but with 8k HP disadvantage and 50 seconds remaining, I think Tread might be on a very, very good way to pick up the first round here. And yeah, it seems indeed like the Inville players have given up, are starting to drive in. Another kill does get generated, however, but in the grand scheme of things, it's obviously not going to change anything.
No, this will not change anything. And now they're starting to push down 1-2 again because Inville knows they have to try something. They know they have to do something. Now we see Piotr fall in his 279, though. Conrad is not going to fare much better. I mean, it is a 279, but it will die all the same like any other tank would. It just takes a little bit longer to achieve this, but still Tread comfortably winning this. I mean, they can stop shooting at this point, turn their sides, reverse out into Piotrix and still win the game.
Exactly, 7 seconds remaining. That means probably all tanks are gonna get one more shot of damage, and that's going to be all she wrote. As Tread coming in as the top seed from their group, beating out the still reigning champion Inville that struggled a lot in their group stage, and the struggles seem to be far from over.
Yeah, I mean, but like the thing is, Inville got a nice advantage there. They killed an EBR, they killed Killa. So like you would think that they would be able to do something with this, but they don't. Monster gets cleared and Sagma doesn't die, which is awful, because like neither the tanks in 1-2 or Panzer Fury and the Chieftain picks it up. And if they kill Sagma, they have the entire team of Tread stuck in A2. They just take 15 tanks, well 15. You know, they take everybody and push it. But 279's leading the charge. Let the guy be in the 3 line. They will kill them, and then. I mean, they might be down on HP, but they'll have the EBR to cap the base, and there's no way Tread comes back into that one, even with the HP lead, so...
Yep, and now we actually do see here that for Tread, the Badger did work out beautifully, 4.6k, sorry, 4.8k for Magic Duck. So able to hold on. Yes, he did die in the end, but basically at this point in time, it didn't properly make a difference anymore. And on the other side, Barbarian, they're only 1 shot of damage. But really, I think it comes down to what you mentioned there, that Inville, as soon as they got that first pickup onto Killer, they weren't really able to generate an advantage with it. I think actually the shot that was missed by, I think, Pan's Fury with HE onto that EBR 1 shot, that was probably the crucial one that decided the game in Red's favor, to be honest.
I mean, it's also a bit of indecisiveness on Inville's part, and then at the end they did the wrong push, which is a 3-line. You were forced to push down the 2-line there.
And also that spot onto the crossing by the EBR, that was really well done by Sagmod. So.
Yeah, because if he didn't spot that, I'm telling you, Tread didn't have the greatest positions on the right side of the map. I mean, they did have 3 tanks in the hold on at like C0, which would be annoying to kill for Inville, but there was like 2 chieftains close, which would be pretty free pickups, and then you can just push towards the guys in the hold on and kill them, and Tread would have been in trouble. So the EBR surviving, then spotting, it made everything so much harder than it had to be for Inville.
Yeah, and this means that, I almost can't believe I'm saying this, but basically Inville is down 0-1 here, trailing, and they did, you said it, they did look indecisive. They weren't able to capitalize onto the advantages that they were given properly. This is not the Inville that we are used to seeing in the playoff stages of the tournament, but obviously we'll have to see, first of all, if that continues, because now it's going to be Inville defending, and Inville defending basically is Pandora's box. If you open it, yeah, you don't really know what to expect from it, because either they play like some super aggro defense with, you mentioned it, 15 combat tanks, but obviously they could also be camping. So as an attacker, you don't really know what tanks to properly pick. You're left with a guessing game as to what Inville is actually going to do. And if you lose that guessing game, then basically before the game even starts, you might be losing the game straight up.
Yeah, it depends. It really depends what kind of setup we're going to be seeing from Inville here. Like I said, they started completely ditching the light tanks altogether, Key.
Yeah, and that was very, very interesting to see. That was a lot of action just directly from the start. And yes, it does become sort of obvious what Inville wants to do if they bring a lineup like this. But at that point,
does not make it super easy to hold.
Yeah, exactly. If you have triple EBR, then you are starting with basically a combat team disadvantage. Not this time though. Inville bringing double EBR, 1 STRV, quadruple 907, 1 CS, and the rest is just going to be 279 heavy power.
And Tread in return has double chieftain, double 260, triple chieftain actually, double 260, double 907 and STRV, double EBR, and the rest 279. So I will say I like this from Tread, respecting that Inville could go very heavy and going very heavy themselves in return.
That double 260 is going to be interesting to watch where they will actually send it, because normally you pick those 260s because you have something in mind directly from the start of the game. I am not sure if I'm a big fan of them going towards 1-2 line, because that push with 260s is sort of like, eh. Inville, on the other hand, sending a lot of their 907s towards the 6th line, some more of them towards the 0 line to basically counter the EBR. Killer, I think, outspotted Monster, though, unable to put a shot into the Polish player. And that triple 907 is probably going to go towards the hill where they're... Or, sorry, double 907 1CS is going to go towards the hill where they're going to find one... I think that is a chieftain, and one chieftain in support. Killer, though, needs to be careful in his EBR. Those 907s could be detrimental to him.
Yeah, but they're not going to really see much. And this is a classic Inville, classic Barbarian actually. You push the hill with limited tanks, and then return for this. So you push it with limited tanks, but then at the same time, you just reinforce 1-2. So if the enemy team decides to push out 1-2, because they're like, oh, it's a hill push, as a reaction, you have everybody in 1-2, and you just kill them. Now, Tread needs to rotate back towards the hill. The question is, do they know?
Yeah, exactly. Barbarian now being pushed up in his 907 is sort of going to force Korana down. Korana has already taken one shot from the middle of the map, I would imagine, from those 279s. And the problem is now for Korana that, well, he needs to keep spotting. He needs to see how many tanks actually come towards the hill, and he needs to keep spotting also. Oh, nice blind shot into Rishek, by the way. So that the tanks from the lower part of the map are actually able to support him once he starts to get overpushed. So this means, though, that the 279s from the lower side continuously have probably sort of like 20-30% shots on him. And yeah, Mentos now gonna back up into the bush line here, is gonna start clearing, but Sagma is so far away, he can probably take a bit more real estate before he would get spotted for it.
The weird thing here is that Tread has just like been like, complacent. If it was an actual hill push, they would have already lost the game by now. It would be over. So I think I'm gonna say I don't like it because they didn't react at all. Like if Inville was actually pushing over the hill with all their mediums and stuff, they would have already lost.
Yep,
Like,
because
the game
then
would be
Tread
over.
needs to repush 1-2, and they're just gonna get slaughtered there by the crossfire. I mean, STRV A1 is enough to halt the push in itself. Tread strangely inactive, I would say, as of now. Not really, you said it, no reaction towards taking the hill from Inville. And yeah, they have their tanks in the middle that are being continuously spotted by the counterparts from Inville, and that's just about it. They were able to get a shot into the CS that was blind, so they don't even know they have done damage up until now, because I don't think Rishek was spotted in the meantime. And that is really it, right? I mean, even the EBRs, especially that EBR in like G6-7, is extremely passive, extremely...
He's there for a reason, though. That one. He's there for a reason. He's proxy spot in the road.
Yeah, but
Monster.
to be honest, it looks more like Inville is attacking than
I
Tread.
mean, he might actually proxy spot him, by the way. Like, it might actually work out because look, Monster's gonna drive alongside the road here in a sec.
We'll have to see Piotr in the meanwhile.
Wait, they're not actually close enough to each
Oh,
other. Monster actually took it without spotting.
And he's going to be perma-spotting Korana from now on. And that is going to be bad for Korana, because obviously he needs to back down now.
I wonder how many meters Killa and Monster are apart from each other.
We will probably get to see it soon. Now, though, they start switching up positions here. There is a rotation coming in, but Monster is going to see all of it.
I mean, Killa gets immediately spotted out by Monster. Monster is going to be backing off now. Killa's going to go red line. One of the 260s got spotted as well. Killa takes a shot there in the EBR. That's huge for Inville. I mean,
yeah,
small
and
victory.
Monster is still in a bush where he would see all of those 260s, all of those 907s being rotated. You can see Phoenix in the Chieftain is already spotted here. So, yeah, Inville just getting the information advantage and even some damage coming out. I believe that was Monster shooting into Phoenix. Barbarian getting spotted, taking one for his troubles. But so far, Inville not really reacting a lot to this, I wouldn't say. Like, they have a lot of information, but they're not doing anything with it currently.
They don't have to. They really don't have to. They have the 397s on 6-7 line and all the 279s aiming at the hill with an early spot. The first guy that pushes gets deleted. They're just baiting for Tread to keep pushing off the hill. So everybody volleys the first guy to cross over. Then when they keep pushing, Barbarian Monster will spot it when they come out of the bush. The first guy will explode. The second guy will be in a lot of trouble as well.
I mean, the push now starting to happen, and indeed Infinity taking 800 damage immediately, but so far the damage not super convincing here, as Barbarian is obviously going to get picked up. All of those tanks by Tread actually making it into the hole. Now some good shielding going on by the side of Tread here. Don't want to get anyone on like super low HP, and Barbarian is just going to get picked up, but that is 5.5 minutes of game time for just a single kill, and to be honest, a position that Tread should have controlled from the start.
Look at DJ's HP though in the meantime. I really thought they were just gonna tap somebody crossing, but they didn't. Like, I expected a lot more damage because there was like 279s aiming, 907s aiming, but I feel like everybody just missed.
I mean, there were a lot of like damage to the gun, damage to something else, so probably a lot of criticals, but even then, like, the 279s from lower were aimed there completely. Pupaisen, not a good trade. That wasn't even a trade. That was just a donation. Should be careful with overextending. That all being said and done, though, Inville up HP. Yes, they're down a tank, but so far, I would say they're doing a good job of just running down the time.
Yeah, and the EBR getting spotted out there. Mentos knows, now they know that the EBR in 1-2 is probably not spotted. They're going to do a 3-line push here by the looks of it. On towards that 279. I think if they push down 1-2, they lose. Off of that, one on the hill. They have to be fast about this, though. They don't really have this much time anymore. They also, I don't know, like, a full 1-2 push is just going to take too long.
Yeah, exactly. We see the tanks grouping up in that 1-2 line, though Magic Duck is once again going to be able to support a lot with his STRV. That being said, the choo-choo train, the Kazna Remembrance push, 1-2, it does get started here. That is not a huge amount of tanks to be pushing with, though, to be quite frank.
I mean, they still have double 907 joining behind, though. Sagma does get blinded out. I think Mentos realized that it was E1. But Sagwan's just sitting there. He knows his team is coming, so he doesn't have a real reason to not
Second
just
blind
keep
into
the spots.
Sagma. But yeah, indeed, finally the push does get spotted here, and this means Kubash is going to start peeking out in his 279 now. Are they going to jump onto Panzfury is the question. I think they're ignoring him for now. That being said, though, the middle also starting to get overpushed by the tanks of Tread here, who are going to try to just completely crush DJ, Conrad, and Piotr, but so far it's going 1-for-1.
Yeah, I don't know why they decided to push instead of just over-peak. I didn't really have a reason to push this IMO. And you can see the result of this. They're -1-2 tanks already. Shifter's now pushing towards Piotrix. Inville up. A little bit of HP now. Yes, TRV. Does he get spotted out? Does Shifter make it actually to Piotrix? That is a big question. No, he doesn't. Piotrix is not spotted. They need the EBR to go now because Piotrix is going to absolutely ruin the entirety of this team. Shifter barely, I think within like 2 meters, didn't make it. And now you can see slowly these Tread tanks starting to fall. They are pushing towards Piotrix, but it's costing them so much to actually achieve this. Piotrix is going to explode. Yeah, but it feels like the rest of the Tread tanks in the meantime are doing exactly the same thing.
Yeah, the rest of the Tread tanks now fallen below 10k HP, 9k, 8k. It's just dwindling so quickly here for the side of Tread, and Inville still comfortably sitting on 13k, sitting on more tanks, sitting on the clock that's also ticking in their favor. Yes, Ghost finally managed to clean out the corner there with the STRV, but at what cost? At everything, to be honest here, as Inville look very good on their defense. Tread taking a lot of time trying to figure stuff out, and then in the end with the wrong decision to push that 1-2 line where they just got completely wrecked. Yes, it was a bit, you know, it was a bit unlucky, I guess, that Shifter wasn't able to proxy spot the STRV. Then again, I don't think it would have changed a thing.
It would not change anything. I think the main, like, one of the main things is there, not, I mean, even though on 2 push is okay, actually, if you think about it, it's okay if they pull it off. But like a bigger issue for them there is this like 5-6 line push. There's no point for them to do this.
Yeah, it just felt like they were, you know, throwing guns, tanks away.
I mean, they had enough to push out 1-2. They didn't know it. But if Inville has more than that tanks there, they just straight up lose to begin with. The issue here is like the time and the 6-line push. Because like the 6-line push, you're supposed to just peek and shoot. You also get info then with shooting you from the back. But mainly like time. They sat there for what felt like 3 minutes in the beginning of the game doing nothing, if you Tread.
Yeah, Simon and Sogma both with 0 damage here. And yeah, obviously some of the Inville tanks are going to be walking home with a good scoreline regarding the damage. But in the end, it was just, you know, Inville playing uncharacteristically for them. Playing a very patient game and showing us that not only are they able to basically beat enemies out. Shout out to Mentos, by the way. 2k and 6 kills in an EBR is a gigantic scoreline. Basically, they showed us that they can also play that long game, play that patient game, and just, you know, react to what the enemy is doing. That is sort of uncharacteristic, taking historical matches and gameplay by them into account. But if it works, I mean, if it ain't broken, don't fix it, right?
Yeah, exactly. This defense was a bit sketch, though, at some point.
Now, from a map, Prokhorovka, that basically both rounds
there should be a lot of action here.
Yeah. Compared to Prokhorovka, where we saw a lot of posturing and information game and all of that, we are now going to Cliff, and it's going to severely switch away from that.
Yeah, it should. Cliff is one of those maps where, I mean, we could get 2 games in 5 minutes here.
Exactly.
And I feel like, I mean, even when Inville played, you know, their match against Goodnight Nomi, in the group stages, they 2-0'd them on...
Inville has been a very strong team.
It wasn't pretty.
Yeah.
It wasn't pretty, so it's a bit scary.
Then again, Tread picking the map. So they, if you pick a map, then you are sort of sure that you'll win at least 1 game on it, basically equalizing the scoreline. In a perfect world, you win both, and then you're on match point against Inville. That would be very interesting to see, but obviously the Polish team is going to try everything in their power to not let that happen and at least pick up 1 round. And it sort of feels weird to say that, right? That Inville is going to try to at least pick up one round. In all the past tournaments, I wouldn't have dared say such things, but here we are.
Calm down, Kihan. It's 1-1, man. You're like,
I mean, I'm trying to make it dramatic.
You're making it sound like threats on match point or something. They could just lose 2-0 here on Cliff. The game is over in 15 minutes. I wouldn't go that far, bro.
No, it's not going to happen like that. Surely not. Yeah, map video already. This means that the gameplay is probably not far off here. It is game number 3 in between Inville and a Tread, and I think we should be seeing the lineups shortly. Okay, no 50Bs. Tread is bringing double TVP. They have 1 907, then they have 8 CS63s and quadruple Chieftain.
Inville, on the other hand, triple 260, a bat, triple CS, double TVP, and the rest 907. So both these teams picking the double TVP. Let's see.
I mean, Cliff, basically one of those maps where you need to immediately react not only to the lineup that the enemy sees, make the call based off of that, and then also you need to make the next call once you get the first information as to where the tanks actually are. And that being said, their gameplay has a lot of it, but this tactic has not. No finesse whatsoever. Inville 15 tanks middle, Davai.
Yeah, and in return, Tread 14 tanks middle. They do have those chieftains, which are a bit slower, which they'll have to utilize in a different way. Because they're hold-on tanks. The bat here coming from Monster to clip out as well. The TVPs is shooting on the crossing. Who takes more damage here? That's the big question. The TVPs from Tread are actually sitting behind the corner. And an Ignite coming out. Fair going down. Triple CS making it here for the side of Inville against the quad CS for the side of Tread though. Now Inville immediately pushing back towards the donut to pincer Phoenix and Corana in their double CS. And that is Phoenix and Corana that are now in a little bit of a predicament. Like, what do we do here, Shifter? What is the play? As this double CS gets immediately pressured, and this is a beautiful reaction, actually, for the side of Inville. Pincering Phoenix, pincering Corana, getting the crossfire, and now Tread needs to be working on winning the hill, because they have that hill for free at this moment in time, and Inville's now starting to lose a little bit of in the HP department. Corana, Phoenix actually surviving, and now comes the issue key that Tread has those 4 chieftains.
Shifter taking a lot of damage here though. Shifter actually going down. That is huge. That is a crossfire position completely gone, and Tread now with 2 tanks less. They do have the hill, which is you know, a very, very important and good position to have if you watch my map videos, but in the end, Inville drawing ahead in the HP department, in the tank department, and they are also still defending that 907 in the base, getting nothing done as of now, and the Inville tanks basically like mountain goats managing to hold on to that hill as of now.
And Tread is throwing a lot of HP here for no real reason. And now Inville is pushing down 1-2 line. You can see that with the 907s there coming out. Unspotted at this moment in time as well. There's only Sasky in his 907 holding off this push, but Piotr there in a strong position against this. I don't know how Tread progresses from this. Does give one, takes one in return as well in that CS. Never now getting spotted out, Barbarian getting spotted out. They're looking towards that Chieftain. They won't really find anything towards him. And, you know, Inville here so far is so good. I'm not really seeing how Tread breaks this right now.
Yeah, I mean, Infinity would need to get some good shots into Piotr here, who is once again spotted. T-Sec there lying in wait patiently with his own TVP, and we do see here right now that even from the middle, the Inville players are able to generate some shots onto that 907 in the base. Saskitsa Mali, that is so far doing a good job of holding on here to his position. That being said, though, Kazikov does drop, and Barbarian and Never now both pulling the trigger onto Saski, who needs a lot of shots from the hill to rain down on his position onto the enemy tanks to basically keep him alive there, but so far only bounces coming out. This is sort of pushing Tread into this thing that they don't really want to do, I guess. They are having to re-push below the hill here into a lot of tanks, and yes, they are getting a pickup or 2 here. Ozek also dropping pretty low, but so far Inville ahead in the HP department still.
Yeah, and Inville even gets a tank at K5 now to crossfire Corana and Magic Duck, who realize they can't do this. But Sasky, in the meantime, is still alive on 1-2 line, by the way. He survived all of this time in his 907. I think he's finally gonna go down. I'm not sure. Corana getting set on fire even. That is awful. Now repressure into the middle on towards Monster, who takes 1. Doesn't take a second. Finally, though, Kubash in 1-2 line picks up the 907 from Sasuke, and now we see Kihan. Look at the minimap, look at this crossfire that the side of Inville has on Tread. Like, they're fully surrounded.
Yeah, the full surround here, and the problem also for Tread is that they're not going to be able to pick up low HPs. The shielding, the position's just too good. Ghost down to 50, down and out. The same for Sagma. And now that last position that Tread has, and they bought it with a lot of HP, is going to get pushed. That hill is going to get cleared by the side of Inville, who wouldn't even have to do it just because they are defending as of now. 6k HP difference. Pupai is not really trading well, and Inville for the first time in this match is going to put themselves up a point. It's going to be 2-1 Inville against Tread.
Look at the HPs on the Inville tanks. They have 7k HP, which is, 3 full HP tanks. A lot of one shots or two shots on their team, and Tread really had an opportunity here, Kihan, but Karana and his friend had to react faster to run away from that. And I mean, Shifter dying is awful for the side of Tread because he's a help in 1-2. And Sasuke not spotting them early is also not good. You spot from the house and then you fall back to the position, so at least you have an early warning and maybe some shots, but it's mainly Shifter dying there because he could also crossfire with the CS, buys a little bit more time.
Yeah,
I mean, Inville just showing better reactions there, better individual plays, spinning the trades all over.
Yeah, I mean, Shifter, for example, he died over a matter of like 10 seconds, so he definitely knew he was spotted, which means he just, was positioning and completely wrongly. Yeah. I mean, you have a complete damage farm position and then you deal 1200. Not really a fan of Shifter's gameplay this round. But even team damage by Infinity.
Yeah, that changed the game key. It's the team damage.
Yeah, definitely. After that, psychologically, if you're getting team damaged, you are so hurt.
Listen, man, I once had Scatter shoot Shockish in the back, I think it was, on Cliff, and we lost that tournament, so...
Yeah, I mean, GG's over now for Tread. But yeah, on a serious note... Oh, nice damage by Pan's Fury, by the way, 5.4. On a serious note, though, nothing... Like, obviously you don't want to lose a map, but nothing too bad happened as of yet. We are in the upper bracket, which means best of 7. And sides are going to be switched now, so it's going to be Tread defending. Not that it super much matters on Cliff, in my personal humble opinion. Yeah.
You would normally say that North is a bit favored on Cliff Key.
So you would say that it's actually a bit attack-sided?
Yeah. Because you can go 1-2, you can go middle, you can surprise. The Tread really, their opening was pretty good, I liked it. I mean, they were trading evenly, they had the hill, but they had nothing outside of that. Like,
yeah,
they lost 1-2.
You said it as we watched the game. Like, this double CS, they're getting sort of caught. They did make it out, but in turn Shifter just died, and then Inville can just start working the positions because it is so annoying to. I mean, digging out is probably not the right kind of word to say because they're on such an elevated position, but it is so annoying to get rid of those CSs that are trying to cling to that side of the hill, because they can essentially stay safe from almost everywhere and can get cover fire even, and if you push them around the hill, then it's always them controlling the peaks, having the higher ground, having control over the timings. So yeah, good job by Inville. Also, once again, the individual skill definitely, I'm not going to say it carried them, but it
helped.
It definitely contributed, yeah. So second round on Cliff now, we are going to see 1907 from the side of Tread. Then we have what seems like 6 CS tanks, 1 Chieftain, 5 260s, and the double B.
And then Inville, on the other hand, double TVP again, a singular Chieftain, 6 260s, and the rest being CS. So we'll see the face-off here, 50 Bs against TVPs. Outside of that, very even in the lineup department, very even.
I really like the camo by Tread. It reminds me sort of a bit of the Chinese ceramics one. But yeah, big split going on by actually both teams. Inville sending their 260s towards the 1-2 line, and yeah, everyone else towards middle.
And immediately Tread committing in 1-2, and then Tread crossing from the top, Inville crossing from the top. It's going to be a fight here of who does better in this, as Tread is fully repushing 1-2 here. They got to keep going, they got to keep chasing, because there's a good chance that Inville just continues around the corner into the CSs from Tread. Infinity making it across barely, and this is what I'm talking about. Immediately you see the boys from Inville continuing the push around the corner, trying to get these CSs out of the fight, and that makes the HP all even. Now though, Tread tanks coming into effect themselves. Simon trying to get around the corner. He will not be escaping this as Infinity falls as well. And now 4 tanks dead for Tread, 4 tanks dead from Inville. The fight continuing from both sides. The repush from the top with the TVPs. Inville trying to take an overmatch here because they know the Chieftain is out of the fight, and they seem to be making it work so far. They repush the rock, trying to get Tread stuck in the lower side, but Tread is not allowing this to happen. They're pushing back out of this themselves. They know if they sit in the lower side, they lose. But Inville right now with the extra gun here in 1-2, trying to fight the 50Bs, probably on reload. Panzer Fury is now the next focus. Sasuke is going to go down as well. Fury is going to follow him to the grave, and the fight's all over. It's within 1k of each other. Who pulls the head key? Who takes it away?
Tanks basically falling on both sides. Tomek, though, in the middle of every single Inville player, does get set on fire, does fall to the grave, and now Inville seems to be clawing ahead here. 3k damage currently up for them, and now Conrad is going to try the ram onto Farah. Sokar is also going to commit into this fray here. Mentos is going to provide cover fire, crossfire, so that Sagmar cannot commit in. Yes, Farah is doing a good job of basically doing damage here onto Conrad, but that low roll is probably going to seal the deal, as Conrad is going to finish him off, and now only 1 player remaining by Tread. It is going to be Sagmar that does get the style kill onto Conrad, but that's going to be all she wrote, as Soka still full HP. Tisek, Rishek, Piotr, all of them streaming in here, and they are going to lock in match point for the reigning champions. They're going to lock in match point for Inville.
What did I say about this? Could be in 5 to 6 minutes. It could be 3-1 and the match is over.
Yeah, you read the script better than I guess.
Yeah. The thing is there, it felt like Inville was so much faster in 1-2 than Tread. I don't know what happened with Tread's 260s. Maybe Inville has turbo hardening speed governor, while Tread doesn't have.
Browsers.
Just better spawn.
Browsers. Killer Pit would be absolutely stoked.
Browsers is for maintaining speed key. It works best when driving on a hill.
And driving up. But yeah.
There's no hill in 1-2 line key.
There is the ramp you have to drive up to get.
Yeah, but that doesn't matter, dude. That's besides the point, dude.
I just wanted to get the Grouser meme in there.
But I think the main thing there that Inville did really, really well is push into the CSs from Tread. You saw them come from the top. It's correct from Inville. When you see the team come from lower side, you push forward into the CSs. And I feel like if somebody went with Infinity, right? Somebody crossed over with Infinity. You know how he went behind the corner?
Yep.
If somebody went with him, they would have complete crossfire the whole time. But Infinity was by himself, so they just focused him out and killed him. If there was a shield there, because the CSs are going to die anyways, you know? Everybody on the corner is dead anyways. So for Tread there, either the CSs just keep pushing to go straight around the corner and they don't care and they try to survive with as many as possible, or they go to where Infinity went. They don't stay on the corner, you know? Like, they have to try something.
Yeah.
Being on the corner is the worst choice.
Also on the lower side, there was basically the HP advantage for Tread immediately, where basically Tread had a full HP CS and the other one had already taken 2 shots of damage, and then they still committed 1 more 907 in towards that fight, when instead the 907 would have been needed anywhere else on the map to basically provide HP, provide damage, provide anything really at all. But that was a useless 2v1 for Tread to take, because they were going to win it anyway. And so now, after Prokhorovka being played very, very slowly, and Cliff being played very, very fast, we find ourselves on a map number 3. We find ourselves on Himmelsdorf. And obviously, I mean, the Tread logo is there. They picked it, but that deep into the pick and ban, you can basically expect both teams to be very comfortable. And I mean, it's not going to be the map that they want definitely gone. Otherwise, for example, Inville would have banned Himmelsdorf and not Fisherman's. So both teams should be fine with it.
Yeah, both teams should be fine with this. I just feel a little bit bad for Tread because they're really doing well so far. This last game, it was really close. Where a big difference maker was that Inville just had single shooters alive. and Tread, for example, still had a 50B, and just like the individual positioning, staying in a group for the boys of Inville, they stayed like together. They were able to pick off the last tank as well. It was really even until like the last 3 or 4 tanks that were remaining, and they could have really won that. Again, the CS is going on the corner. I think they just drive past and join their heavies. 1 or 2 die, or they go to infinity. 1 dies, 2 make it. They just crossfire, and then Inville is kind of like, you know, they push around the corner. They didn't gain anything. But those are like really minor details, right? I feel like they lost on minor details. I spotted the low tractor in the camp, by the way, Kian.
Anyway, shoulda, woulda, coulda. This is, regardless of how the rounds went, this is still Inville's first match point, and Tread are going to stay, try to stay alive in the upper bracket. They're doing so with double CS, then what seems like 6 Chiefs, double B, and 5 279s. The lineup is sort of straightforward with the double Chief and 13 279 though.
Yeah, but that doesn't mean that you're necessarily pushing the lower side, okay?
No, it doesn't. I mean, if you have basically turbos on the 279s.
They're playing turbo HP, I think. I would like to see one of the 279s going hill for Inville, if it's turbo HP or config.
I can tell you right now that they have removed speed governors on their 279s here. So they are definitely looking to go very, very far up the hill. A bit of indecisiveness coming out from Tread. Yes, the double CS is going towards the hill, but everyone else is this a hard camp on it? Like, what is this?
Are they really falling for this bait? Like, are they legitimately falling for this bait? There is no way.
I mean, the CS is going to spot out all of those 279s and Chieftains that are going up towards the hill. Good spot by Infinity, and he should make it out without paying any HP for that. So, good opening by Infinity.
Wait, it's a big brain bait. Oh, look at the repush on the 3 line now. They might hit a good timing here, Key.
I mean, the CSs are going to make it out just fine.
Yeah, but there's 279s pushing up on the 2 line.
Yeah, if they repush those could be good pickups. Then again,
they gotta go now though. Tread has to go now.
I mean, then again, Inville, they would have good shots onto the on towards that 2 and 3
not
line.
Really.
They could.
Not really.
I mean, you see how far out Piotr is on that.
Not from that position. You just push down like you go to E1 and push him. They missed the timing. They missed the timing.
Yep. I mean, Piotr and Konrad both now with the front towards the Chieftains. That 1 line repush is in full swing. Tomek and Killer both taking a lot of shots for this cross. Tomek actually down towards a 1-shot. They're going to both engage Piotrix here. That was shooting onto Farah. And this is a sort of weird game to watch as Inville now starts to bleed heavily. Their tanks flooding down from that hill. They're going to be greeted by 279s in the 8 line, but they're actually going to be in crossfire because Inville left 279s in like the G line as well. So those 4 tanks here by Tread sort of caught out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, they have to pull inside the courtyard actually. Satsuki there going to take some damage for this though. Drops down towards 500 HP. You can see them now pull inside the courtyard. This game is all over the place, but so far when Inville takes these windows where Orchek and Recheck are, they're just going to be free farming all of these tanks here. They did kill Piotr in 1-2 line. Flair and his friend are continuing now on towards Panzer Fury, but now you see the issue here. This 8 line for Tread, and even this push here for Fair and Shifter, they are driving into DJ and Barbarian at this point. They need a friend. They need a friend because it's not working.
Yeah, they need a homie to bail them out of this one. That being said, though, in the 8 line, still frantic fighting ongoing, but Inville right now 8k HP up in this game here, and like the 50B, the CS that we see right now, Corana, Infinity, they can't really peek into this one without taking a whole lot of damage, and indeed, Inville gonna pick up the first, make that the second kill for their side as well, so the tanks are gonna get closer to each other as both Pupaisen and Kazakov are on a 1-shot here, and Inville, I think, are just going to rock this HP difference over in towards the upper bracket final, as they are looking so much ahead here, not by the guns, but just taking a look at the HP. 10k now.
I think 5 seconds made a difference there for Tread. It was kind of big brain gaming from them, I would say, until they waited a little bit too long. They didn't know though, but the 279s, they missed the timing where the 279s were at D2, and instead they already drove inside the courtyard. And then there's the second timing. And I think it's this, you know how there was like 4 or 5 tanks from Tread in the 8 line?
Yep.
Right? And they were spotted coming off the hill, being Inville. they have to drive forward. They have to continue pushing down. They were killing the tank inside the courtyard, but the guy inside the courtyard is useless anyways. You know what I mean? Like, he doesn't do anything. He doesn't achieve anything. So you have to continue pushing down there and catch them. And it could have worked then if they just keep pushing down 8 lane, they could maybe kill the G line because Inville would be stuck pushing from behind the whole time, you know? So they would be very far out of the fight.
Yep. So after a round 1, where at least
What
I
did
was
say about that?
yeah.
4-1?
I was about to sum it up, right? After a round 1 where Inville didn't really look quite at home yet in the playoffs, well, the following 4 rounds, they basically showed us what they are made of and why they are reigning champion, taking the 4-1 victory. And to be honest, yeah, some rounds it was close, but in the end, individual skill difference, tactics difference, calls being too slow for Tread. That did have a good showing though. Like, yeah, they got beat 4-1, but I think, you know, against Inville at least, that if you didn't get completely crushed, that is for some teams at least already like some an achievement of some sort. I mean, good.
I mean, the thing is, I think they deserved at least one more round here.
Yeah, I think 4-2 would have been a fine scoreline. 4-1 is a bit much. That again, though, means that we are going to see that we are going to see Tread later today against Tilt, the team that was formerly known as Raid, and surprisingly enough, didn't make it to the upper bracket, only managed to come to the lower bracket. But
Not per se a surprise.
I mean, normally if you have those pre-qualified teams that made it to the finals in the
Different FC, different team.
yeah, we'll have to see. They did make it through, though, at least through the group stage. So I guess we are going to be able to analyze with Insane and Toxic. Before that, though, we are going to show you a very cool promotional film about the sponsor of this tournament, Displate. See you then.
Well, thanks, you guys. And Toxic, Inville taking the victory. No surprise there. They're going to be meeting Abuba tomorrow in the finals of the upper bracket. But now, as we mentioned earlier, we have to take care of the losers bracket. Tread lost, but it's not over for them. They will be facing Tilt. But before that, we have the match number 3, the first match of the losers bracket that we will be covering Kindergarten against Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, and that's gonna be interesting to see because Goodnight Nomi, a team that has also been in the last tourney, and I think even the one before, so also a pretty consistent team to see in the playoff stage. Same goes for Kindergarten, or the Banter team, as I like to call them. So that's gonna be an interesting match. For the last match, however, Tread versus Inville. Inville not starting really great. They dropped the first game. And I gotta say, Tread really didn't play all that bad. They showed, especially on Cliff, what they can do. And I'm gonna be interested to see what they can do versus Tilt in the match 4 today.
I mean, there were definitely some close rounds against Inville, and Deki mentioned it. They could have deserved like one more round possibly, and lose like 4-2, 4-1 is maybe a bit harsh. But they will have a second chance against Tilt in the losers bracket. Now the 2 matches that we'll be covering are BO5, and that's actually going to be the last chance for those teams. But Toxic, I think the replays are ready, and we can take a look at them. The first map was Prokhorovka.
Yeah, and we can see the sort of camp of Tread in the 1-2 line. They cleared out the aggressive EBR from Inville, very great move, and the EBR of Tread didn't even die for it. He makes it out alive, which leads to him being useful later in the game.
That was the play that actually won the game. I mean, Monster didn't get the coverage he needed. Like you mentioned something, Isuma is making that spotting run and that is trading 1-for-1 with the EBR. Then you have Mantus that could have pushed with the EBR and spot everything. That was not the case. He managed to leave, so you could see at the end, Inville, they were out of time and they couldn't make that play with the EBR, so they actually tried to push, but good hold from the side of trade. You can see it, the positions, the HPs, good stuff.
Yeah, but I feel like, you know, at that point you're committed down. You kind of need to go for the push. So stopping there is probably a bit of indecisiveness. Maybe the UFC, you know, maybe a bit of miscommunication in the team. Who knows? However, Tret managed to convincingly secure that round, played it down really smoothly, and great surprise.
Next up, you had Inville on the defense and Trade on the attack, and Barbarian on the heal here is actually getting traded. You have the tanks from the mid that can shoot, the 907s from the 6 line, even Reshake in the back with the CS, but you could see that DJ in return took a lot of damage on the mid with the 279, so from the start this play from Trade was okay, but then this push was maybe a bit questionable.
Yeah, I don't know why they decided to commit in here. They could have just stood up on the ridgeline, to be honest, and sniped down towards the tanks at A6, maybe even get some shots onto A3, and basically deny those 279s in the middle from being effective. By pushing in there, they just make themselves vulnerable and basically lose 4 tanks for free, which probably also lost them the game in the end. We can see, you know, the 2-line hold going very good. But maybe with some more support from the 279s in the middle, it could have looked very differently.
I think the mistake there from Trade is to push the 2 line. That's actually completely wrong. They could have committed more tanks in the 5-6 and actually pushed the 3 line instead. But anyway, that was 1-1 and we moved on Cliff, and this time we had both of the teams going all in on the mid, but you could see that Inville maybe had a slight advantage because they had more damage from it, and even though they have less tanks on the hill at the end of the day, they have the donut and they can use those positions to cover the tanks up. Maybe they could have rotated back with the tanks to K5, that would have helped a lot because they are on the defense, but you could see this move going around the hill to catch Phoenix and Korana was pretty good.
Yeah, and they didn't really get punished for it. You can see later, as you mentioned, they even took back the K5 position, denied Tret from doing any repushes around the hill, and then it was just a matter of going over the middle all together and finishing up the last few tanks of Tret.
Yeah, they completely surrounded them. They even pushed their base, got a kill on the guy at B3, got K5 back. They have the heal, they have the donut to cover the heal, the mid, full map control, defense, good stuff.
Yeah, and in the second match we can see another clash pretty early in the game, this time on the 2 line. Inville decides to instantly go for the upside with all tanks, clear out the upside completely. It looked very, very close for a long time. But then later on, you kind of do want to have those upper positions, right? Because trading from up to down is always better than from down to up, just because you can use your turret armor way better. And they kind of forced Tret into making a move. We can see here they repush out of the lower ground, but that costs them so much HP that at that point Inville just takes the game.
Yeah, that was good stuff from Inville. They actually saw that their CS is coming from up to the donut, so they decided to completely ignore the donut fight and keep pushing to catch them. So that was the first step of their tactic that worked out. You had the CS taking the 1v1 with the Chief, and even though like Trade was getting back HP wise, it was also due to the fact that you had the double 50B clipping, but at the end of the day, the Polish team dominating.
Yeah, and then we could see a very interesting strat. Tret tried to camp at the start, Inville instantly going into the hill with a bunch of 279s and then repushing the 8 line, completely taking out the rotated tanks from the Tret team. And Tret is just so out of position that they can't rotate in time, and Inville just basically wipes half of the team before the reinforcements from Tret even arrive.
I mean, Trade tried to actually bait Inville with some sort of trap at the B3, B4 corner, but Inville, they had good reactions. The 279 and the D2, they actually jumped into the courtyard to get the coverage from the hill, even though they got the push on the banana to get them down. Good reaction and fast reaction from Inville coming down from the hill, securing the 8 line, and you could see the HPs. It's almost 10k up. They actually kept the control over the J line and the hill, banana, all of that. Good team play, good focus fire, good shooting, good stuff.
Yeah, Inville once again showing us why they are the undefeated champion for such a long time, and also making a statement that they are not looking to lose that title this time around. I'm pretty happy. Another prediction going my way, the 4-1. So that's 2-4-2. Whilst I think all of you are in 0-4-2.
Well, that was close. That's like maybe run close all the time. Not too bad, not too bad. Okay, you got the 2-0 for now, but you can definitely fix that for the next matches. The next match is going to be the first match of the losers bracket. We mentioned it. Good night, Nomi. They were waiting for the first match to be finished, and they will be facing Kindergarten. What do you think about that match? Who would you favor?
I think I favor Kindergarten still, just because Bunter is a really good FC. I don't think you can take that from him. So I feel like they have the tactical advantage. And also looking back at the past few tournaments, the team of Kindergarten once even managed to place in the second, and I think last tournament third place. Not sure.
Yeah, they were.
And Nomi more the team that usually goes for the fourth or fifth place. So I think history might repeat itself today, and Kindergarten takes that match pretty convincingly.
I mean, good night, Nomi. They had a pretty good showing during the group stage, so you have to give them that. They managed to beat Inville in tiebreakers, so I know that they actually trained for that. They're playing pretty solid, so all I'm gonna say is that it's gonna be an interesting match. You said it also that this Kindergarten team led by Banter is a solid FC. He has some knowledge, and we could see that in the first match of the day that was very close, a tiebreaker against Abuba. Maybe we can take a short and closer look at the lineups about those two teams. If it's ready. Yeah, well, we have here Kindergarten. So we have seen them at the start, Sam, the captain, even though Banter is more likely the one leading. And they are going to be facing, as we mentioned, Goodnight Nomi. That's the team that we didn't see yet. We can take a very quick look at it before having the casters taking over.
And I think in the Kindergarten team here, we see a lot of names that have been around for a long time, right? Players like Koma, I think everyone knows him. Radio Primate also been in the competitive scene for a very long time. Looking at the good side, at the Goodnight Nomi side, if that is coming up.
I mean, it's maybe taking a bit of time. Here comes Marcel, the team captain, the Polish team. A lot of like known names, as you mentioned. Also, a pretty solid team. Good group stage performance. I think they have a shot. They have a good shot against Banter and his team.
Yeah, we'll see. I obviously hope for a very close match. Will be interesting to see. Maybe we can even reach another tiebreaker. And I think that is enough for us, and we will let our casters handle the rest of this. Kiant and Ducky, take it away.
Well, hello there and welcome back at the Displate Analyst Corner. And indeed, we are in for the next match. It's going to be in the lower bracket. No safety nets anymore. All of those are removed. The loser of the two teams we're going to see is going to drop out of the tournament. The winner is going to have to fight it out against basically whoever is going to win the next match. Now here we see coming into this one the community predictions. Actually, it's going to be Goodnight Nomi favored. Didn't expect that one. But then again, Kinder is sort of a new name as they went through a transition, so a lot of people probably knowing the Goodnight Nomi team name better. What's your take on that one?
I promised that I would predict for them.
I mean, yeah, we'll have to see in the predictions later on how exactly our caster and analyst team is sort of doing. That being said, I think it's just about time to hop into the pick and bans in between both of those teams, because obviously that is going to play a huge part into what we're actually going to see here. Proko and Muro, respectively, being removed by either team. Then Himmelsdorf and Sand River, the pickups by either team. And then a lot of bans, obviously, in this best of 5 going on up until and leading into what might possibly be the tiebreaker, Live Oaks.
Yeah, between these two key, I don't know, between you and me, I still favor Goodnight Nomi, personally.
I mean, then again, the Kindergarten team is the one that did start in the upper bracket, and not gonna lie, the match against Abuba, it couldn't have been closer. It went to tiebreaker, and Abuba together with Inville, at least in my mind, are sort of the favorites when it comes to also, you know, having a possible shot at winning the tournament. They are not in the upper bracket final against each other for no reason. So I would give a bit more props personally to the team of Kindergarten here, but obviously the match that is upcoming might prove either of us right or wrong for that matter.
Yeah, I don't know, Key. Everything depends here. Like, the thing is that Goodnight Nomi, I think they deserve more credit. Well, I said one, I promised them that I predict for them after their group stage because I felt so bad for them. I was like, I'm gonna predict for you for the rest of the tournament. But two, they also, Key, they beat Inville in the group stage. Did they beat Abuba? I'm trying to recall my memory.
I think they did, yes.
I think they did in tiebreaker as well. So like, they beat two really good teams. So like, all of you are like really on the Kinder bandwagon for some reason. I don't fully understand it. I think Goodnight Nomi has shown that they are a very strong team. They also come out of a very stacked group with teams that had Trig, which is a good team nonetheless. Abuba, Inville, and Goodnight Nomi, and they beat two of those.
Two of those, yeah, exactly. So they have shown that they are no slouches. They are obviously a Polish lineup as well, I think, with some reinforcements though. And yeah, as the map video is already suggesting, we are gonna hop into game number 1 in between Kinder and Goodnight Nomi momentarily. And then we're actually gonna see, because all of that theory crafting is all good and well, but I think the best thing is getting down towards some gameplay. And yeah, that's going to be on Himmelsdorf, obviously. Himmelsdorf together with Cliff, I think, my two favorite maps, at least for spectating, casting, because most of those actually bring a lot of action. And I think you said you predicted for Goodnight Nomi, but we'll have to see how this one pans out. As Goodnight Nomi coming into this one with 1 CS, then we have 6 Chieftains. We also have 6 279s and the M454 making its appearance, 2 of those.
Yeah, those big, meaty, alpha heavies. Still less meaty than a 279 or even with a Chief, but still overall, really good tank, really good gun. Kinder in return facing off double Chief, double CS, 11 279s.
Yeah, 11 279s. That is a big old chunk of HP and armor to chew through. We do see, though, no HP on the 279s of Kinder here. Actually, on some of them do have HP, some of them don't. I guess the ones that are supposed to go to the hill.
Grousers.
And indeed, the Grousers do also make their appearance. That being said, though, Goodnight Nomi sending only 4 tanks to the lower side. That CS is probably a bait on the one line, and everyone else from Goodnight Nomi going towards that hill. That is 11 tanks.
Yeah, and they do get a good spot out on 279 sitting behind the corner, so they know 6 tanks. 7 tanks at this point. Here comes the 3-line push now, though, from the Kinder side. Pan running away, trying to get out of 1-2 line in his CS. He gave the info to the team. Does he take more damage for this is the big question. He's trying his best to weave down towards 1k. He's going to survive. He gave the info that he needed to his team, I would say, allowing them to reposition. Now you can see there's double CS here. Yosi and Sani are sitting there, but at the end of the day, there's still a lot of Goodnight Nomi team tanks that are just like, we don't care, we're just going. Have the double CS there, that's all good. And now you can see, as a result of this, Kinder immediately retreating from the hill. They see Floki run, so that will give them enough info. They will push straight off. They will not catch a CS key because of the new entrance, unless one of them makes a driving mistake, but I don't think so. Maybe they'll catch them on the way down, though, but in return, look at 1-2 line. Kinder just pushing down the whole time.
Yeah, Kinder just undeterred here, continuing their push. So far, they are not finding a lot of damage, a lot of enemies, but the thing is, K-Line is free real estate. They are already starting to push tanks towards that cap. Yes, the double AMX M4 could actually give a good tap onto the side, but here now, the Goodnight Nomi tanks that are driving down from the hill are being met with fierce resistance by the team of Kinder. Both the double CS, then Coma from the backlines, and namely all of those 4 279s are just meeting them. But I think this might just be too much from the side of Goodnight Nomi. They're starting to overpush, they're starting to focus out the tanks. Yes, Miko is down to a one-shot, Manio the same thing as well, but the amount of guns that Goodnight Nomi is bringing is just swinging this engagement in their favor.
Even a beautiful shield there from Melon onto Manio. Now Melon trying to keep his tank alive, and like you said, Key, they got a little bit surprised by the amount of 279s because they didn't see them as first. But now you can see as a result of that, that actually they're overrunning those tanks, now pushing towards the cap. The AMX M4s here reinforcing the position to try and keep Marcel Jordan alive. You can't really push out of this, so I'm not sure what they're trying to achieve against these triple 279s. Carol, though, does not care. Carol's just going for it, pushing through in his M4. Jordan peeking out as well, trying to make the damage. A lot of tanks stuck here for the side of Goodnight Nomi, who are now starting to re-push back towards their own base through the 8 line, pushing the D line in return as well. This could be dangerous from them here. They want to overrun Nervox, they want to overrun Yozi, and now they've pushed out of that hole though. They have killed the tanks on the cap. They want to pick up Skirpy, they want to pick up Curie as well. Tanks left, right, and center. HP staying even between these two, but the guns currently favoring Goodnight Nomi. They have to continue through the D line though. They gotta pick up Sani there as well. Ziki now coming in to reinforce against Zavistar, while you can see though Nervox and Koma, a lot of HP there out of the fight for the Kinder team. Zavistar gonna fall there on the offhand on your screen as well. Curie goes to the grave. Sunny as well, and Goodnight Nomi here seem to have done just enough on their defense to beat this Kinder push.
Yeah, 3 tanks remaining here. Mirek on very, very low HP for the team of Kinder as well, and you can already see 3 tanks grouping up. Click is not gonna make the cross through the window as Koma already pre-aiming here, but Nervox with the not good trades, 1 versus 2, 1 versus 3, even down to 466. Koma not really able to help his buddy out, not catching any kind of break here, and the superior amount of guns. Yes, that was a good trade for the side of Kinder, but any kind of trade at this point in time is good for Goodnight Nomi, who are going to be putting up themselves to a 1-0 scoreline here, and yeah, they look damn good doing it, so props to them and also props to you for predicting for them.
I mean, it's only the first round, it doesn't say anything, but I think the good thing there for Goodnight Nomi is they just pushed the hill straight. They did not wait, they did not shoot lower side. They had a real decent setup on the lower side to keep the tanks alive for as long as possible, which was hard for Kinder because they pushed the cap, which I think is a mistake in this. They probably had to push over the guys in, well, Mercedes, because it looks like a Mercedes logo. And kill them there, because the M4 is reinforced. But the main thing is there, that 8-line fight. What Goodnight Nomi did very well, Key, they got surprised, and their first guy went down to like low HP, right? But then the rest came and they didn't stop. They just drove past them. They had the numbers. And even the guy that went in first, I think it was Manio, if I recall, just drove past them, went into the corner, got shielded by a teammate, and just the superior numbers, it wasn't by much. They didn't have many more tanks. It's also the double CS is not sharing HP. So they can just kill the 279s.
Yeah, exactly. I think the reaction for the team of Kinder, or for the 279s of Kinder, would have actually been to, as soon as they get surrounded, just push out into the open where they can once again get supported by Koma, who was there in his chieftain, by the double CS. But like this, basically by backing up, which is sort of the natural thing to do, it hurt them to a point where they couldn't get supported by their team anymore. Because if they actually do that, then, for example, Manio, who was super low, he can't really drive out that. Yeah, he can't really drive out of that corner anymore. So that takes one gun out of that immediate engagement without the need of actually having to kill him. And then I think the Goodnight Nomi players were doing just about enough to hold on to the other side, just prolonging the engagement up to a point where basically the superior amount of guns from Goodnight Nomi could once again sweep in from the north. And like the HP, I was watching it for the whole fight, it was up until that breaking point, it was completely dead even.
That's also, but at that point I think Goodnight Nomi already had a tank advantage. And they also had like a slight positional advantage as well. And yeah, I mean, they did very well there, both teams solid. Also, the good thing from Goodnight Nomi there is you see double CS on the enemy team and you only have 1. You don't go hill with your CS because it's pointless. You just die for free. They use him to E1. Okay, he takes 1,000 damage, but he gave very crucial.
Yeah, exactly. The information that was basically gained with that CS.
In the words of my idol, Key, it's a game-winning play. He may not have done much, but he really enabled his teammates to go for the win.
I have to 100% concur with that statement, Ducky. I think it summed up the situation extremely well. And to be honest, that is sometimes just what's needed, especially in competitive, but also in random games. Like as soon as a team you're able to react to the information you're given, and you don't just sit there and don't do anything because you're afraid to make a move. That is how you can generate advantages for your team with just a single player, and that's just what we saw. And I think. To be honest, Kinder sort of out-rotated themselves a bit by trying to meet the tanks flooding down from the hill, but I don't think they even had complete info on how many it was. So that was also a problem. They thought they had pulled back enough 279s together with those double CS farming in the side, when in fact it just clearly wasn't enough.
It wasn't. Predictions again. Toxic 3-1 for Kinder. Insane and Kian 3-2 for Kinder. I'm saying 3-1 for Goodnight Nomi. I think they just came out of the harder group, man. And in a different point system key, they were like second. You know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. So that's why we had the discussions about the point system.
We're always trying to make improvements to the tournaments.
Yep. And yeah, I think at least the level of gameplay this tournament is already higher than what we've seen in the past. There are more better teams in my opinion. That being said, Goodnight Nomi against Kinder, round number 2. Goodnight Nomi for this one bringing 1 CS quadruple chieftain. Then we have a double 50B, 1 M454, and the rest is going to be 7 279s.
7 279s indeed. Kinder in return has 5 of the 279s, 1 E4. And the rest chieftain, pretty light setup.
Yeah, 9. I mean, it's sort of weird to call a chieftain a lighter tank
compared to the
but compared to M454s, compared to 279s, it obviously is the case. Immediate 3-line commitment by the side of Goodnight Nomi, who are attacking here. So far, no reaction onto the tanks driving up towards the hill by the side of Kinder. So they are seemingly content with letting their E4 farm and let their chieftains and 279s in the 3-line just, you know, deal damage onto the approaching tanks by Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, Panda in SCS takes a shot of damage. Did get some info. They know about Sam, they know about Banter. I think they're still missing a few tanks here worth of info. Pan taking another shot here. There are a lot of tanks here for this Kinder team on the lower side, actually. And here comes the Goodnight Nomi push, though.
Oh, the double 50B on the hill now by the side of Goodnight Nomi, and they might be in for more than they actually thought they would be. Koma now.
No, they're doing okay right now.
They're doing okay
Koma
right now?
Koma does get spotted. Nah, I mean, the fact Marcel gets spotted is really bad.
I mean, also trading 1-for-1 against a clip tank is not really what you want to see, and now Kinder obviously smelling blood in the water. 3 tanks versus 2 only of Goodnight Nomi. That being said though, Goodnight Nomi, they've pushed up in this 3-line. They've found Olo here in his chieftain all alone. Wandered too far, dug too deep, and now obviously Miku and Marcel are trying to focus out one tank here on the hill, are trying to make the best of the situation, are going to lose after all, though maybe one of them is going to make it off, and the first pickup with Zavistar has been found.
Yeah, now you can see this Goodnight Nomi team halting here because they are getting owned on that corner. Brent and Jordan already down towards the 1-shot, and now you can see Goodnight Nomi trying to find another situation in which they can find an overmatch, and it looks to be those double chieftain there where Floki is. I think that's Impact and Floki. Carol now coming from behind as well in the AMX M4, trying to ram Floki to death. Needs to be careful with that. They're going on towards Impact, but so far Kinder well and truly in the driving seat in this battle. A big shot again from that M4 on towards Impact, who's down towards the 1-shot now. Now Gurski reinforcing towards Jacob, but Jacob there with this push, that's kind of an isolated singular chieftain pushing forward. He's gonna blow up for that in his tank, and now Goodnight Nomi with a tank advantage as well. I mean, they don't have literally anything in the back, so Koma is like a thorn in the side with Yosi on the hill. They are down 4,000 HP as well. It's not looking good for this Nomi team at this moment in time.
Yeah, and also Yosi from the hill. Yes, he's pretty low in HP. That being said, he just took another shot going down to 45, so possible HE 1-shot, but he doesn't really need to like, he has his gun in the game by being on the hill, by having all of those shots onto all the tanks from Goodnight Nomi, and he can just get unspotted behind the ruined tower there, as he does. And yeah, the HP advantage right now commanding lead for the team of Kinder, like 4K. And the thing is that they are defending, which means
Look at the 8 line.
Goodnight Nomi. Yeah, the 8 line, there is a rotation coming in, but Koma should be able to see this and should be able to fall down.
He does not see this.
He should see this if he peeks further.
He doesn't see it. He does not see it. Koma is moving to shoot the guys behind in the 3 line, actually.
So
Yosi goes down on the hill though. That's crucial. Ban is getting crossfired here between Koma, but Koma is going to get crossfired himself. Ban now realizing that Sem pushed up is going to take the 1v1 there. Sem with a good ram to then close it out, but now Koma stuck in no man's land. Koma minus 1.3. Koma on the run, on the move, and what was 4k HP? Liebkihan is 1k now. Melon even retaking the 2 line. This is not good from Kinder here. The hill is open as well, by the way, at this moment in time for the side of Goodnight Nomi.
who do you send though? The 50B on a 2-shot?
The 50B? The 50B? What is... I mean, if Sunny goes in a full HP Chieftain key, there's a massive HP advantage on the lower side that they can play off. And Koma is now gonna die against Twist, wide peeking. Normally, no! Twist!
Giboniasti there with the big pickup. Overextension by the Goodnight Nomi player, and once again Kinder up 1k HP. The trade's starting to come in. Miko with the 50B actually decided not to go onto the hill. Big cross by Sam and big damage taken as well. And now Kinder still up 1k, and H2O Melon is going to get shot on by both tanks and also by the tanks in the back of the 3 line. He has to reverse. He should probably do one more shot of damage, as he does. But that is a pickup for the side of Kinder, and this match is still neck and neck.
This match is indeed some neck and neck. A 279 fall in for Goodnight Nomi, and the 3 line there within 1k HP again. And you gotta say though, that peek from Twister, it wasn't really worth it. G-Bomb there peeking out in his E4, dropping towards a 1-shot, gets picked up. Now there's a Chieftain on the hill, Kihan. I want to point out that this Chieftain on the hill has 2000 HP, by the way. 2200, which is a massive, massive thing here. Sani really needs to pay off dividend there, the Hungarian superstar from that hill, to make this worth it. But you see Goodnight Nomi trying to make rotations, trying to take different angles, trying to get back into this game here, as now Solo is going to be forced to cross over, but that is going to be normally costly to get back towards Sem.
I don't think anyone really sees him yet, and now Nervox is going to push onto Karol here. The one-shot does not get the pickup on the M454. Banta getting picked up by Jiki, and now Manio getting sidestepped by Skirpy. Karol does get out one more crucial shot here, but Manio has to face like the Chieftain, does get shot into the side, does get picked up as well, and now Kinder with the gun advantage and with the HP advantage. Yes, a lot of that HP is on the hill, but yes, a lot of that HP is also controlling every move that they make. Yeah, the fire there to finish off one more tank, but it is going to be only 3 tanks remaining for Goodnight Nomi at this point in time. They can't really generate pickups onto one shot, and I think Kinder might just about have done it.
That was so much closer than it have to be for Kinder. Like, that was, they had 4,000 or 5,000 lead key, and they had 4,000, 5,000 lead in this game, right? And they had the hill, and they were stuck in 1-2, and they almost lost. Yosi there dying on the hill was not good, let's be real. Yosi should never be, like, he shuts down everything. And then Koma being greedy towards the 3 line, not spotting an 8 line rotation key, that was not it either.
Yep, now we see here the last remainders of the Goodnight Nomi team. Yeah, trying to salvage what there is to salvage, but to be honest, it's not going to be a lot. Tark surviving on 1 HP after getting tagged with another HE round. So not even any luckier to be found for Solo in his Chieftain. And now it's just, you know, methodical cleanup by the side of Kinder. Mirek should probably dive towards Solo. Then again, Solo is making a move here. It's probably going to get spotted. Never mind, he is going to get the jump onto Skirpy. Oh no, Skirpy does make it out. Good shot by Mirek, and now Solo, the last remaining player, is also going to get picked up. So Kinder able to equalize the scoreline in an extremely messy game.
Yeah, that was all over the place. And you know that thing about the 50Bs that you said, Key? Like the double 50B on the hill?
Yeah, one of them made it off.
No, but okay, if you looked at the rotations there for a second, everybody was leaving the hill, except for Koma. But Koma peaked, and the 50B was out slightly too much, like a toe, you know, like a VAR check. and got spotted, which then made 2 more chieftains go back on the hill.
That was crucial timing.
If they kill Koma there, it's just a free kill and dip.
I mean, you know, to say it with the words of the great Frugo, sometimes bad timing can be bad. And that was indeed the case. Like, the timing completely disfavored Goodnight Nomi on the hill. They did get, I would say, unlucky there. Then again, maybe it was Kinder getting lucky. Overall, I do agree though. Kinder made this much closer than I thought it needed to be. In the end, being able to
no, Kinder had the good reaction key.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, they had a good opening against what Goodnight Nomi was going to do, but then, I don't know, things started falling apart.
Trades happened. I don't know. But yeah, even though the E4 4.5k, I do agree that one peak that he did there to pick up 1279 wasn't really worth it, because he got completely slaughtered in the process. That being said though, Himmelsdorf is going to be 1-1 all even, and we will be heading into a map that we saw already today. It's going to be Sand River.
Sand River.
Obviously.
I should adjust my prediction now, because I feel like Sand River is such a hard 1-1 in general that it's like, But then again, you know, if I'm with Goodnight Nomi and you guys are all with Kinder, if I don't get the scoreline correct, I'm still.
I see how it is. I
mean, there's no reason to why I shouldn't count it, you know?
Anyway, I thought we were almost about to head into the match, but I think one of the players actually had a disconnect in the garage, so we'll obviously give both of those teams a bit of time to fix that, just so, you know, everyone can be loaded into the game. What do you think about the defense, though, on Sand River? Coming in from the west, obviously, we saw Abuba with a very good take on it. We saw other teams as well doing that in the group stage and also sort of getting away with it. So this really K-line focused gameplay that kept happening the past tournaments, I think that might be sort of at an end. Like, I don't want to say it's a complete trend as of now, but North defense seems to be a good option. Maybe Shokish, after all those years, was right after all.
The thing is, though, if you're Goodnight Nomi and you play this North defense against this team of Kinder, they literally just played against that, like a bit over an hour ago. So they will have talked about what they need to do to beat it in the future.
Lineups though, Goodnight Nomi, EBR, STRV, M454, 2279, and the rest is going to be Chiefs. 1 CS.
1 CS indeed. And for Kinder, STRV, CS, EBR, rest Chieftains. I don't think that changed from before, right?
No, I think they brought the same lineup against Saboba.
Oh, they're going north straight though. It's a big risk.
Yep, exactly. Going north straight here, not wanting the enemy to once again take north control and then just run down the timer from there. Goodnight Nomi also driving towards north here, but with these newly added rocks in like A6, you can actually make the cross pretty safely, at least towards A7. And Pshitpan with the CS is probably going to try to give a lot of information to his team with that CS. Obviously, in the absence of EBRs in one part of the map, you can just use the speed of the CS, and indeed, he does spot out a good chunk of the tanks of Kinder.
7 out of 8. I counted it quickly. I can count it high. He spotted 7 out of the 8 people going. The only one he didn't spot is Zavistar. Now, Goodnight Nomi does have the potential here to just... I mean, Kinder is bailing from this. They have the potential
Nico is
to just
pretty low HP,
tanks.
by the way. 469 only on the EBR. And like Sand River is such a map where EBRs at the end can be coming in clutch. So starting with this little HP can actually be very, very annoying for the Goodnight Nomi EBR player. Now, Goodnight Nomi, they have 1 tank spotted on this crosshair, and they are going to be meeting 1 more tank. That is Curry. He's going to be playing the hold-down position, basically getting the information on 2 of those chieftains. And yeah, those cupola shots are copious at best.
This is, in my opinion, awful for Kinder right now. Because of the fact they're sending like 6 or 7 up, and Goodnight Nomi is sending like, I don't know, most of the team, you know, like 10. They're sending like 10 up. So if you go fight this as Kinder, you lose the fight. If you run away from it, then they take the position at, you know, there's a little ledge behind Pan there where you can drive up. If you put a chieftain there, it spots every rotation in and out. So then they know. So, like, I mean, Manu is going to get a lot of info here either as well in this 279.
Yep.
They should go fight as if you're good night Nomi.
Yeah, Manio does get a lot of information, and obviously the chieftains from the backlines are going to be able to support and to provide cover fire. Manio, though, driving in here probably a bit prematurely as he's down to 1k and his team isn't even there. The push by his team completely spotted out, and Manio, he's keeping the Kinder tanks back, but he's doing that at the cost of his life. And now that they have had one pickup, the tanks by Kinder, they can just reverse out of this one, and suddenly the choke point works against the tanks of Goodnight Nomi.
Yeah, but then in return, though, you still have the issue that you have all these tanks stuck here. I mean, you can see Carol leave now because they have the M4 shield, and Jordan getting spotted out, trying to back out as well. So I will say Kinder is doing a really good job here at drawing Goodnight Nomi out of position at the very least. But there's still not a real potential for Kinder to push this. They want to pick up Jordan by peeking on the June here.
Also, he just went unspotted in his EBR, but he did see all of those chieftains here. Tark's trying himself, fancying himself a little bit of a boost, does slide off though, so no control over this rock here. And also, I'm not even sure if you want to have tanks up there as of right now. Thing is, Brentkosh, yeah, he does.
He's a shield.
He did get picked up in the base, but that is just another tank gone, and the HP disadvantage here currently for Goodnight Nomi is starting to mount. That is like 7.5k. So
The only good thing here is that they might be able to spot the rotations. So that means there's a lot of HP stuck here, but they didn't take the balcony either. It's on the left of Melon. They didn't take it, so I mean, I think they can just leave this for free though. I mean, Kinder, and rock into a full 1-2 push. I mean, Kinder has really good positions right now for rotating and pushing 1-2 out, actually.
and they also still have the time to do it. I mean, 6 minutes still, so that is looking sort of good. Also, Koma did take a lot of blind shots in his STRB, already down to less than 1k. Probably tried to blind fire into the chieftains, and they saw where he was and just retaliated. Now we see Zavistar getting rotated. He is gonna meet up with, I guess, Skirpy, Mirek, and Impact, probably. And then you also have those chieftains in the middle that could also provide cover fire here. You see Carol and Jordan there holding on, holding strong. Also the SGRV all the way in A3. Can he actually farm onto a cap push from there?
No, he has to go back to A1, I think. I don't know. I never see SRVs play from A3. I think he's moving back towards A1 now, though. I don't think Goodnight Nomi has enough tanks in the base right now to control this push. Like an under push, I don't think they have enough. I mean, they're trying to rotate more with CLCK going, but right now, if these three guys push, and then the three guys from the top after, and they just push into Matrak and kill him.
Yeah, I mean, Curry, Ice Sunny, and Jiboniatsi now starting the push here. Not spotted as of yet. And from the top come Mirek, Impact, Skirpy, Zavi. They are going to start pushing in here. Yes, they do take a bit of damage for it, but not really a scary amount as of now. And Matrak's position is going to get compromised by Skirpy, who is probably going to ram him out from behind the M4 wreck, which is the correct thing to do, even using the wreck against Carl Jordan. Beautiful plays by Skirpy here right now, as Cap does get started up. Jordan does peek up here to get another reset shot in, but this is a lot of tanks by Kinder here currently.
Yeah, and Skirpy's gonna pick up Matrak and get a free hold down while he's at it. This is disaster for Goodnight Nomi. There is no recovery point for them at this moment in time in this match. I do not see how they get back in it. I mean, it all started with Manuel being over-eager by himself there for some reason, and it didn't get much better after that.
And now Cap does start to get pretty close to completion. Mirek is going to be the one to pick up Jordan in the 279. That is an additional gun gone here for the side of Goodnight Nomi, who are barely hanging on. 10k HP difference. Yes, another reset does come in to 2 seconds, but Carl is going to get forced down. Cap does complete, and there is no way that Goodnight Nomi is going to be able to cap through the Kinder cap as well.
It's a very strange game though, Key, because like if Goodnight Nomi goes K-line here, if you go like if they were playing K-line, you cannot recover from Kinder's side, in my opinion. I yet to still see a team play North from east and come back into the game and actually win it over a long period of time. So it's very risky to go north, but it did work out. They got Manuel for free, then they got the AMX Shield as well, which is like,
Yeah, I'm never a fan of, you know, sacrificing the tank just full HP for a shield. It rarely works out in my experience. Overall, Kinder adjusting well though to basically north defenses on Sand River, able to cap it through here, and yeah, obviously Prokhorovka, he's not meant to do damage. That's why we see him with 0 damage here. But
that shield is so easily read if you really just push in. If that's the only one and you don't have the 279 behind the rock, right? That Abuba had. If you don't have that, you just push into him. Like not with like, so if you're driving down the slope key, you know,
yep.
The first one takes the damage.
Also, in the end, the shield ended up hurting.
Yeah, so like the first one, that's exactly what I mean. Like the first one takes the damage for the side of Kinder, and the second one just rams into him. If you do that with 2 guys, he just dies immediately. You get onto the cap, and once you're on the cap, there's no resetting. I mean, there is resetting, but it's always a negative trade.
Yep. And yeah, all of those tanks that were basically committed towards the north, basically was what Goodnight Nomi did differently to what Abuba did with their north defense is that they, over time, didn't rotate more tanks towards their own cap. They were just being static. They were probably planning on rotating later on, but having just played against something sort of similar, yeah, Kinder were just able to read it.
If Goodnight Nomi goes straight like a Bobadoki, I wonder what happens for Kinder. They just run away from 0 line. Goodnight Nomi would have a lot of better positions per se if they did, you know.
Yeah, also the question is if they go straight with their chieftains like Abuba did, then like immediately some damage gets dealt onto the chieftains that that Kinder is trying to send up there, right? So all of that would be very, very interesting to see how it would actually pan out. But yeah, the overextension by the 279, I already didn't understand that because there was nothing that he was realistically going to achieve. He should have just backed down, and that way the damage...
Manuel was like, I'm taking the whole team, boys.
Yeah, and
all by myself.
He tried to take on the whole team, but what ended up happening was he ended up taking one for the team.
One? Only one? More like 7, I think.
I mean, in the end, it was enough to take him out of the game. All right, so that means we are on a match point for the team of Kinder here. Goodnight Nomi trailing currently, but they are going to be able to rectify it from the east side, from the attacking side of Sand River, and they will be trying to do so with an EBR, an STRV. Then we have double 279 and 11 chieftains.
11 chieftains, where Kinder has also 11. And then 2 CSs, an EBR, and a 279.
Okay, so these are
we have to see the defenses now. I'm curious. I still don't think that this hold that Abuba did in general is very effective normally, but they pulled it off. I want to see if Kinder goes for this as well, and if Goodnight Nomi has an answer for it.
Yep, Goodnight Nomi now with a very, very... I mean, it's aggressive, but it's also a very conservative approach of basically pushing the south with a lot of tanks, leaving 1 tank in the own base. That is the 279 EBR spotting north. He does get the information on a lot of tanks, even on some of the chieftains that Kinder has in the middle. And this looks almost like a copy-pasta of the strategy that Kinder was using against Abuba.
Yeah, but they're not pushing middle.
They did sort of delay push middle against Abuba as well, but yeah, it looks like they are just completely drawing back and not doing the same thing. They are going to take the upper middle with some chieftains, it seems.
It's not that great right now for Kinder because there's chieftains.
I mean, south side now getting completely taken by the team of Goodnight Nomi here. And who are, yeah, going to comfortably take that. Prokhorovka now getting pushed on by a double chieftain. And, yeah, they are going to be able to duke it out because there is nothing realistically that could prevent them from doing so. They cannot overpeak though because they have the STRV in the back. Miko taking a lot of damage, probably even unnecessarily so though.
Miko not having a good time here, but like this straight G1 push here from Goodnight Nomi, but a lot of times they want to challenge this position. Do they have the numbers to actually push Kinder down? I think they do, but they can't really continue from this. I think this is really high risk here for Goodnight Nomi. Super high risk actually if they want to continue pushing past this. There's a lot of crossfire coming in from the middle, from the boys from Kinder, and immediately Mario getting deleted. They're now moving on towards Curie. Impact, Zavistar still surviving. They actually need to go past them. I hope Matrak doesn't actually push down. That would be a mistake to make at this point. They just have to play from the cap and actually shoot the tanks from there. And now more tanks coming back in from Kinder. They do have the cap. Melon needs to survive here. Carol needs to make a shield. But Zavistar and Impact seem to be pretty safe behind their little wreck position there. One more Chieftain falling from Goodnight Nomi. 2000 HP difference here though. Zero line repush now coming out. But Kinder in the meantime slowly starting to repush their own base. Impact there pretty safe. Panther and Tarks on the flank trying to get behind Machak there. And Machak is in trouble for that. He has nobody supporting him. This was very, very risky from Goodnight Nomi.
This was indeed very, very risky, and it seems like it wasn't going to bring the reward that they would have wanted. Matrak now starting to push down. Impact, finally the crossfire is gone, but Matrak now gonna be attacked into the back with HG. Doesn't penetrate, however. He is going to go into a hold down, but the fact remains is that the Goodnight Nomi tanks that are near the Kinder cap are sort of circled, and we see Twist taking a lot of damage because Koma just basically has free farm. Ice Sunny also getting pulled to deal with that. It's actually going to be Bunter to pick it up now. iGang here in a 2v1 against Sir Jacob is Amarak though, so yeah, that is not quite what he wanted. Olo is going to come in, put him down to a one-shot, and he is going to die, but the fact remains here at this cap that the Kinder tanks are just trading better than the Goodnight Nomi tanks.
I mean, it's so within possible range though, Kihan. These Goodnight Nomi tanks in the base are selling their skin very dearly, I would say. Even more than I expected. One more shot from Karol. There, onto a Skirpy. He will fall now against Sunny. But it is 2k, Kihan. I'm not going to say that they're going to win this, but they're in a better position than they should have been, you know?
Yeah, they are, but then again, Kinder, they do have that EBR. And on a large map like Sand River, if one team has an EBR in the later stages of the game when there's not that many guns available anymore, that really does tend to hurt you. And now Brentkosh here also dropping for Goodnight Nomi. That does almost spell disaster for them here, because yes, they are somewhat close regarding the HP, but then again, they will have to give up HP in order to advance, because Goodnight Nomi is going to be attacking. So in the end, it's always going to be moving guns of Goodnight Nomi against stationary guns of Kinder, if Kinder chooses to do so.
Yeah, and Sam just spotting out Jordan there on the back. They somehow need to pick up Mirek. I don't know how they're gonna do it. A good shot on towards Sam though, 377, dropping him ever so low. He's a potential one-shot now for all of these guns. And speed rotation there from the STRV does get spotted out. Doesn't take any damage, and a big issue is that the STRV has this much damage. Kurski needs to be really careful in the south because of Sani's position. Spotting him out. Yigang is now rotating towards zero line to potentially get a different angle against Koma. I mean, it is possible. It is possible.
It is possible, but
unlikely.
Yeah, unlikely is probably the correct word. As Sem with that EBR, he has low noise exhaust and he has purple optics, so he's always going to outspot every single tank on the lineup of Goodnight Nomi. And I think the other problem that Goodnight Nomi has is that out of their 6.5k HP, almost 2k of those is on the tank we see currently, is on the STRV, and I think they would rather have it the other way around, that a lot of HP was, for example, on Gurski, and the STRV could just on low HP farm from the back. But that's just the situation that they find themselves now in, and we all know how awkward it can be to actually having to aggressively engage with an STRV. Also, he did just get spotted out by Sem. Good bush taken by the EBR player here. And yeah, that is also a lot of information switching over. Yes, Yosi does go over 3k damage. Not sure in which part of the map he currently is.
He's in the north in this, yes.
But yeah, he is also getting pushed here by iGang down to a one-shot. Koma is starting to drive around. Will maybe take one by solo, but iGang is never gonna let this... Ooh, Koma could... Ah, never mind. iGang is there to pick it up, and he does even spot out Koma. Koma is going to win this 1v1, and at this point in time, that would be a crucial one. That being said, though, Jordan with the pickup onto Skirpy.
Jordan with the pickup on the Skirpy, now pressuring Banter, who, if he falls back, is going to get shot from the middle, or should get shot from the middle. There it is, 403 on the side. One more taken as well. If Jordan would roll here, could potentially shut it down. Steiny, in the meantime, repushing together with Koma, though, in the north. iGang is definitely going to fall here against Koma. As you said, he's going to win that 1v1. Gursky falling, though, to Sem in the EBR is so important. Koma now picking up iGang. Jordan, oh, 6 HP remaining. He's going to intuition to HE normally at this moment in time, but he's going to go down towards a one-shot for that and probably die as well. And that should be the end of Good Night Nomi, who are getting sent to sleep for a nap in the kindergarten, as they will be closing it out. And Good Night Nomi there, I don't know about this like straight push for me.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that one either. As we can see, Ice Sunny pick up Bolo, and now it's only Marcel remaining in that STRV. 1071 HP and a dream, but it's going to turn into a nightmare as the EBR is already on the prowl, is already on the flank. He is going to get himself sort of an elevated position, but the Kinder tanks, obviously, they know better than to, you know, drive into him one by one, down to a two-shot, make that a one-shot. He does try to engage Tarks and is actually going to get the pickup. So a bit of stats padding going on there, but that is going to be the end of this match, and Kinder are going to advance with a scoreline of 3-1, which is, I believe, not my prediction. I think I had 3-2.
Yeah, I think Toxic is the one that's right. I'm not sure.
Actual
at least he was already,
mastermind.
at least he was already like proclaiming that he's right. So there is that. I think that for Good Night Nomi, they wanted to do too much at once. All those chieftains from Kinder in the middle are dead if they don't push. If they just retake their base and hold G1, all those chieftains die. Like every single one of them in the middle dies.
Yeah, they were probably gambling that you know, Kinder had a lot more tanks in the top, which, well, in the end they didn't. So they ended up pushing into too much, just like 2 or 3 tanks less there, and that push actually does succeed beautifully. This way, though, it's going to be Kinder staying alive in the tournament, and after one match only, unfortunately, we are going to have to say goodbye to the team of Good Night Nomi, who had a very good showing in the groups, but here they just got bested by Kinder, and I think they also sort of baited themselves here a bit.
Yeah, I feel like they beat themselves in this round. This crossfight, like taking G1, was good. I think they spotted the chieftains. No, they spotted a few chieftains aiming already when they crossing to G1. They can completely annihilate those chieftains.
Yep.
They stop, they shoot towards them, they just annihilate them. They all die. It's an overcommitment there to keep pushing. They had the info to work off, and they still had the 279 holding the base. They can retake that June with more, crossfire the middle, and then Kinder just loses it over time because you can't hold it like that. But this scenario is perfect for Kinder, but even then, Good Night Nomi guys really did some fantastic stuff in the base, staying alive and shooting, because they actually walked out of that with not the worst situation in the world. Having Miko, I don't know, if he was actually healthy in this game, it could have made a big difference, like Sem did. But the fact he took 2 shots in the base for really no reason whatsoever, you know, if you have a full HP EBR there, it could make a difference.
It could make a difference, and at the end it probably might as well, because as I mentioned, if you have very few guns remaining and a large map like Sand River, then EBR plays can really make the difference. But I think we should get some separate opinions on that, as I think both Toxic and Insane are ready to take it away.
Well, yes, thanks guys. Welcome back on the analyst desk. And Toxic, that's it for Good Night Nomi. We have to say goodbye to them, and we have to also congratulate Kindergarten to make it in the next step of the losers bracket.
Yeah, very great showing for them. 3-1 victory, and I gotta say the rounds were mostly very convincing. For the next match, we will have Tread versus Tilt. Also a very interesting match. And Kinder moved on to match 6 for tomorrow. That is the lower bracket match.
Yeah, so the last match of the day, Trade against Tilt, just like this one, a BO5, and the winner is going to be facing Kindergarten. Tomorrow will be starting with the Abuba against Inville, the two actual powerhouses of this tournament, but Tilt. That used to be Raid. I mean, that was maybe Raid because Smiley was the captain FC. This time, though, we don't see them in the upper bracket. That's actually pretty unusual.
Yeah, kind of a change, you know?
Yeah.
Usually we got to see the match Tilt versus Inville very early as one of the classics. Now we might get to see it later. Maybe we don't get to see it at all. That will be decided in the next match.
So yeah, Tread against Tilt. Tread, they had like a pretty tough time against Inville. They lost 4-1, could have been 4-2 possibly, and now they have to be facing Tilt, a very experienced team. They were known as Raid in the past tournament. It's mainly the same roster with few changes, especially the leadership. But this match could be interesting. I mean, we had a pretty good one to start with in the losers bracket, but Toxic, I think the replays are ready about the match we have just seen. It was against Kindergarten and Goodnight Nomi. Kindergarten taking the victory 3-1, and it started at Himmelsdorf.
Yeah, and you could see Goodnight Nomi going for the hill over push, kind of similar to what I think Inville did. However, Kindergarten was pretty ready for it. They received them well, but they didn't expect that many tanks because one of the CSs spotted the 279s on the hill earlier, but he didn't manage to spot all of them. That led to the hard over match here, which was kind of a pre-decision on who wins the match.
Well, it was basically we tried to hold them around B8, and in the meantime we overrun their base. But from the side of Goodnight Nomi, they were pretty fast. They held very, very well their base. They traded super well, and that actually allowed them to actually move back from B8, cleaning the D-line, coming back to their base, getting all of those tanks from Kindergarten down. But you could see at the end they had 3 times the amount of tanks, 2 times the HP. So that was a good start for the Polish team.
Yeah, moving on to the second match, we had Nomi as the attacker, Goodnight Nomi as the attacker. They opted into a 3-line push pretty early, which was spotted, so Kinder managed to start rotating pretty early. They had some tanks on the hill. You can see the clash out here, 250 beasts versus 3 chieftains, which was won by Kindergarten. You can see later they have 1 chieftain left on the hill. However, he couldn't do much because the fight was mainly in the base of Kindergarten.
I mean, that's something we see a lot. We tend to see teams brawling on the lower side and actually having a team that has the overmatch on the hill and that wins the hill, taking the victory. And there we could see that Goodnight Nomi made some mistakes in the overcommitment, and then Kindergarten took the victory. But next up, we were on Sun River, and this time Kindergarten on the attack and Goodnight Nomi on defense. And that was an amazing opening from them because they managed to take down that 279 and run almost uncontested.
Yeah, I really like this. They saw that they were able to take 1 tank for free and then just run, because otherwise they would have gotten overmatched. So this brought them into a really good position for later in the game. You can see here, they just managed to overpower the base of Goodnight Nomi, kill the tanks, basically, well, not for free, they took some damage for it, but they did kill them and managed to get into the base, whilst also still having enough to hold the 0 line, keeping Nomi from, in return, capping their base.
I think that shield is bad. I mean, you just lose a tank, you play with 14, and at the end of the day, Skippy could even use that AMX Kakas in his own interest to actually get some coverage. So it's like playing with 14, you can get overrun here. They could just lose a tank on the way to do it, and that would be still a trade 1-for-1. So that's not something that works out, especially when you have all of those tanks stuck at A0 and not enough firepower up here. So Goodnight Nomi there, not playing their greatest games. You could see Kindergarten double the HP, completely out positioning the Polish team and taking the lead 2-1.
Yeah, and then we can see in the next Sand River, Nomi actually decided to full push on the K-line, going straight through the 1 line as well. However, Kindergarten has so many tanks in the middle that they actually managed to punish this pretty well. We can see Goodnight Nomi taking a lot of damage, killing some tanks here, but actually very well done from the team of Kindergarten. They managed to have their chieftains die here, yes, but they make a shield, so I think it was Impact that survived pretty long. and basically was an anchor for the team and managed to let them deal so much more damage before dying.
Yeah, I think this round is basically all about the amount of damage done by Kindergarten on that push around the 1 line, around E1 on those 4 tanks. They actually took the lead HP-wise and they kept it all the time, and then at the end they managed to actually rotate all of their tanks left alive to actually win their base. In return, Goodnight Nomi doesn't have the greatest position, took it down, and they are also attacking, so good stuff from Kindergarten. I would like to mention also something, Toxic, we didn't see any team actually from the defending side going for the kill line brawl. That's something we have seen lots in the past tournaments, so maybe on the European series the teams are a bit changing their approach on the defense on that map.
Yeah, I think the rework of Sand River actually opened up the map a lot. And I think that's a very good addition to have these rocks in the middle, to also have the safer cross towards the A line.
Yeah.
And I think it makes the map more interesting, not only to play, but also for us to watch.
I mean, we had like some pretty interesting tactics involved on that map from a lot of different teams, and I'd like to say that we tend to think that the attacking side is the better one, especially for the kill line, but we've been proven wrong many times because we have seen a lot of teams win on their defense. I think so far we saw 3 teams won their defense and 1 winning the attack, which was Kindergarten to take the victory over Goodnight Nomi. But that being said, Toxic, it's probably time to just cover the last match of the day. It's going to be Trade against Tilt, and to introduce that, we have our casters, Kian and Daki. Just before that, we could check a very closer look at the predictions. It's very close, 52%, 48%. I mean, maybe they're not giving enough credit to Tilt because they're not called Raid anymore?
That might be the case, but also I think Tread had a pretty good showing, so maybe it's fair to give them such a high chance versus Tilt. We will see, however. I think Jacketha looking to secure his next silver fist, so he will do everything he can to win this match.
So yeah, well, prediction is very close between those 2 teams, and Trade will have to get a second breath to get a chance to stay alive in this tournament. The team losing will have to just quit, and the other one will be moving on in the losers bracket next round against Kindergarten. That being said, it's time to get our casters to introduce that match, to talk about those 2 teams, give their opinion. Kian and Daki, take it away.
Hello there, and welcome back at the Displate Casters Corner. And we are in for the last match of the day. It's going to be Tilt against Tread. Yeah, Tilt going through a rename also, as the analyst said. They used to be called Raid formerly, now they are being called Tilt. Pre-qualified, barely made it through group stage, but here we are.
Yeah, but a different FC. I think that's the main part to talk about. No Smiley for this team anymore. It's magical at the helm of this team. The gentlest FC, I think, in this whole showdown. By far the most cool, calm, and collected FC. I don't know. I've played with Magic. He never really, elevates his pitch in his voice or the way he leads. Personally, I don't know. I think sometimes it is important to be loud and get the people to do what you want, and we're gonna see if this is gonna work out for them.
Yeah, exactly. And then on the other hand, we have the team of Tread that we just saw it battling it out against Inville, and yeah, to be honest, getting schooled by the Polish powerhouse under their captain Infinity. He's apparently a step bro as well, and a lot of these Balkan players here. Some of them even dating back to the DV times. For example, Korana, with his golden fists from basically back then when they made their road to Minsk. So some
Killer as well.
Yeah, Killer as well. So some old players
and Ghost and Shifter.
Yep. So
you forgot a few.
Yeah, I forgot a few, but they are there regardless. So some core of the team basically remaining, with a lot of players being switched in newly now. Map pick and bans. We see Live Oaks getting taken out of the equation. Himmelsdorf the same. Then we do immediately start on Sand River again. The second map is going to be Ensk, and then a lot of bans coming through. And the tiebreaker once again would be Cliff. we saw Tread already on Cliff today. It was one close round against Inville and one not so close round.
I think Cliff is a good tiebreaker there. I mean, Tilt had the decision between Fisherman's Bay or Cliff. Don't really want to attack on Fisherman's Bay. We've seen it almost be done by Kinder against Abuba, but barely. Lost against Time. So if you're Tilt there, you put it to a map that is like 50-50, which Cliff is just a more evenly matched kind of map than Fisherman Bay would be. So if we get there, of course.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest question mark for me at least going into this one is going to be the performance that Tilt is actually going to show up with, because you mentioned it, new FC. And FCs can make or break a team. Basically, if the FC is not on par with the other FCs of an event, then basically the players can be as good as they want, because all of the skill and the performance that everyone is bringing here, it might still be you know, not enough if your FC is not on par. And the predictions coming in, Toxic going with a 3-0 for Tilt, you and I going with 3-2 and 3-1 for Tread respectively, and Insane also saying that Tilt is going to win in rather convincing fashion. So I would say we are split right down the middle in between Analyst's Desk and Displate Caster's Corner.
I mean, I like what I like what Tread brought against Inville. In general, I think they had a good showing. Scoreline does not reflect it, but they did. And I think their style might match up well against Tilt here. And I just give them the credit because they won their group and they also did well against Inville. And they're coming out here with double 260, a 279, an EBR, and the rest Chieftains. And
for the side of Tilt, we have one EBR, one STRV, then we have one 279 played by Pika, and the rest is also going to be Chieftains, 12 of them. Now,
and you can see, though, immediately Tread going north, another team that does not fight the K-line.
Yeah, exactly. Tilt basically doing what we saw Kinder do, basically taking the south here once again. So the opening by Tread, inspired by Abuba, I guess, or they just had it drawn up before the tournament. Regardless, they are interestingly enough leaving a lot of Chieftains in D2, where we saw Abuba play with a 279. And in the north, yeah, we just see this big push out by Tread, who also choose not to take the direct route. Not that it would matter this time, because there is no one that could spot or punish. And while all of this is happening, Tilt is going to confidently take the southern area of the map. Hannes already giving the early information that Tread is not committing here. That is why we see Chieftains already returning through that 0 line.
Really, a lot of teams have been using this position where Ghost is now. Maybe with the middle changes, it's much safer than it used to be. Wasn't like that in the past. See Tread here though, immediately pushing through the north, and they're even gonna boost the Killa up on the slope, which is it's a neat little thing, I guess.
Yeah.
I mean, it just shows preparation. It shows that they did think about this and how they want to play it.
I mean, 8 HP in total lost for this. That's not going to be the end
and they
of the
have
world.
very deep position with the 260, man. Like very deep.
And the thing is, like the 260, if it doesn't overpeak like this and take shots into the hull, then the 260 does actually have a very decent turret with an extremely small cupola. So he'll be able to provide crossfire. He'll be able to, more importantly, also provide information and immediately rotation coming out back from the team of Tread. They are going to be reinforcing their cap because they are assuming, and rightly so, that a lot of the tanks by Tilt were sent towards the south. And then if you give the attacking team basically free rotations over that K line, then you always need to be afraid of your own cap, basically.
Yeah, but they have very good and deep positions.
Oh, Hannes there being spotted out in the middle of the map does try himself with a little shot onto the 260, but it's not going to connect. Hannes should be careful.
This is really good for Tread though, like.
Yeah. I mean, right now nothing is happening, and if nothing's happening, that means the defending team is winning.
I mean, like just the positions that they were allowed to get, like the 260 or Simon, getting pressured there all the way for free. And then the deep June on D8. And then a lot of tanks in the base. Like this could, and then 3 guys behind E1. This is a perfect defense for Tread IMO.
Right now, this is indeed looking very, very good. And the thing is also, the boosted up tank of Killer, he's going to be providing a lot of information, and he will just be able to leave for free, even if that zero-line repush does come through. So I do agree with you. It's looking very, very good for Tread right now, even though they're behind like 300 HP, but that is all but meaningless at this point, to be honest. Magic there has not repaired his fuel tank for quite some time. If they're not planning to push within the next 90 seconds, then I would love for him to do that, but as of now he decides against it. Some shots coming out in towards the middle now by the players of Tilt, because Hannes is trying to provide information there, and I think he's doing a good job of it. Ghost is perma-spotted as of right now, and yeah, no one can really spot or contest him. The only problem would be if Sagma in the Tread EBR would be doing anything against that.
I mean, so far, so good. I mean, we have Magic against Magic Duck, which is an interesting face-off. But you can see Tilt starting to group towards the 1-2 line. Good knowledge there, though, for the boys from Tread. Like, they really, really are aware of what position the EBR could be in, and immediately getting blinded towards that. So, good knowledge, good preparation, very aware. So far, you know,
yeah, exactly.
What I will I say for Tilt, though, I talked about it before, and I said that if you're going to commit to this gap, I think that you should just commit to it. I don't think you do half commitments. I think you just commit, you know? Your base is not really hard to hold for the side of Tilt. And you just take everything almost. Like, you don't like do a half commitment. You make sure that it's either gonna work or you're gonna lose. It doesn't matter anyways because you're attacking. So what does it matter? You leave limited to defend your base. You don't care, and you just take Magic. Please repair your fuel. I mean, it's too late to repair his fuel.
I mean, yeah, we do also see it seems like they are listening to you, like a spiritual connection. They are grouping up with a lot of tanks here. I would really love for Magic to rotate a bit to the back because he's actually, you know, the only one not full HP. But that is a minor nitpick, to be honest. They are, once they're going to be grouped up, they're going to start pushing here, and it seems like Jackifa in the SGRV, not at the red line for once, but he seems to have found a shot onto the 260. You can see the pen indicator turning green there just sometimes, so it's going to be pixel shots, and in comes the push by Tilt. They choose not to go through the bottleneck of F1, but instead they swing around, but they're going to be met by resistance by Tread.
They're gonna be met by heavy resistance from Tread even. Now you can see a adjustment. Magic Fly, Kacha going for the guys in the shield. We talked about this. You kind of have to push into them. You don't have a choice. They're doing exactly that. But now they also need the fire to accompany this because they need to pick up these guns at the same time. Lip going down as first one. Timmy, they're just sacrificing himself to try and kill the shield, try and make the difference. And it's actually working out. They get both of the shielded guys, and Kacha might have a little bit of a shield by himself. I don't think so. I think he's going to fall for that. And now it's on to Tread. Can they get the crucial reset? Because they need to get them. It's always going to be a tough nut here for them because those tanks are all on Cupola and you have the crossfire from behind. They're getting the HE resets, but that in 3 minutes, you cannot HE reset for the rest of your life. This is why teams play with a tank behind the rock, the 279, but Tread doesn't have this. Maybe the perfect defense wasn't so perfect after all.
Exactly. Now triple cap is going on here, down to 10 seconds, and all of those resets that we see come out with HE, they cost the team of Tread dearly. Every single peak they make, every move they make, it's going to cost them because the team of Tilt still has those tanks in F1, in E1 that do provide the crossfire. Sogma even in the EBR, as soon as a tank like that has to come forth to provide resets, you know it's not looking good. Finally, another good reset onto Old Kings, but still triple cap is going on, 20 seconds seconds remaining, and Saskica Mali from the backlines is apparently not finding the connections on the cupolas. That would really turn the game in Tread's favor. Tilt now up 3k HP. Pika has even come around, does miss Sigma in his EBR. Magic Duck is gonna humpity dumpity make his way down, and now Karzikov is gonna get sent in towards that reset, but actually Cap is going to complete, and Tilt are gonna convert their attack on Sand River.
They're indeed gonna do this. Yeah, missing the 279 there behind the rock. Okay, I said it was a perfect defense. Very incorrect. You can call me out on being wrong. The 279 there behind the rock would have probably made all of the difference for the side of Tread, where you had Abuba's 279, because he just faces and shoots the guys on the cap. If he kills one, if they kill one guy on the cap extra, then it's only 2-man cap pressure. Now, 2-man cap pressure is not nearly as
yeah, and you could
choking
just
as
see how much HP they were sacrificing with those chieftains as soon as they were peeking out of the holddowns, and they were only able to get HE connections. That was the other big problem that they had. So yeah, good stuff by the side of Tilt. Just you said it, committing in with enough people, and just winning.
And making sure they push the shield. Making sure they push the shield and kill it. And I don't know what Tread was doing, but like felt like that, for example, Timmy was alive for quite a decent amount of time, and he was just sitting in the open for everybody.
Yeah, I mean, he was, if you want to give him credit, right, he was trying to tank the shots for his team to make that crucial team play once again. So the other guys on his team wouldn't have to take the shots and could instead focus on getting the shielded guys out, because that crossfire fire is really what makes that defense. I'm afraid for this game we don't really have battle results because my client crashed. But then again, I don't think there was really any standout performances coming out by individual players. It was just overall the way Tilt played out the game, the way how they chose to attack and where and when they did it with how many tanks, and just, you know, going in with you could tell the players were going in a way where they were confident to actually win that one.
You want to know why I predicted for Treadkey? Because I don't want Fabian to win another silver fist. You know, he pretends like he's okay with it and that it's like fine, but we both know that deep down, you know, it's like when you say you're fine, but
you're not really fine.
You're fine,
yeah.
But you have to, because they'll never understand. That is Fabian. Every time he takes his second, he's like, he puts on his mask, he said, I'll adjust the emote, another silver fist, it's fine, surely. But he's not fine.
Secretly, the copium supply in his basement is getting smaller and smaller by the minute. Then again, he would probably feel good about picking up bronze fists, because, well, he doesn't have them yet. So maybe that's his goal for this time.
I mean, silver or bronze. I mean, he has the potential for gold. Who knows? Maybe they'll do the heroic run.
Flying too close to the sun, you mean? And then
yeah,
getting burned in the process like Icarus again.
What do you think he prefers, though? Silver and actually getting like prize money, or bronze to not have to go through?
I mean, in the end, I would take the money.
You would take anything, Key. You would play for 5 beers, bro. If I made a tournament tomorrow and the main prize was a beer, you'd sign up, because like, why not?
I mean, you know, obviously a non-alcoholic one.
Yes, of course, Kian, of course.
But yeah, map video already indicating that we are in for what might be our second round here in between Tilt and Tread. Obviously, that was just an attacking victory coming out, and I personally do still feel, even though the changes obviously changed a lot, it still is sort of East favored, in my opinion.
You think so?
I mean, you know.
Kian, ask me how I felt when I spawned 13 times in a row in Onslaught from the West. Ask me how I felt.
How did you feel, actually?
I don't want to talk about it.
Okay. Why should I ask you? Like what?
I don't know. I just wanted to see if you were actually going to ask, if you care about my well-being.
I do care about your well-being.
Really? I haven't noticed.
What do you mean?
You never message me how you doing, what's up, let's hang out.
Yeah, it's always about
Never.
where is the kills or not how is the kills or.
True, man. True.
But yeah, we'll have to see.
Even today, he didn't ask me how I'm doing. By the way, he just said hello and that was it. Friends.
I did not ask you how I'm. Normally, I was not brought up in this way. Maybe it's just you.
I don't know. I don't think so. I think you could be a better friend. 2023 is coming, yeah. Maybe you should make that one of your
New Year's resolutions.
Exactly.
Yep. Yeah, maybe I should. Maybe I will. How about
I
that?
mean, where is the kill through? I have the same feeling for Kihan sometimes, though.
True. No one really asks how I am. They always ask, where is he? When are you streaming?
Where's Kihan for the rehearsal? But yeah, now the sides are swapping, which means that Tilt gets to defend. And the question is, Key, do we see a team go K-line today? Like, do we actually see a team challenge the K-line?
I mean, a K-line shootout by both teams would be pretty cool. There would be a lot of action. We haven't seen that yet. We'll have to see. In the background, we have some slight technical issues because apparently there were some disconnects from EO2, but we are working on resolving that. So yeah, should be back soon. I think we can take that time to also take a look at also for the matches for tomorrow, namely the upper bracket final. It's going to be a rematch from one of the group stage matches in between Inville and Abuba. And there Abuba did win decisively. But
I don't know, after today I'm voting for Inville tomorrow.
Okay, just because they showed up so well against Tread is what you say.
I just think Abuba was like, I don't know, not that great today, you know? Left a lot of openings to be used.
Maybe, you know, keeping tactics still. Something.
I mean,
like
it's
that.
possible. It's possible. If I played against Banter, I'd also play my second rated strat.
Oof. Are we actually gonna get into the? I was gonna steer so clear of that. I was gonna steer.
What? It's
so
a joke, yeah. It's a joke. Come on. Let me have it. Just a quick punch below the belt, dude. I haven't taken any punches at you yet today, all day, dude.
I mean, you know, if you start doing that, then I'll have to come up with stuff
what?
myself, I guess.
Do what, Gihad? What you gonna do, man? What is that? A threat of like an act of violence?
No. It's just,
I'd love to see it. You know what? I'm gonna tell you guys something. Everybody that's listening to the stream, Gihad writes down roasts or banter before the stream, and then he uses them.
I mean,
that's how committed he
is everything.
I thought you were gonna say preparation is key because it comes in handy.
Okay, dude.
I mean, I'm trying to put myself in your mind, you know? It's like definitely something I could see you say with like zero shame.
Yeah, we'll have to see. The game has been started now, though, so I hope we'll be seeing gameplay soon enough. As yeah, finally I was able to make my way back into the lobby. So yeah, there is that. Round number 2, in between Tread and Tilt. Currently, a Tilt leading 1-0, and they are bringing to round number 2 one EBR, double CS. They are also bringing an IS-7, I think first appearance of that one in the playoff stage, and the rest is going to be Chiefs.
Yeah, an IS-7 is interesting, but Tread in return bringing the slightly more modern Russian heavies, aka double 260 and a 279, followed up by an EBR, and the rest being Chieftains. The IS-7 is indeed interesting, and it's going to happen, Key.
Yeah, the IS-7 being pushed right now, so there is that, and indeed it's going to be happening. The South Brawl in between both of those teams, so some, I think by now you have to say, old school tactics being employed, as Infinity, the first one to get spotted, Shifter as well, so good spots coming out from Horse that even does get an Amarak on towards Shifter, and yeah, both teams are going to meet in the South here. Who do you think takes the advantage? In my opinion, it's Tread, just because they're spawning from east.
I don't know what Inville. I don't know what Tilt is doing here, per se. Like, they're going on the outside, but
I mean, except for the 279, no one can really farm them, and the 279 is busy right now with the CS tanks. That being said, both teams are sending tanks towards the more aggressive Dune. Magic now with the IS-7 coming from the outside, takes one shot of damage for his troubles. Link needs to be careful, down to 911 already. Turret badly damaged here, and Magic is gonna just stay hold down and be an IS-7 hold down there, I guess.
I mean, I understand why. You know, because Chieftains can get bent in the turret, while IS-7 doesn't really. I think the bigger issue here is their CS-63 combination in the city. At some point, I mean, there's a lot of houses there, but the families have been evicted, and the buildings at some point are going to get evicted as well, you know? They're going to get destroyed, and then they're going to die. So they're forced out. And the issue here, the bigger issue is that Tilt will just I mean, they can maybe pick a fair, but they will just very slowly lose their middle presence, and Hannes in the meantime getting owned by Sugma.
Yeah, exactly. Hannes down to 422, so that is APCR possible, and HE very likely one-shot. Meanwhile, Sugma still comfortably sitting on 856 trades, though, in the south here ongoing. Link down towards a one-shot might be the first one to fall here, as the Chieftain from the middle, as well as the 279, probably shooting for their heart's content, and I think Link is even trying to make a hold down for the rest of his tanks, as it's going to be Tom to pick up Link. And that is the first kill for the side of Tread here, that are also leading 2k HP advantage. So at the moment, and as has been the case since like forever, the shape of the dunes in the south basically helping the eastern team.
I mean, now you can see double Chieftain getting rotated. That's Pupaisen and I think Magic Duck are going to retake North, because their Chieftain in the middle, Tom, is getting put under pressure by the double CS 63 by Horse and Itox. But now when this double Chieftain arrives in the Sugma. Hannes dying to Tom, though.
That was two not very great performances by either EBR player. Hannes dying is crucial. That's a lot of the mobility, a lot of the information just gone, and Sugma is going to make a bad trade with one of the CSs going down towards a one-shot as well. Horse is a one-shot as well, yes, but obviously the HP is so much more valuable on the EBR. And now Magic Duck is going to chase the CSs away. Sugma is actually going to be the one to pick up Horse, who he made a one-shot previously. And this means that Itox needs to bail against the Chieftain.
Yeah, he is indeed forced to bail, but the issue here, key, is Tread has the middle, Tread has the north. Kacha, Timmy, Jakafa, they're gonna die, key. I don't know how to paint a pretty picture here, because there's nothing pretty to paint about this. This is a slow and painful and excruciating death if you're a player, because you can't go anywhere, you can't do anything, you literally just dying to a guy that's hold down on 300 meters, and you can't do nothing about it.
I mean,
because
Tread now forming up for a push here. They are going to focus onto Magic first of all in his IS-7, and they are even taking the tanks from the back. I don't think this push is even necessary as of right now, because they're controlling so much else of the map, but they're going to do it regardless. Magic there turning sideways is going to do one more shot of damage. Team meanwhile dying. Jakafa also biting the dust, and now the Tilt players trying to find the overpeaks, trying to find the kills, but there are none to be had, as Tread just with superior numbers, superior HP, coming into this one and firmly winning out in the south.
I told you, it's slow and painful that Tread did not need to push key. At no given point the Tread need to push. They could have killed them very slowly. They would win the game the same way. Still needs to make more reactions if they want to play like this, because if it's K-Line again, okay, the best example is Inville. When they play this, where they push up close to the June, they're either pressuring down the middle, or they're pressuring over the top, the E-line, you know? They're either doing that or the middle. But when you just go full K-Line, the slow way, and you take positions there, there needs to be a backup plan. Where is the backup plan from Tilt here? Like,
yeah, I don't see one either, as we now see White Truck here getting picked up by Killer, and only Old Kings and Pika remaining for the team of Tilt. So Tread slow but steady, winning the race in game number 2 here, and are going to equalize the scoreline, which means we are at least going to see 2 more games today.
Legit. Key, Tread is saving us. They're even saving the Tilt players in this regard. Because every time Tilt would pull back at Chieftain, they could rotate one themselves, you know? They can always match what Tilt has in the north, especially after Hannes dies and they spot all rotations. Them pushing made it easier on the Tilt players because the game was over already, but they could have indeed just let those 2 guys in the middle kill everybody. Over 10 minutes, they're gonna kill most of the Tilt tanks, and it would be very slow and very painful to watch.
Exactly, and this means that yeah, Tilt, after a good first game where they did look like they had a proper match plan, now with sort of stationary gameplay, yeah, just completely, I mean, 15-2 scoreline, what do you call that? Brutal, savage, wrecked. And
I mean, the damage numbers are completely irrelevant here.
Yeah.
Actually,
yeah,
they don't even matter. It's just like you have your entire team stuck without being able to push, without being able to rotate. And you know, the size 7 thing is really cool and all, but you already lost a chieftain for free in the terms of link. I don't know. It's just, dude, if you're Tilt at this point, you just forget about this game ever happened. Like you just don't mention it ever again. Like you blacklist Sand River in your vocabulary. It's like, you know.
yeah, I mean, also Sagma was playing a really good, even though he did like 1 bad peak, he was playing a really good game in the north, providing all the information that his team needed to pull exactly as many tanks there as needed. And from there on out, as soon as basically Tilt can't push south and Tread is slowly winning north, they are slowly winning the game off of that. But yeah, I think that puts a check mark behind Sand River. Tilt and Tread splitting the scoreline. It's going to be 1-1. And the next and upcoming map is going to be Ensk.
Ensk indeed. We'll have to see how both these teams play. We haven't seen it yet, right?
Not today, no.
No, we have not seen it yet. I'm just making sure. I don't know. It really depends on the kind of game style the defensive team wants to play. Do they play field? Do they play rails? Do they play...
I mean, Tread, at least, if I recall correctly from the group stage, they were playing super 279 heavy and liked very much to play field. But we'll see if they maybe adjust it, because they... I mean, it somewhat worked and somewhat didn't there, so possibly they saw the need for adjustment there, because lately the meta, at least when Inville and Abuba and those kind of teams played, they had a lot of E-tanks, E3s, E4s, all that good kind of stuff, and those were basically duking it out on the rails. That will be interesting moving forward to see if there is going to be an adjustment from the side of Tread, and also we haven't really seen Tilt on there yet, so...
Yeah, it really, like, the decision maker here, usually on Ensk, is the team in South. The team of Tilt, however, is going to be rocking 1, 2, 3, and that is, if my memory is 4, I think that's 4. Then double chieftain and the rest 2 7-9s.
And on the side of Tread, we have double E3, 1 E4, we have quadruple chief, and the rest is going to be 2 7-9s as well. So, yeah, a total of 7 American tank destroyers here being employed. Well, we'll have to see. Obviously, regarding the openings, one of the Tilt players very good, destroying the wall and basically J5-6, so that you immediately get the spots on the cross that can then enable you to deal damage. And already Korana taking one, Ghost getting set on fire, Simon and Fair also getting tagged, and yeah, that cross at the start it didn't look very costly, but then it turned out to be pretty expensive.
That's the price you pay from South, Doki. That is the price you pay. It's just the way it is, because of the fact that the crossing is spottable from north and punishable from north. You can't really do the same from south, so sometimes it just ends up this way, man. But this is a little bit Inville-esque defense, only leaving Killa there in the 279 by himself.
I think Inville usually had like 1 or 2 more 279s
Yeah,
there,
yeah,
but-
they had more on the J line.
Mm.
But now the point for Tread is that they need a lot of tanks to aim at the H1 crossing. They need to delete a tank. They don't
yeah, and
have this.
currently the walls are not even destroyed, and you can see Tom and Simon, they would both be able to shoot, but the problem is they are 279s, they most likely have heat, so the heat would get stuck in the wall there. So at least they should destroy that. It's like battle preparation 101. They aren't even spotting it right now. Like not.
No, they are not. They're finally starting to destroy the walls, but they don't really have many people aiming still. I mean, you need like a bunch of people aiming.
Yep. Now Link is also going to get a lot of information on everyone that will cross on that line, so that is also a crucial linchpin in the tactic of Tilt, who have so far not lost a single point of HP. Cast the Curse Magic taking the first shot for his team. But yeah, so far no one has been crossed over, and you can see Killer already destroying all of the houses in K1, so you wouldn't, even in theory, be able to stay safe there.
That's good. That's just, you know, again, a sign of preparation. They need to be careful that they don't miss the timing where everybody's shooting the buildings and then the Tilt crosses, you know?
We do see Tilt setting up an E3 and a Chieftain now to... I don't think the E3 is going to cross. It's probably going to like side scrape off of there and then just generate priority in this lane. Also Jackify and his 279 respectively preparing for the cross here. And I think as soon as Katya and possibly Fly are there, we should see the team of Tilt, the Salt Mine, spring into action.
Yeah, but this crossing, it all really depends on how much this crossing costs. How much do they pay for this? Because it is 4,000 lead right now for Tilt.
Yep. Fly now also there, Old Kings, all of them are grouped up for the cross, and it will just depend how well the tread tanks actually shoot, how good their reactions are, because realistically you have like 1.5 seconds at maximum to basically go for the shot here. And the thing is, Jackify I think just peeked and did not get spotted, so that's going to make them very, very confident.
I mean, he's destroying some rails. I think they spotted later. I mean, they can't shoot it anyways because the wagons are covering. It's at a later point that they actually get the spot on this. I think Tread may have forgotten to destroy a few wagons as well, because obviously in World of Tanks, wagons when destroyed count as an object. There comes Katya! Katya! Minus 1.8!
Yeah, so...
I don't know why. I think that's like, you know, Trackifast saying, oh, I'm not spotted, and then Katya going like, oh, I can cross, and then you see the result. Because there's no way that the other tanks, their horse, Fly, etc., aren't also supposed to cross, right? There's no way.
I mean...
Otherwise they wouldn't be there.
I don't understand why why Katya doesn't just take more speed, because the faster you are, the less time the tread tanks have. Like, he could have gone back to like F1 and then accelerate to like fully 50 kilometers an hour. But he just didn't do that, and that's why we see him down to 752 here. Possible one-shot for Sugma. He is doing the correct side scrape though, with the turret turned to the side, so at least there's that. But that definitely was not cheap to cross.
No, it wasn't. And now the readjustment here from Tilt, they're starting to push down the rails here, but still, they can't really do anything about the E3s right now. And... well, they're not going to want to cross over another tank. I think the ideal play here for Tilt is to take tanks, push the 4-line, get behind Killa, and the 279 on the building and kill him from there. But it's so costly.
Yeah, it is indeed costly, but sometimes you just need to bite the bullet, as we have seen over half of the game's time now basically evaporated into nothingness. Tilt have not really gained any crucial advantage as of now. Yes, Tomek just took a shot, but that's basically the most exciting thing that happened in the last 30 seconds. And also, I would really love for Kurana maybe to repair his fuel tank. But yeah, obviously nitpicking going on once again.
Yeah, but like I said, I think a 4-line push there could be pretty effective, but they're starting to pressure up 7-8 line. And what does this bring here for Tread? A Tread is going to repush the rails, but Tiltus seems to be very ready for this actually. Like very, very ready.
Oh, they're all starting to get spotted now, and yes, Kunik is going to be out in the open, but look at Itox, look at Hannes, both of those E3s are going to provide heavy cover fire. Magic Duck now taking a few, and this repush, it is in full swing, but there's a lot of tanks by Tilt that are here to receive it.
There are indeed a ton of tanks from Tilt. Shifter now joining the forces, gets engine damage, gets dropped to about half HP. Now Tread trying to retaliate, but Tread is now down 7,000 HP at this moment in time. The first one falls, it's fair in his 279, and Tilt here with a simple move seems to have just made Tread absolutely panic and overreact almost for this, as now Ghost falls as well, and Tilt here with this slight pressure on the 7-8 line, enough to make Tread pull the trigger on this repush, and Tilt was very ready for that. Very, very ready.
Yeah, Tilt was extremely ready for it, and now they're reaping the rewards of basically making Tread panic, absolutely. They are up in tanks, haven't lost a single one yet on the side of Tread. There is 6 tanks already missing. Finally, Katya does fall, but yeah, Jackifer is going to be able to make that cross on towards Killer and Infinity now. Horse, the same thing goes for him, and Tilt, the players are just going to snowball it down. They haven't even joined up with all of their forces that have just won the green here yet, and Tread with that panic move just giving everything away, because to be honest, until then, it looked okay for them.
It looked fine. I mean, they could just reinforce the 7-8 line and keep aiming at the cross in the meantime. They didn't really have to do anything anymore. When we see Inville play this kind of defense-esque, we also don't see them just repush out of nowhere, you know? So that was a bit weird from Tread. I don't know if they... I mean, they didn't have a spot on what was crossing back to the field. Maybe they thought the whole team would be there, but they still had G0. They could reinforce the 7-8 line. I don't know.
I also don't understand why they pulled the trigger on this. I mean, they didn't even have the information on the E3, so probably as soon as they saw them and, you know, got 750 in the face, they were like, oh crap, maybe this was the wrong move after all. But yeah, I also fail to understand why it was done.
Weird.
For example, why and also when it was done. It was like you give Tilt all the time in the world to prepare for receiving a push. You don't really have the information that would warrant such a push, and then you, I guess, just coin flip?
It doesn't make sense. They didn't spot nearly enough tanks to go for it.
And yeah, once again, in between both of those teams, it's going to be not close at all, as only 4 tanks from the side of Tilt actually falling. And for example, Katya, he was the one to make the cross. He took a huge amount of punishment right there, right then. So yeah, just weird. This does in turn mean, though, as we're in the lower bracket, that now Tread cannot afford any such weird repushes
Shenanigans?
anymore.
Yeah, they cannot. It's been really weird so far. So game 1, Tilt, really good push, obliterating Tread in their defense. Game 2, Tread just obliterating Tilt. Game 3,
And
Tilt
now,
obliterating Tread. If the story and the script continues.
yeah, indeed, the scriptwriter basically. We'll see if he likes a little thriller with a tiebreaker or not. We still have to find that one out. First of all, for that to happen, though, basically Tread would need to win their attack on Ensk. And yeah, the sides are switched compared to how it, for example, would be in Clan Wars. So that is a slight little advantage for the defender, attacker, excuse me. But it still is a hard one to pull off. Like Ensk, especially with those tight corners where you can't really be sure if someone's pre-aiming or not, and the rails that are just splitting the map, making like fast rotations sometimes not impossible, but very, very unlikely. And then you have those rails also. If the enemy controls the rails, then you can't cross over there anymore. And we just saw Tread demonstrating that.
I think we're getting a Keyhand Ensk guide soon. Huh?
I'm sorry, your mic broke off.
A Keyhand Ensk guide soon.
Maybe we'll see one soon.
The other day, Keyhand was playing Ensk, and it was great. There was this Renegade holding the field by himself. Brave lad. We need more people like him.
Well, that is very, very good for you. The other day I was playing Enskin, I was actually wishing for a Kian map guide, so we'll see what happens in the future. First of all, we'll see though what is going to happen in between Tilt and Tread here. Game number 4. Tread needs to pick up this round to stay in the tournament, while Tilt obviously wants to close it out right here, doesn't want to go to a tiebreaker, and I believe we're about to see the lineups here. There we go, and Tilt is trying to finish this one off with 1 e4, double e3. We see the 2-6-8-4 being whipped out, double chieftain, and that is a 9 2-7-9s, I believe.
Tread with their own 4 TDs, it being 4 times an e3, triple chieftain, and the rest being 2-7-9. So the only difference here between the lineups is the 2-6-8 v4 and the e4 for STDs for Tilt, the one less chieftain, one more 2-7-9. Rails control should go to Tread though, because they have those 4 e3s.
Yeah, exactly.
Really,
obviously, the
testing
2-6-8-4 great for going forward and taking a lot of or getting a lot of information very early on. But obviously, the E3s with that 375 millimeters of pen just go through that V4 armor very, very easily. Now, so far, actually, no damage dealt here, and this is, I guess, not a good signal for Tread, because Tilt was actually able to very, very much punish that cross, whereas Tread hasn't been able to.
You see, Tilt not really 100% sure there either. You saw the entire team on the minimap move, and they thought that it might be a field push, but it wasn't.
Now
They're now starting to creep up in the city though, being Tilt. I'm just looking at it right now. Field is not really going to be won by either team.
yeah, we already see that the people on the field have switched to HE, as Killer just took one to the face. And now Tilt starting to make an advance in the city with quadruple 2-7-9. But obviously it's so hard to pull that push off. We can see Tomek in that position. He's basically impenetrable. Killer there taking more and more HEs, does have to repair his Emmerach. But yeah, the little hit squad here by Tilt is starting to make progress in the city. We'll see if they want to push it out or not. Timmy and Phoenix exchanging spots here. But yeah, that is not really going to mean a lot for either team. What might mean a lot is that Itox is actually starting to move up with 1 e3 in the city.
Yeah, but the reason why the e3 is there, because he's going to take the window in front of Timmy. It's a really good position for an e3, because it absolutely owns whatever it plays against, whether it's an e3 or a chieftain or anything else. It just straight up
Phoenix at this point in time should probably consider leaving, because the pen of the e3 is just going to go straight through the chieftain turret if he manages to hit the flat front of it. Shifter now taking a shot of damage as well, so trading is going on in between both of those teams, but as of right now they're still trying to find out where the bulk of the team is, where the rotation is going to come in, and that is sort of it here. Obviously time ticking in Tilt's favor, so Tread, if they want to stay in this tournament, are going to have to make a move. I mean, not really soon. Ensk is a small map, still 7 minutes and 13 seconds available. And now in comes once again a rotation by Tilt. And ooh, Pika with the blow up onto Saski Tsamali. That is obviously the problem of not taking config.
You know, he blew up an e3.
Oh, well, that is the second E3 I think we see blow up today. That is not something that normally happens. I guess he shot with heat onto the upper structure, if you know what I mean, like on the roof, and was able to get good pens in from there. And yeah, Sogma now also in trouble in his E3 respectively, taking 2 shots down to 1350. So right now, so far, so good for the team of Tilt.
So far, so good for Tilt, yeah. I mean, I don't know how the E3 even ends up there.
Yeah, I am the wrong person to ask. Yeah, obviously Tilt are going to take that blow up. It's not like they're not happy about this one. Also, we can see that Itox has indeed forced Phoenix off the angle of the window. And Tilt able to establish a lot of positions here. in the city, but also on the field, that will make pushing any and everywhere ever so costly. Now finally Tread seems to have decided onto a move. As we see on the 0 line, the 279s are starting to advance. They are starting to basically challenge the positions of Pika, Link and Katya, while on the lower side the E3s and double 279 does advance as well, and so far not a lot of punishment onto those tanks by Tread that are pushing.
Yeah, and Pika seems to be making a shield actually for Katya in his Chieftain, which is a pretty cool thing. I don't know how much is going to pay out in the end of the day. Because Katya is going to be safe. Fair there on the outside needs to be really careful though. I mean, Tread is evening out the HP here a little bit, but Fair there needs to be careful in that tank. They can get Pika for free. Magic is making a big peak though in that 268 and the repush here coming out from Tilt actually on towards the rails. Pika now falling. Magic might have gone in slightly too far. I don't know about this one, Magic. I understand you want to help your team, but it's not worth it as now Tilt coming in here with the repush against established positions for Tread Kihan. Like they're gonna push through all the way to try and make a play. In the meantime, they're losing the city, which is not okay, as I may say. Fly now trying to go all the way, but he's gonna get a Magic Duck and Tom in the side as well, and this is equally confusing to the repush that Tread made on the previous ends.
Yeah, exactly. Tilt just throwing their players into the fray. But it is not the play to make, as we can see the HP that were in Tilt's favor are now firmly in lead for Tread. The tanks as well. Old Kings and Link do get 2 quick pickups onto 2 Tread tanks, but the city has already been won by the side of Tread. White Rock now falling as well, and we can just see the superior amount of guns on the field is also doing it for the team of Tread. And once again, both of us are sort of left wondering in a bewildered state of mind as to what was Tilt thinking. I don't really know how to phrase it better, because yeah, the double E3 was pushing up through that 7 line, and that was putting pressure on them. But like the repush was just getting slaughtered.
The repush was indeed just getting slaughtered. I don't know. I don't understand, Key. Like this, like they abandoned the city to repush the field when they would take a. When the normal thing is to push through the city, no?
Yeah, I think they were probably too afraid of basically a 1. Of the position where the 279 just sits and just farms, and you need to properly like push into his face to actually take him out. But yeah, after 2 extremely confusing ends rounds, we find ourselves at a tiebreaker, and I personally am happy because more gameplay equals more fun.
Yeah, indeed. I mean, it's just a little weird, you know, what's happening. So like they have this shield with the 279 and Chief, so the Chieftain survives. But then they repush?
Maybe they read the situation wrongly and thought that like more players were in the city or something, and that the repush would actually find a vast success, which obviously in the end it didn't. Then also Magic with that overextension in the 2684, basically sacrificing his life. Honorable, but in the end useless. So yeah, just weird to see how both of those teams basically lose their nerves on the defense when, for all intents and purposes, it has been going well. And yeah, he received 3, no, actually only 2 pens, Sasuke Tsamali. So not entirely sure what happened there.
I mean, he took 2 pens, so he got Amarak, but why is he there?
Yeah. We would probably have to ask him to find out, to be honest.
I don't know. Normally the E3 doesn't end up there, Key. You know, there's a few TD positions at the north side of the rails. That is not one of them.
Yep. Anyway, this means that both Sand River and Ensk are done and dusted. It's going to be tiebreaker, and Tread is actually the team that picks, because yeah, they have fastest attack win, and this also means that yeah, I'm just being informed, Tread picked Death. So
Tread picked Death. It doesn't really matter though in this.
I mean, you said that north side is slightly favored, but then again with Death, you're able to. The clock is in your favor, and with the stakes being as high as this, that basically do or die this round, I would probably also pick Dev just to have.
I mean, yeah,
reassuring thing in the back of my mind.
the time works in your favor, right? Like it's understandable so that you would pick Dev, because if it does come down to the part where like it sometimes happens on Cliff even where both teams are like really close and like the HP is like super close and there's like 5 tanks left and the enemy team has 5 tanks left and you're not able to push, then at least you want to be defending. It doesn't happen often. But in that specific scenario, you want to be in the advantageous seat.
Yep, exactly, because it's going to be the enemy who will have to make the move. Obviously, both of those teams are going to get a bit more preparation time, just because, well, they didn't know from which side they were going to play or that they were going to play this at all. That gives us basically a bit of time to recap the whole match. Obviously, we just saw Ensk with those. And then there was Sand River, where basically both teams looked very, very good on their wins and looked, I don't want to say atrocious, but pretty bad on their defenses.
Bro, it's been such a weird match, dude. It's been such a weird match. So you have this Sand River, right? Tilt, great push in the first game, right? If you're recapping it. Great push. Really breaks open the defense. Game 2, they absolutely put themselves in an unrecoverable position that they can never come back from and lose straight. Then we have Ensk Def from Tread, where they're like kind of chilling, time starting to run low, and they make a really weird repush and lose. And then this game, Tilt has this shield on 0 line to keep the Chieftain alive, so I'm guessing that they're fine, right? And then they do this repush with Magic leading the charge and a 2684 going sideways to like 6 people. It doesn't make sense.
Yeah, it was increasingly weird to see, and I guess also maybe the viewers can write in the chat why exactly they think that these pushes were done.
If we don't know, do you think they know?
I mean, maybe there is some actual Giga Brain with 235 IQ who sees the master plan, the mastermind behind it all, but like it's certainly not going to be me for the past 2 rounds that we saw. Now teams are getting ready though, so we should be in for the match rather soonish. That being said, Cliff obviously a map that plays out differently than both Sand River and Ensk, where basically it's all about, well, is the opponent taking the hill? Are we taking the hill? How much punishment are we actually getting? Or is anyone taking the hill at all?
It depends on the game style, right? You have a few choices on Cliff. Okay, let's go over it. So you have a 1-2 play, like you push 1-2 with all tanks, or a split from the top. Going with all tanks 1-2 is usually risky if the enemy team goes full middle. Usually it's a split. You have the middle fight, right? Which sometimes is middle and 1-2, a split again. Or on defense, you have the play where you send CSs on the hill in the beginning and cover from the lower side. So like those are like the 3 main options here.
I mean, Inville, obviously, I think it was in the group stage or even the last tournament, can't remember, reinventing it a bit with basically going full middle with like 260s, CSs, and also a lot of 50Bs from the defensive side. Because normally you would expect the 50Bs to be covering from lower, not pushing into you, emptying their clips, and basically soaking up damage for the single shooters. But we'll just have to see what exactly both of those teams bring to the table for what is for sure going to be the last round of today in the Displate Clan Showdown. It's Tilt against Tread, and Tilt is gonna be defending, doing so with 1 EBR, attacking, doing so with 1 EBR, 1 2684, double TVP. Then we have 6 CSs, 1 Batcher, double Chief, and double B.
Double B. Both teams with double B though. And then Tread has a Chieftain behind it, a lot of 260s still and CSs. I mean, this Tilt lineup is all over the place. You know, you have the 268, you have the double TVP, you have the EBR, you have the BAT, you have the CSs, you have the 50Bs. It's a little bit of everything at the same time. And they're going with the 654 holding the base, EBR's holding 1-2, and then the rest playing middle. Well, Tread has double 50B in the lower side, a CS, and the rest playing middle. Now, if this 50Bs can get their clips and the CS is going on the hill, That's huge. But then again, you also have the double TVP from Tilto that is going to be doing the same thing.
And we're going to have to see if they're actually able to make their clips. First shot by Magic Duck connecting, second one does as well. I think he even got a track shot there, third one. So beautiful stuff coming out from the 50B. I think that was almost a perfect clip over like 500 meters. And now the clash on the hill is going to be erupting. It is 4 CSs, but one of them badly damaged, with Tom actually down and out of the game because it's going to be Hannes in the ABR to pick him up against 4 CS tanks by the side of Tilt. So right now hill priority in favor of the team in white.
Yeah, the team in white now is starting to win the hill as well. They are down on HP, but Shifter here taking a bad position. Phoenix Killer now forced to back off. They have taken 1-2 though, the side of Tread, but Phoenix now dropping low as well in his CS. Horse trying to get the damage on towards him. Killer now in a bit of a rough situation as well. Shifter surely will fall to the guy going around the hill. I mean, Tread is still up in HP, but they gotta do something with this because this hill is slowly gonna chip away at their sides over time. And now the bat shot coming from below as well. I mean, Ricochet is being forced off the ramp. HP all even now, but I gotta say, Key, without a 1-2 line pressure here, I am favoring the boys of Tilt so far. And now Kunik starting to play in his Chieftain as well. Ghost is there to counteract it. This is the thing though, there is a potential for Tread to take more tanks onto the hill if they want to. When you pressure back Kunik, when you pressure him back,
I think
you
the 260s have already crossed, no? So they should be generating hill priority at some point. Yeah, Tomek is already super far up.
But it's not enough.
And
260s are not enough.
Oh, White Rock there with a good shot into Killer here, and we do see both of the TVPs. Jackifal Lip coming around. Killer is going to try to play that position to the best of his abilities, but he is going to start to get clipped. That is all of the shots raining in from those TVPs. That is another gun down for the side of Tread, who are now trailing by 5 tanks and 4 KHP.
Yeah, now you have the issue that the TVPs are around the hill, the CSs are on top, chipping away at these 260s, chipping away at the 50Bs in 1-2, and Tread starting to falter here a little bit, Gihan, you may say, at this moment in time. They are still defending, so at the end of the day, it's still on Tilt to make the play that decides the game. And this is what we talked about earlier. At some point, if you get stuck in this situation where neither of the two teams seems to be able to do much, you want to be defending. You 100% want to be defending.
That being said, though, currently the trades, at least from what I can see, are favoring Tilt here, who still are able to just completely rotate around with those tanks around the hill. Basically, the double TVP and the Batchat, they are free to do as they choose and please. That being said, though, Kunik taking another shot in his Chieftain. Shouldn't be too afraid yet, but if he takes 1 or even 2 more, he should start to back up, especially since Itox and Magic, both from the backlines, should be able to support him. Now Lip and Old Kings once again getting sent in the 50B and the TVP respectfully. And yeah, Sagma, Tomek and Infinity also. They are in grave danger at the moment, as that 50B should chew through 260, even upper plates, fairly consistently.
But they have to overpeak so much to get this. Like, this is the issue. They have to, although this could be huge. I don't know if Hannes can. I don't know if the distance is great enough. But if he could sneak through K-line in front of the 60s,
then it's over. Then it's over. As soon as he's
but
in K5.
I don't know. I don't think the distance is enough.
I mean, he could try to to just make a
go
run for it.
I mean, he's not going alone. He has people going with him. It's a full squad. EBR does get spotted out. He's moving through the south now. 50B's re-aiming. They're pushing fully through the south, trying to do the damage here. The 260s now shooting towards us as well, though. A lot of damage being taken by the boys from Tilt, but also by Tread. But like the hill now, we gotta be careful there. The CS is over peaking. White Rock goes down actually. Old Kings barely makes it, does not. Lip in the TVP, the last survivor of this little move through the south hand side. But I don't know if Lip from here can actually do something, as he takes 1 shot. He does pick up the 260, but now getting crossfired by Infinity. And what, you know, at some point in time here, Tomek on 1 HP, surviving on a mere 1, and he gets the kill on Lip as well, which is huge. Now he goes down on towards Pika. But now there's a thing though. There is the thing. Hannes can sneak through in the south for free. Nobody can contest him anyway.
Yep, and exactly that is what he's going to do, and from there on out he's going to have double bush shots onto the 260, onto Infinity, and yes, he might bounce a shot or two, as he just does, but over time this is just not sustainable. The HP ever so even, but the gun's actually favoring Tilt at this point, and there is nothing that they can do currently to basically counter that EBR, because yeah, Kazikov in that 260 might get rotated around, but yeah, Jackify is actually going to be the one to pick up Infinity, and yeah, Kazikov might get rotated around, but he cannot chase Hannes out of that position, because he would just get shredded by the CSs on the hill.
But he is crossfiring those heavies though. Can he like get Poison and Ghost? Like how are his angles on towards that? Because that's the main question, no? Because if he can't kill them, because I think they're safe. Yeah, I think they're safe between that little rock, the two rocks on that little ramp.
I mean, he does have shots onto that. He just needs to be careful of the hill. And now, I mean, yeah, Hannes over time will have shots onto the 260s in the middle, but that DPR does neither have the greatest DPM nor have the greatest pen, and like whenever he shoots, they are going to be able to sort of fire back at them, and it doesn't seem like he has the greatest success as of now. And we are now sort of in this scenario that you mentioned, that basically if neither team is really able to do a lot, then you want to be the defender rather than the attacker. That being said, though, in the middle there seems to be action erupting as Poison and Ghost both fall, and all of a sudden Tilt seemed to have broken open the map.
Yeah, Tilt seemed to have indeed broken this open. Keyhand, Kunik taking one, Magic Duck falling in his 50B, Karana falling in his 50B as well, and just like a quick 1-2-3 cascade effect, Keyhand. Before, it was like, you know, you could say Tread was in okay position, but now you look, it's all over. It's literally all over, and you know,
almost
the
like
fact
a domino effect.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Tilt had the EBR here, Keyhand, is, you know, so important actually at the end of the day. Like, I think without this EBR, they don't win this.
Yeah, because the 260s continuously have to angle themselves to basically opposing directions, and over the long term this is never going to help, and this means that Tilt is going to make it through their first match of the day, and Tread is unfortunately going to drop out of this tournament. That means that yeah, the second place, the runner-up from last time, is going to stay alive.
Did somebody say 3-2 for Tilt?
We have to check our predictions. I certainly didn't. I predicted Tread, I believe. I said 3-2. I think I said 3-2 for Tread or something. So yeah, I did say 3-2, but wrong team obviously. So
I mean, we could just pretend like the prediction on screen was wrong. Yeah.
Yeah, let's just do that. Anyway, yeah, in this game there was not really a lot that Tom could do here, and yeah, overall it was just the problem that for Tread, less CSs made it up the hill than for Tilt, and they just played around that fact beautifully ever after. Like the team of Tilt, they knew they had the advantage there, and then they just executed decisive pushes with their autoloaders, with their EBR. Although if one more shot connects and Hannes actually dies there, that might swing the entire game around.
Yeah, but like I said, the EBR is so important in this key. I mean, he didn't really do too much, right? He did 2.5k damage. So you won't say that like, wow, he had like this standout performance. But it's the EBR that breaks the Tread defense there, because he's the only tank that can really get through without getting spotted and getting shot. And once he does, he forces people into uncomfortable positions that they don't like playing, which then causes them to die to other people. So like, his damage impact is not big, but his actual impact is massive.
Yeah, exactly. And I think with those words, we've heard quite enough talking from the two of us. Yeah, we have indeed talked enough today. We'll head over to the analysts.
Well, yes, thanks a lot, guys, and that's it for the first day of those playoff Toxic. And we have to say goodbye to Tread. They were from the upper bracket, but after 2 defeats, they are gone. And on top of it, we are gonna have Tilt that is gonna be moving to the next step of the losers bracket. They will be meeting Kindergarten tomorrow, but before that, we have the upper bracket finals, Abuba against Inville.
Yeah, probably one of the most anticipated games in this tournament. Kian already mentioned it several times, Abuba and Inville probably the clear favorites for this tournament. Abuba having performed miraculously well in the group stage, and Inville obviously as the all-star team, always the favorite of the tournament.
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's going to be a really great match. We used to have like an Inville raid in the past tournament in this upper bracket finals. Now it's Abuba. It's a different playstyle. It's positive leading them. Daki mentioned it early on the stream. He actually won with this team. That's not exactly the same players because, well, he has to get players that not from the CIS region like Belarus and Russia, most likely Ukrainians, maybe Niu from Georgia, I think, but he's leading this team. He has potential, he has knowledge, he's also a good player. So definitely that's going to be hard for Inville and probably one of the biggest challenge in the past months for them.
Yeah, I think so too. Especially it's always interesting to have a new team enter the realm, right? Because you just get used to the playstyles of several teams. But that's enough for this. I think the replays are ready, so let's jump right into those.
Yeah, so the first map of the match was actually Sun River, and you could see actually saw that this defense was actually really good, but you also realized that there's the 279 missing behind the rocks around D2, D3, and Tilt actually making the right play in the attack.
Yeah, I think it's really hard to see an opening like this. So well done there on Tilt. They were kind of lucky that Threat did not have the tank on D2 like Abuba had earlier this day.
Yeah.
Which led to them getting into the cap quite easily, not being pressured from the side. And then at this point, it's just a matter of having the tanks up on F1, shooting down at the threat tanks that are constantly needing to peek to decap the tilt players in the cap.
Yeah, it came down to that. You had the tanks from trade, they were kind of forced into overpicking to get those decaps. You have the guy at A1 that can get few connections on possibly Copolas, but that's not enough. And then Tilt is just holding their positions, having the cap pressure on, and just waiting for trade to actually make the pick and lose those HPs and those tanks. Next up, we had a pretty weird defense, I'd say, because that's like a K-line commitment, but they're actually holding in return. Tilt is actually losing the whole map control and tread. They handled perfectly this attack from their side. They held the K-line, they won the mid, they won the north, and they completely boxed Tilt in those positions.
Yeah, we've had this topic earlier. The K-line from the western side, not really the greatest thing to approach. And with the new map, with the rework map, I should say,
Yeah.
you have so many openings that you can try, but I feel like Tilt maybe didn't prepare properly in order to try one of those new strategies, and instead just opted to play for the K-line, maybe thinking, oh, we are the better team, so we should be winning this. But as you could see, they lost the entire map field, were basically surrounded, and were just getting shot in the back. Duck, you mentioned it's a slow and painful death, and I totally agree. It was basically over after like 2 minutes, but the match still went on for a very long time.
Yeah, I think the last time they played against Inville in the finals in 15-15 Clan Showdown, they had a similar approach on that map, and they still lost against Inville. But next up, we had Ensk, and this time that was a good round for Tilt because they actually managed to take a lot of good positions, get a ton of HP up, and then Tread. They were kind of panicking, and they went for that free push, but they were bleeding so much.
Yeah, very confusing play. I didn't really see Tread forced to make that kind of a play, at least not yet. And as you said, they bleed so much for it. They had all the information basically that the tilt tanks were there, and still decided to drive into so many standing guns. I don't know if that was maybe some miscommunication between the FC and the players, or maybe Shifter didn't have all the information he needed to make a good decision, but this was definitely not a good decision.
I mean, when we go to play such a defense, the one Tread had, you basically need to have strong positions and hold the whole time. Making those repushes are very costly, and you could see this during this round. Holding with most of the tanks over the rails didn't work out in their favor. Tilt is a pretty experienced team, and they actually found the way to break it, so they felt they had to repush. But next up, we had Tread on the attack and Tilt on the defense, and I gotta say that round was pretty special.
Yeah, Tilt tried a very different approach. They tried to take the city a bit and then hold the field more defensively, which didn't really work out for them because they just ended up getting overpushed in the city as soon as they rotated their tanks to hold the field. And as they noticed that, they are obviously forced to make a move on the field, right? But pushing in there is very hard because you don't have the upper positions in the zero line. and you're basically just driving into standing Haldon tanks who just are like, oh, thanks, this is my DPG going up, I guess. And you can really see that in the damage scores and also in the guns. There's like 3 dead tanks for the Threat team, whilst half of the Tilt team is already back to the garage.
And I think it was a disaster in terms of reactions and rotations because they lost both the field and the city. And then we had the tiebreaker on Cliff between those two teams. And they're toxic. I have to admit, I'm a bit upset at Trade because, to be fair, they had an opening that would work. They could sit here with the CSs, stay low, take the donuts, and force those tanks from tilt to actually overpick to kill them. Having the cover from the donut, possibly having the cover from K5 that they could have taken, but instead they went for the push. That's unnecessary, and that's actually costing them the game. They could win this. They were defending, and they end up making the wrong play and tilt, then actually taking this to their advantage and winning the game.
Yeah, maybe it's a bit of experience lacking, but I think it might have also to do with the fact that Shifter was up on the hill, who was leading as far as I know. And as an FC, you kind of feel pressured, right? You drop out of the upper bracket into the lower bracket, you're in the tiebreaker. If you don't win this match, you lose the entire tournament and basically go home with nearly nothing. So you feel very pressured to make a move, and his try was to push the hill, which ended up not being the greatest move he could have done. But yeah, that's the nerf getting to him, I guess.
I mean, he could have taken lessons from the round against Inville, because that was something very similar. Inville going mid, Inville taking the donuts, Inville retreating from the hill with the CSs to stay low, to force them to overpick into them. That was like pretty much exactly the same. They could have literally do what Inville did against them, and they could have actually learned from it. Instead, they went for the push. Well, that's a mistake, that's a tiebreaker. They didn't play that well. They deserve to lose probably there. Till deserves to move on. So that's what we're gonna have tomorrow against Kindergarten. But Toxic, the most important we have to highlight is the upper bracket finals, yes, between Abuba and Inville, because that's gonna be probably one of the biggest, if not the biggest clash of the tournament.
Yeah, Inville versus Abuba, really a match I'm looking forward to. I expect a lot of action coming out of that match because both teams, as we were seeing today and also for Inville in past tournaments, like to play really, really aggressive, right?
Yeah.
So I expect not to have such long stalemates as we had in some matches today, but instead straight out brawls, but still well thought out brawls, you know? It's not just YOLOing in and hoping for the best. It's still, there's a lot of tactical thought behind it. I think it's going to be probably the greatest match we've seen for a long time.
I mean, yeah, both of the teams are very tactical. They have a great understanding, deep understanding. So that's going to be tomorrow, the first match of the day at 4 p.m., 16 CET, whatever you prefer. So make sure to tune in. Then Sunday, second day of the playoff final day. Toxic, do you have anything to add for today?
Thank you all for watching, I guess. And as far as I know, we're hosting Ducky, who also has drops activated on this channel.
That's so, be tomorrow, probably. I'm not certain about it. We shall see.
We'll see. But there's a lot of other streamers as well, as featured in the article, who may or may not stream a bit more. So if you haven't claimed all your drop, make sure to go to the portal and check the article for all these streamers so you can finish your drops for today, and make sure to tune in back tomorrow at 16 o'clock CET.
Yeah, so well, we wish you a great night and make sure to tune in tomorrow. We'll catch you then.